Hey there, gorgeous gays! Version 2 here with Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail MSQ. It's 7.4 time, also known as it is time for Dawntrail 4 Fury Road. When we last left off, we beat up a nerd who has health issues. I felt very good about myself. But he got away. Which just means that we get a chance to beat him up again. Which I'm also feeling good about. We get to beat up a nerd possibly a second time. Will that happen today? Maybe? I don't know. It'd be very funny for Calyx to get away and then like he's defeated in like a dispatch to the next. That would be very funny, admittedly. But yeah, we finished like the main Dawntrail story. I didn't turn this off on my journal. Get out of here. I'm not worried about you right now. I'm not worried about Relic Grind today. So yeah, we haven't had a moment like this since Shadowbringers. Well, I guess we had a moment like this at the beginning of Endwalker, now I think about it. This is kind of it's 6.1 was basically this. We finished, like, we stopped the final days, what the fuck do we do now? But it's similar to back in, you know, 5.4 of just like, what's the story now? We've like finished the main arc. How do we like start progressing on to the next one? What happens? What goes on? There's also the fact that like even in terms of people watching in chat right now, we don't have a ton of ideas because I'm this section. I do today's MSQ and then I do one more MSQ and I'm actually caught up on MSQ and it feels fucking weird after this much time to actually be at a point where I'm almost caught up on MSQ. It feels weird. It feels concerning. We're talking about how the gold source is also a scam. See, what you gotta do for Jumbo Catspot, if you want to get the 1 million eventually, you gotta do the thing that I did of get those vouchers from squadron missions and get an extra 15%. Just so it's slightly faster. Just so it's slightly faster. Forgot how loud Dawntrail is. Forgot how loud it is until you're low. I forgot how fucking loud till your lol is. Also, chat, I'm gonna do an influencer. Chat, I'm doing an influencer bit right now. So I need you to share this on your Instagrams and your TikToks. Because I'm doing an influencer trends. And by influencer trends, I mean, I assume that there was a couple of people where this started with, and it was a paid bit to do. But then because that went viral, a bunch of other people also started just doing the bit of themselves to try and get views off of the trend, therefore resulting in free marketing for the people who originally paid for it. And by the people who paid for it, I mean Red Bull. I'm trying the Red Bull thing, where you just mix Red Bull with just other drinks that aren't Jägermeister. Apparently, that's legal. Apparently, you are allowed to mix Red Bull with drinks that aren't Jägermeister. I didn't realize this until like it started becoming a thing, but apparently you can. And I want to try this because it's made out of two things that I really like. Red Bull, I love the flavor of Red Bull. But peach iced tea is the one that I'm trying. There's so many different ones that I saw. There's ones where it's like you mix it with Sprite, you mix it with like green apple juice, you mix it with like mango juice. I think even McDonald's is currently doing things like that where they've got like a new range of like Red Bull slash drinks. Like even McDonald's is getting in on the trend, kind of thing. But I'm trying the Red Bull and peach iced tea combo to see how that is, because I love peach iced tea and I love Red Bull. And they're also very similar colors. So, bottoms up. That definitely works. I went for about half-half. Which means that the peach iced tea is actually the stronger flavor in this. I will go for less peach iced tea next time and more Red Bull, but this does work. That is quite tasty. Ta-da! It's one of those trends where it's just like we need to get people to buy more of our product, Oh, what if we try to advertise different ways? You know, like Vegemite in Australia's done that, where they're just like, people buy Vegemite to spread it on their toast and stuff. How do we get people to like have more Vegemite? Oh, let's have a campaign where it's like, you know, what if you mix Vegemite and cheese things? What if you mix Vegemite with certain veggie things? What if you mix Vegemite into like stews and stuff? Because it's just like a savory burst, basically. You know, Coke did a thing where they're just like, have you tried Coke and just like cutting up pieces of fruit and chucking that in your Coke and drinking that? That's actually really tasty. If you get like a bunch of apple and pineapple and like cut them up in like small little cubes and chuck that into Coke, it's actually really tasty. Got Baja Citrus Mountain Dew. I've never had proper Baja Blast. It's very hard to get Baja Blast specifically in Australia. Which Blunderville came back, that was a fun time. I assume at some point in this patch cycle it will. Most of the events probably gonna rerun like they did in Endwalker at the end of it. Can you tell the kids what brand of peach iced tea? No. I mean, I can, but I don't know the name of the brand, but it's just Aldi. It's just Aldi peach iced tea. Just the Aldi in-house brands, whatever they call it. I just see the bottle of iced tea and I know it's in Aldi and it's their stuff. So I don't know specifically what brand, but it's Aldi. So if you go to Aldi and buy their peach iced tea, it would be that. I would also recommend if you do this, maybe stir it a bit first. Because I poured the Red Bull and then the peach iced tea, and I can definitely tell that they layered. I can definitely tell that they layered a bit. Because it's getting, the Red Bull's getting stronger as I go down, so maybe that was the idea. Maybe do half-half, but pour them at the same time. Dirty soda is a big thing with where this, yeah. I think Red Bull are doing this because I think Red Bull, like, probably paid influencers online to do this type of stuff because dirty soda is becoming popular. So it's like, we need to do our own thing. But yeah. Soda mixed with cream Mormon style. Yeah, Hungry Jack's, which is Australian Burger King. They did that, and I tried like a dirty cola, and it was quite nice. Because it's cream and cola, it's just like, that's just a fancy vanilla Coke. Got Aldi 2 minutes away that can work? Hell yeah. I figured one monster per week won't actively kill me. Should I grab a Mango Loco or a pink one? I don't know what the pink one is. But if it's like Rosa, no. Mango Loco is always good though. Mango Loco is one of the few monsters that I still like. There's like a certain mouthfeel to Monster that over time I don't like anymore. I don't know what it is. Pilka's Mormon. Again, I tried the dirty cola from Hungry Jack's and it was nice. It was nice. It was nice. Started with them, but it became popular online because Utah. There's like orange lime. Baja's lime, right? Because also Mad Mex in Australia, the very white Mexican food place that we have here, now have Baja fries, and they're chili and lime. They're really good. They're really good. I like cream soda, but not cream in soda. See, I'm the person who will drink Baileys and Coke, so like... I will drink Baileys and Coke as like a mixed drink. Unless it's soda water like old-fashioned egg cream. I don't know, I had a dirty cola and I like 80% of influencers are Mormon women so they can work while still being godly stay-at-home wife. That, yeah, that makes sense. That does check out. It's just secretly part of the whole trad wife system. Anyways, we're going to Alexandria. We're going to Solution 9. We're doing some MSQ. Again, I saw this as like a TikTok thing. Well, I saw like TikTok shorts being shared on YouTube because I don't use TikTok of the Red Bull mixings. And again, like McDonald's here in Australia are doing that now as like a thing as well. Oh, we're also selling like Red Bull mixed with, I think they've got like Red Bull mixed with mango. I think they've got it mixed with peach. I think they've got it mixed with like dragon fruit as well. So again, I assume that the Red Bull stuff started to try and like retake back some of the market share after dirty sodas started becoming a thing. Because there was a point a while ago, I think, where Red Bull overtook like cola or Coke as like the biggest like soft drink in the world. And now they're fighting back to make sure they stay that way. Same reason why MLMs are so big in Utah. Why is Utah the Mormon place? Why is Utah the Mormon place? Is there anything about Utah specifically that attracts Mormons? Putting Monster in a thermos so it can stay cold longer. See, my solution to that is just I have an air conditioner that's right here, so I have a drink here and it lasts for a couple hours. Oh, Mormonism just started in Utah. Okay. Ground Zero. I was like, is like Zion National Park like a holy site for them or something? I've now run out of places that I know of that exist in Utah, so I don't know all the places that exist in Utah other than Zion National Park. So my bit is now done. Calyx demonstrated knowledge of both primal summonings and concepts. Discovering such techniques through independent study would be nigh on impossible, so we must assume he had a mentor. What else did Utah? Corn and Zion. But how are we to learn the identity of this beneficent teacher? Hopefully some hint is to be found amongst the remnants of Preservation's work. It's time we began a thorough investigation into the key and its capabilities. I have a feeling we'll be calling on your help in that endeavor ere all is said and done. On a personal note, I should look at you while you're talking to me. I should also like to learn more of the Malala. The lore of the Forgotten People will be indispensable in furthering my research. I wonder what Otis and Selenia would think of my becoming the Queen of Alexandria as it is now. Doubtless they would be pleased yet, knowing them, also beset with worry. As their memories live on inside me, so shall I strive to rule as if they advise me still, with a calm heart and a mind open to counsel. The Alexandrians adopted our techniques so quickly that they no longer need our supervision to treat the enthralled. You'd be surprised how many Porksy practitioners we've trained now. Angelo too has been looking rather proud of his efforts. Again, I'm glad that we can treat the enthralled. We need to write this down in a more formal way instead of just relying on, we found a method and we're just going to recreate that method. Like, Alice needs her arc of being able to, like, take what they've done with Angelo and turn it into something that doesn't explicitly require, like, her recreation of Angelo to continue working for it, so Alice can finally get her Archon marks. This woman solved summoning. She deserves her Archon marks. If Thancred can get his Archon marks because here's how to pilfer shit better, Alice can get it for treating tempering. Wasn't the whole bit with Montoya's relics who made a Porksy to make Porksies and distribute them ad nauseum? My point is more so, what if something happens to Mother Porksy? That's kind of my point. Yeah, like, we have a solution. Yeah, we have a solution. That solution still requires the origin point. If the origin point disappears, it can't be recreated currently. Alice getting his Archon Marks for Alpha, that would be incredibly funny. I mean, again, Alice like, cured tempering. She should have, like, an entire body decked out of Archon Marks at that point. Considering how huge of a fucking deal that is. Like, we should show up in, like, one of the expansions, and Alice has a sleeve tattoo of Archon Marks because of how many she has earned for solving tempering. We've compiled a summary of events and submitted our report to Ajiko. As representatives of the students of Ardesian, our thoughts and findings will also be shared within the forum. In less official matters, I'm glad to see Kral find a satisfying end to her personal journey. Though it appears her appetite for asking questions has only been sharpened. Alvaro! With the winds! I'm gonna see a bunch of orange text over there. Alvaro has something he wishes to tell you. Might have played her ego a tad much. She's cured tempering. She deserves it. Alvaro wait, sorry. I went to start reading one thing there. I've seen a lot of comments of Woodley's 14 video on Jesus Christ, I forgot how insufferable ARR Alphino was. ARR Alphino starts his own PMC. He's meant to be insufferable. Of course ARR Alphino is insufferable. That guy started his own PMC. Alphino doing international diplomacy could, if the Charlotteans didn't look down on meddling. Yeah, Alphino's best trait in terms of, like, things that could possibly get him Archon marks is stuff that, like, Charlian doesn't believe in. Alphino has something he wishes to tell you. Hey, Alphino, you look like you have something to say. Yes, I certainly do.
Every day, more and more people regain their memories of their lost loved ones. No longer will beings like Calix be able to manipulate their fear and ignorance as he once did.
Again, I'm glad that we have this for Alexandria.
Alize and I have come to a decision.
It feels like it's step 1 for Alexandria, not the end of their arc.
We will depart Tural in the coming days. Other nations must be informed about Alexandria. A necessary step to
by the way, there's this new country that has, like, technology so far advanced beyond us that it's ridiculous.
Then
they now
we
exist
shall
here,
return
by
to
the way.
Garlemald. Our experiences here should serve us well in the ongoing restoration efforts.
Oh yeah, that's why they came here, wasn't it? Alright, that's why they came here originally.
One pressing matter remains. Calix's summoning ritual was tied to a concept of his own creation. Ascian involvement is assured, but we have yet to ascertain the extent of their influence on the Ninth.
Well, the concept was very specifically designed.
I have done what I can to treat the enthralled and those still afflicted with Levin sickness. I may now devote my undivided attention to an investigation.
Then we shall leave this one in your capable hands. Do let us know if you turn anything up.
It's Erenville. My time in Tural is at an end, and so I'm headed to the harbor now.
Everyone's leaving!
We'll meet again. Of that I'm certain. Until then, I wish you safe travels.
Oh, he's just... You gotta have let me know in time to see you off.
And pull you away from more important business. Perish the thought. Hey! What do you think you're doing?
Sorry to interrupt, but I thought you'd like to know I've detained the fugitive. He promises to tell us before he sets sail, only to try and sneak aboard his boat with nary a hug goodbye. Cold bastard. But there's still time before they weigh anchor.
Everyone's trying to fucking book it. We gotta go so we can say goodbye to him.
That boy. We should make for the harbour ere he wriggles free of Lamachi's grasp.
If we're heading the same way, we might join him on the ship. Good company is always welcome on a long voyage, is it not?
You're gonna go from saying goodbye on your own to you now have company.
Now? I haven't finished packing.
Alice, what do you have to pack?
Knowing you, the essentials are already accounted for.
What are you packing? Energy drinks? You're packing energy drinks, aren't you?
Fine, if we must. But you're helping pack the rest. And I hope you've decided on a souvenir for use.
I have several ideas as it happens.
Ever aligned in purpose, if not execution.
Lest you wonder, Kryl and I intend to remain here with Y'shtola.
Don't want to
To
break up the
continue our study
molecule
of
now,
the
do we?
key, Naturally. By all accounts, Preservation's facility promises to yield some answers.
Shale has been conducting a more thorough examination. She may have insights to share.
Then why not invite her along to see everyone off? Surely she'd want to be there too.
Massive, massive, massive goodbye for everyone. God, when was the last time we were just allowed to have a cutscene with the Scions? Of just being happy and talking shit to each other. When's the last time we were allowed to have one of those? There we go. Yeah, let's go. Like, when's the last time we had a cutscene where Alphino and Alice were actually having, like, bickering sibling energy? Because the, like, bunch of problems going wrong weren't happening immediately. Egos have a Alphino. I do hope he has thought this through, particularly where his sister's wrath is concerned. She may know full well that no amount of complaint would dissuade him, but that doesn't mean she won't give him, still give him an earful. Be like an age since we last met here. Couple weeks. There was like a 2-week gap where I didn't stream. Shut up. Shut up, Grah. Comforts me to know that some of you will be staying. I feel rather bereft should you all go at once. I am told that Shell's the new leader of Oblivion. As I'm better suited to carrying on Kafka and Geode's legacy. To be honest, she kind of felt like the leader even when those two were around, so that's fine. What deals manifest? Can't imagine you brought an entourage along to simply say hello. That eager to be on their way, are they? I'll join you. I owe them thanks on behalf of Oblivion, after all. And there I thought you'd protest against being parted from your work. Well, I'm curious to see what emerges once every piece of the puzzle's in place. The majority of the files of another are encrypted. There's little else I can do, the computer's finished with them. Compiling. It's alright. No, boss, I can step out for a break. Compiling. It's fine. Besides, like our friends, Containment Complex 1029 isn't going anywhere. In other words, we won't be getting any answers tonight. Afraid not. It's gonna be a while yet. Then we shall depart until you allow forthwith. Even Lamachi's strength has its limits. I mean, she's holding Erenville by the hands that she busted up last time from breaking the fucking shield. Well, further delay then. Fun fact, when this patch first came out, Jonathan Bailey's voice was super scuffed. So bad people thought they just recast Graha, but they re-recorded them 7.5. Presumably his voice was rough from just starring in Wicked. Ah. Ah, okay. I mean, it's nice to know that he's still willing to be like, oh, I just did Wicked, so my voice has gone through a lot. Don't worry, I'm still willing to be there. And do the voice. It legit did not sound like many people were fully convinced he got recast for this patch. I mean, I imagine that's something that a lot of people worry about, Graha specifically, just permanently. You know, out of all of the people who are voice actors for this game, Graha's is by far the most famous outside of 14. That was the case when Graha was first casted as Jonathan Bailey. And Jonathan Bailey's popularity has only increased quite significantly since. Sounds like people, to the point I kept thinking it was different, but then there was a line that sounded normal, so I was super confused. Because they can re-record for voice lines like that. It got updated in 7.5. I mean, that happens with Lamachi as well. I have since seen the original voice lines of the Interforce boss fight. And look, here's what I'll say. Here's what I will say. Her voice acting still isn't bad. Her voice acting is not bad in the original Interphos cutscene where she shows up. It's just out of place. It's out of like that. It was a definitely direction thing and not an acting thing. Because that voice acting would have been fine if like the cutscene was different. Because the original one sounds like an emotional plea to try and like stop Sphene from doing something before she does it. If that was like right before Sphene like turned into like the Queen Eternal robot, it would make sense. It doesn't make sense for Wuklama is holding off the hand as it's crushing her. 100%, it is very obvious. She was not told what the cutscene was. Yeah, it's absolutely a direction thing. That was very much a cutscene was not finalized and we couldn't show it to the VA thing. Yeah, she was absolutely not told what the fucking cutscene was. A lot of base DC voice lines got redone, not just Wooks. Okay, yeah. Because it's like, it is, yeah, it's very obvious watching that it's just like, the voice actor didn't know what the cutscene was. And honestly, possibly the person telling her, directing her may not have known either. Sometimes voice acting is very, very early in production, depending on how things go. So, like, it is entirely possible that whoever was directing her for that line also didn't know what the cutscene was. Either they didn't know what the cutscene was, or they didn't convey it to her what the cutscene was enough for her to give a thing that's, like, appropriate for that. It's not bad voice acting, it's just... that is voice acting for a completely different cutscene that exists than what it actually is. What's up, Gunnar? But, one thing I have noticed, though, people are still, and this is like, this one's just, it's just blatant transphobia. People apparently still make jokes about that original one to mock the voice acting, and it's just like, it literally got changed. It got updated. And at this point, it's been updated for like over a year, I'm pretty sure. So the idea that people are still trying to be like, making quote-unquote jokes, to be like, wow, bad voice acting because look at this, and it's just like, you're still beating this dead horse? It's been updated for over a year. I wonder why this is the one you're refusing to drop. Little by little, I'm getting caught up. It's weird to think the next MSQ stream I do means I'll be caught up. Because I'll definitely be doing 7.5 before 7.56 releases, so... it's fucking weird. It's fucking weird to think I'm gonna be caught up on MSQ in this game. It was funny for about 5 seconds because it sounded like a meme at the time, and then, oh, transphobia. Oh. Raha seems preoccupied with the amount of great import. Perhaps he's contemplating a prayer to Limlane for their safe passage. What sort of taco should I get on the way back, do you think? You're Mr. Tantalizing to ignore, Jesus Christ. Graha and his big fat tacos. Despite our protestations, it will keep us waiting long. We should have some of the sea breeze inside the dome. We could perhaps simulate it, but there's no substitute for the real thing. TLL's a delight to look upon. They hang patterned cloth where we might use neon, but the city feels no less bright. No, it feels brighter. Gondo and Guru weren't able to make it, but both send their regards. I wish you had done what makes such a fuss. I am not fond of emotional bad things. At least Avon and Alice could turn up to inform me of their plans in advance by link pearl. Some people would like, we know would have burst out of a crate mid-voyage. In any event, I should wait here until they finish their preparations. It's very much a question of just like, you know, one of the complaints that people rightfully have about Dawntrail is having way too many characters and having way too many scions for scenes that we don't need them for. Which scions will come with us in difficult?
You look well.
Because surely it's not going to be all of them again. Let's just
I'm hale as ever. And busy with work.
I imagine there's no shortage of affairs to put in order. Are Kona and Galudra faring well?
Kona is off to survey our nation and its peoples. He wants to consult with local representatives and hear their thoughts on our policies.
Yeah.
And Guluja's really taken to his training. I feel like he's been spending more time with the Landsguard than me lately.
Oh no, he's turning into his dad. Wasn't that how Zoralja was described? Oh no.
Standing here, I cannot help but remember the day of our arrival in Tuliolol. The rite of succession feels so long ago.
We knew not of what would happen between my father and Zorolja, nor of Alexandria and its queen. It was to aid a naive claimant that you came to Tural. But you've done so much more for me.
Aww.
For the entire nation of Tuliyola. We owe you a greater debt than we can ever repay. But that doesn't mean we can't try. Whenever you need an ally, we'll stand with you.
Allow me to echo that sentiment. Not only were you kind to me when I awakened a stranger in my own land, you extended your grace to Alexandria again and again. And on behalf of myself and my people, thank you for curing the ailment that for centuries tormented us.
Aww.
I'll look forward to our next visit. I'm sure we'll have exciting stories to share with one another.
Does feel very specifically like this is a, hey, we're not going to see a lot of these characters for a while because we've learned to not have too many
of hardships. Many of them her fault.
Jesus Christ, Arenville.
Yet I feel no remorse, only gratitude. For without your aid, I would not have had the chance to say goodbye. Nor vowed to explore every corner of the world. To see what we haven't seen. Shall we?
Bye-bye. Yo, that means you're gonna get, like, if you go fishing, you're more likely to catch stuff. Let's go.
Rest assured, upon arriving, we shall make it a priority to visit Tataru and assuage her myriad fears.
This really is the first expansion without Tataru, huh?
I expect the sight of you two will be a balm for her worry-laden heart.
This is the first expansion without Tataru.
Safe journey. And remember to enjoy it.
Give my regards to Oblivion. And thank you for all you did for my mother.
I'm glad we get this little moment. Because it did kind of feel like we ended Dawntrail last time without, like, you know, a goodbye to Dawntrail. I'm glad we're getting that now. You know, just that little moment of kind of like a closure to saying goodbye to the characters that we've met along the way. You know, like at the very end of, like how at the very end of Endwalker base, how it's like, you know, you get that entire moment like inside the Rising Stone to say goodbye to everyone, and Alphinaud's writing the letter and stuff.
Take care!
Because in Shadowbringers, you got this moment in 5.3. You got this moment in 5.3. Like, as you left the first.
That was a proper send-off. Now, time to get back to it.
Duty ever calls for she who loves her realm.
Right. Though, if you need a break, you're always welcome to visit Tulihiola. I'll give you the grand tour.
One day these two useless lesbians will admit their feelings for each other. One day.
I guess they're really over. Your adventures in Tural.
Aww.
I'll remember our time together for the rest of my days.
Aww.
Aha! Power resolve spotted!
Random children!
The Landsguard is looking for you. It's sparring time!
Oh, good thing you're here then. Can't miss that.
So let's go already! Everyone's waiting to see the Vow resolve in action!
Sorry, I have to go. Till next time.
Farewell, one of the best characters in the game. Fuck what the haters say, she is straight up one of the most well-realized characters in the entire game.
And thus do they take to the winds.
Which is what you can do when you
To
make an
follow
expansion based
their
around
own
following a
paths
one
and their hearts.
specific character.
As they should.
Into the mist. Wow, this thing is so cold it's actually frosted up some of the bits inside. I mean, it's time for the title! What's up, Barrett? There was a lot of messages in that cutscene. Sven, no shade, but I'd rather kill myself than live in Alexandria. I think he's implying that's how she ended up going to Charlian with him. I can't remember what the... I can't, that's not sure. Main complaint about Dawntrail is we completely sidelined Toral as a whole. I mean... Still, like, a bit over half of Dawntrail is, like, Toral. Well, I saw content got relegated side content to Coach Night City through people die when they're killed. The patches felt very flat for me until now. It's one of those. It's one of those things where it's just like you have a oh, when you mentioned popping out of a box mid-voyage, Toral is a place that, like, you know, you arrive in Toral after a Warrior of Light journey has already been done in Toral. All of the stuff that you would do in Toral in terms of, like, what you typically do in this game of arrive in a place and fix a bunch of problems. You arrive in Toral once all of that has already happened. Because that's Galujaja. And stuff like that. Here, look, my thing is, like, of base MSQ, a bit over half of it is about Toral. It works out to be like 3/5 is Toral, 2/5 is Alexandria. I'm fine with side content focusing more on Tyrol than MSQ, because Alexandria's fucked. You need a lot to deal with it. And again, I still don't think we've done enough to fix Alexandria. By the end of the story, Alexandria has taken its first step, not its final. So the fact that like this is like Alexandria's now wrapped up, it feels like Alexandria has just started the process of fixing its stuff. The side content, like having side content be the focus of Tyrol so you get to learn more about it and see more about it, I think would be fine. It's just the side content doesn't do enough of that. As Scribbles is saying here, the role quests abandoning Tyrol entirely is dumb. The fact that all of the role quests are about like people from various parts of Tyrol and the history of various people of Tyrol and like how their like tribes come together to like have like these ideas of the like, you know, the relics that they have and the powers that they have and stuff like that. The fact that none of that takes place in Tyrol is ridiculous. The Alliance raid is about Tyrol, but no, it's not. It's about Final Fantasy XI. So the fact that it has nothing to do with that. The side content that Tyrol, like, again, keeping side content for Tyrol would work well because the big main, because, you know, you can address, side content would be great for exploring little things or fixing little problems. Whereas the major big issues to fix is an MSQ thing, and that's Alexandria's thing. But then the side content doesn't do enough with Tyrol is the issue. You savage in a way that you can only be when you've known someone since you're both single-digit ages. The bond that Erenville and Muklama have is amazing. Thanks for curing us of the plague. That wasn't even related to the rest of the stuff that you did. Is Erenville's new outfit bespoke? I think it's a riff on the Crafted Gatherer set. With the way that its arms show, I don't recognize it. Yeah, even half the side content is miscellaneous. Yeah. Again, I'm fine with the idea of side content is where we explore more of Tyrol in, like, post-game. It just doesn't do a good job of it. It just doesn't do a good job of it. Or if you could start Allied Societies for 100 like some previous X-Packs did. Again, I think that's a case of like all of the society stuff being in Tyrol is a good thing. And I like what they're doing so far with that, because like some of them are a follow-up on what happened in the MSQ. For that, you know, something like, again, Mamuk has its things that it needs to address, but it's not like a big enough deal to be like a patch MSQ thing compared to how fucked Alexandria is. So that's what we're doing in the society quest, and it's great. I think the idea was probably to give notable side content to do in old zones, but still, I don't think we need that in Dawntrail. Endwalker was like a conclusion to all of the previous old zones. Like, the Endwalker role quests are there to give all of the old zones a send-off. That's the point of the Endwalker role quest, is Endwalker is the last hurrah for all of these places, for like everything that's come before. So everywhere that doesn't get touched in the MSQ, you get to do as Endwalker role quests. So the fact that Dawntrail role quest then just go back there is silly. Tyrol felt extremely shoved to the side. I feel like part of it is they don't know what to do with Tyrol. I feel like part of Tyrol being shoved to the side is they felt like they didn't know what to do with it. I almost wonder if it's just like, oh shit, we set up Tyrol as a place where all of the problems with it were fixed before you got here. We now don't know what to do with it for side content. So side content is, go to old places, Final Fantasy XI crossover, travel agency. It felt like they didn't, it feels like, again, I feel like this is the case for Dawntrail as a whole. Tyrol and Alexandria both suffer from a similar problem of, I feel like they did a really, really, really good job establishing Tyrol. They did a really, really good job of establishing Alexandria. They established Toral very well as a place that had its own Warrior of Light-esque person go through it and help it out. And now we're just like continuing on that era with our you know, new claimants for our new Dawn servants. Here's how positive a place can be when it's built up on all of, like, you know, the ideas of like how to make a place good that, you know, is stuff that we've explored in prior expansions. They set that up really well, and then they go to Alexandria and just be like, let's set up this fucked up society that shows like the horrors of imperialism and colonialism on the people around it, how those horrors then turn inwards and then become a dystopia where technology is supplementing culture and life and everything like that. And they set up Alexandria really well. Alexandria doesn't have as good of a payoff as it does because they set it up so fucked that by the time we're now finished with Alexandria, it doesn't feel like we've addressed all the problems Alexandria has. And Toral is just a case of, they made it too good when we got there, that it felt like they didn't know how to tell more stories about it when it came to the smaller side pieces that we have about it. I feel like Dawntrail overall has this problem of the setup that they do for the base MSQ and everything is really, really good. And when it's come to the patches, they've not been sure how to keep going with any of these ideas. I mean, this has kind of been my thought process for a lot of Dawntrail. Base Dawntrail is fucking amazing. Base Dawntrail is some of the best this game has to offer, I think. And the patches have been shaky. There's some really good stuff in the patches, but then there's a lot of stuff, even take something like, I mean, to be fair, it hasn't finished, because there's still a second half, but take Occult Crescent. Currently, what is the story of Occult Crescent? There's a spooky island. We took a boat to the spooky island. We're stuck on the spooky island. We found a tonberry. Some guy has turned Spooky Island into a replica zoo of a bunch of old civilizations. That's our entire story for Occult Crescent. Think about how much, I know obviously it's a bit different, but take how much story we had in the first zone for Bosnia. Of how much shit happened in Bosnia in just the first zone. So I'm not even counting Delabrum, I'm just counting up to the end of Castrum Lacus. And also, Bosnia was built up on something that had already been established in the lore before, so it had a base work for that. Because even Eureka's story while you're there is also not a lot is happening. It's like, oh, there was an Ascian, the Garloff and stuff sacrificed themselves to stop the Ascian and his big evil ball. But like, at least landing on Eureka is interesting because, again, Eureka is building up on something that was established beforehand in lore, and now we're exploring more of it, a la the disappearance of the Isle of Al and the students of Ardesia. We never heard about Shade's Triangle before any of this started, and then once we start learning about Shade's Triangle, it's just, it's an island, okay? It's like, not much. Again, patch Dawntrail, not just the MSQ patches themselves, but the stories of patch MSQ as well. It feels like they've not been sure what to do. Sometimes they nail it, Arcadion, but like, a setting was undercut by the expansion overall being a testing ground for fresh ideas and concepts, try new things, and take a break from the main fantasy setting. I absolutely agreed. Absolutely agreed. Even if you count all the pre-zone stuff with the bespoke solo duty and proto NPC trial, yeah, just the solo duty into Sid's memory has more story in it than the entirety of the South Horde. We've also barely touched half of each half of Toral. I mean, I've seen some people say that Toral should have been 2 expansions, but do you know how mad people would be if you had an expansion and it's here's your Yak Toral, and then they come out and here's your second expansion, it's Shock Toral? Do you imagine how mad people would have been? Base Dawntrail is on par with base Shadowbringers, and then the patches do fuck all with the setting of Alexandria, and it's out base DT retroactively to me. It's the Game of Thrones problem where you know what they're building up to sucks, so you never watch it again. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad, because the setting up of base Dawntrail at least sets up Zeralja and Eternal's Fiend very well. So it makes that ending of a story very satisfying. And again, it's about Wuklumart's journey going into Alexandria fighting Zeralja is her personal Heavenswood and Stormblood, and then taking on Sphene as her personal Shadowbringers. And it works very, very well in that regard. And may I briefly mention the triangle before we left Sharlayan? Oh yeah, it's one of the books, yeah. When you're reading about because you learn Ketanram's name. Back in Sharlayan as well in the library. You learn Ketanram's name there, and I think you learn about the Shades Triangle there. But, like, that's establishing the lore, like, a second before you get there. It's not like Isle of Val, where you learn about the Isle of Val in post-ARR, and it's post-Stormblood that you actually get there. Okay, what to call him Ketamine? Look at the map, I can see why the sea journey is difficult, going between Shades Triangle and the huge ocean. Crack running through the continent. Again, it's just like the Shades Triangle story should be like, there should be like some story to it. Again, it feels weird that it's just like post Endwalker was so fucking strong with its storytelling. Like post Endwalker put its entire pussy into most of the storytelling of everything. Hell, post Endwalker was so focused on storytelling, we had a separate yellow quest chain purely for Tataru, which served as an epilogue to multiple prior side stories like Sky Pirates and Whirlit. And post Endwalker was so focused on storytelling, you got a random quest chain to continue on with Alpha and Omega. Endwalker post storytelling was so strong on its focus that the funny haha island sanctuary go build your own island thing had a conclusion for Urianje's parents, Puddingway, and Euless. Like, every piece of side content in post Endwalker is so strongly focused on its storytelling above all else in some cases. Even like Pandemonium is more stuff with Themis. It gets its own it's a raid series with its own voiced cutscene for an epilogue for Themis. It like wraps up a theory of like La Habrea's Ultima with the Heart of Sabik, then tying it to the Evilist raids with Ultima the High Seraph. Like, so much of post Endwalker is so focused on its story, and it's so good for that. Post Endwalker is not great for gameplay, and I said that at the time. If you were someone who was playing post Endwalker on as it came out, boy howdy, you didn't have much to do. Not to the people were saying you ran out of content on the day of the patch release. And that's not quite true. But holy shit, you didn't have a ton to do. Because nearly all the content was bespoke and designed to be done once. Like, you know, the various variant dungeons. But holy shit, do they put so much focus on storytelling in post Endwalker. And it feels weird that, again, arguably 14's best strength is its storytelling. And it does feel weird that post Dawntrail, in terms of the MSQ itself, but also all of its side content, is kind of abandoning storytelling. It's not been much of a focus for much of it. Cosmic Exploration has a couple little pieces. Cosmic Exploration is about leaving Atheris and going to other stars. That should be a big deal. And it feels like even that has scant story to tell. Shade's Triangle is a whole new exploratory zone, and it feels like it again has scant story to tell, at least so far. But again, First Zone of Bosnia had a lot to tell. Again, the Alliance raid is just, what if the evil sidekick villain from the main story who you already saw die, what if he was back and he decided to try and port FF11 into the game? And that's about it. Like, you get some character story with that, at least. We get some character storytelling. Getting to see character moments with Prishay and Alshal is nice. But it's also, again, not a lot. I guess that's also the one area where Endwalker kind of didn't care about its storytelling, was its Alliance raids. Because Final Fantasy XIV has not cared about the story of its Alliance raids since 2017. Which is, I think, honestly, one of my biggest complaints about the game overall. Take Alliance raids seriously. But yeah, no, it is weird. It is weird. I came out of base Dawntrail just going, I don't think this expansion will beat Endwalker for me because of absolute personal bias. And also, it's fucking Endwalker. But this expansion can absolutely go toe-to-toe with Shadowbringers. Based on the base expansion. And then I get into the patches, and I'm just like, no. No. It's not a case of they're trying to aim as high as patches for Shadowbringers and they're just not reaching it. It feels like they've just not even tried to aim for it at all. Imagine how much power Roger could have actually had he made it into Alexandria. Yeah, he's just fucking around with, like, scant bits of Electrope that he found lying around. He didn't even, like, get all of the resources of the entire city of Alexandria. It's why I feel like I'm turning into the fucking Joker of realizing that for a lot of people they were just like, base Dawntrail's story is bad, but at least it got good in the patches. And I'm just like, the patches are where Dawntrail's story is starting to falter because it feels like they don't know what to do. Aimless is not the right word. It's not that it feels aimless. Because it does feel like MSQ-wise, we are going somewhere with it. Lacking ambition, I think, is the word I would use. Prior side content in this game, especially Endwalker, felt really ambitious in terms of how much story can we tell within every single piece of content. And I don't feel that from the patches of Dawntrail in MSQ or side content. If you got to Alexandria proper, Callus probably would have blasted him. I'm glad I got the chance to see him off. FQ would be glad too. For our many meetings and partings, we have few enough opportunities to properly say our farewells. Let's pleasant take the time for it. Though I delight in companionship, solo journeys too have their appeal, and travel by sea is relaxing. With Alistair and Alpha spreading word of Alexandria, we shall soon have the chance to establish relations with other nations. We must make ready to treat with their leaders. Now it is our turn to take the next step. The question is in what direction? And that is a matter I should like to discuss with you. Give me my Night Ward pieces. I'm collecting them. This is probably due to devs overcorrecting from fan backlash as usual. That's what worries me. That's the silent part that worries me. I'm worried that people reacted so poorly to the base MSQ of Dawntrail because it was actually too good. Again, I'm willing to trade Alexandra's ticking time bomb that is because of Electrope is baffling, really. I mean, the idea that it has advanced technology, it's like, you know, that's also Garlemald's. Once you stop the ambitions for it, it having a bunch of technology isn't like... again, it's just like, is Garlemald still a ticking time bomb because it has a bunch of Magitech sitting around? I mean, in some capacity, yeah, but like... We're also just trying to get Garlemald on the right footing to the, like, a right path. And that's what we're doing at Alexandria. But, like, the memory shit was the core issue of Alexandria, which we have now addressed. but it caused a bunch of other issues that we haven't addressed, i.e. soul usage and stuff like that. It's all being written out of the MSQ and side stories of 7.2, which is the earliest they could have rewritten things. Ultra also got to show the 9th arm and the unwillingness of the DT to treat it with the gravity it deserves is insane to me. Well, again, I think that's one of those things with 14 where it's just like 14 has made this explicit point before with Sid. Like, Sid's whole thing is quite literally freedom through technology. Like, the entire storyline with Sid is the technology itself is never the problem. It's how it's utilized and it's who's in control of it. So if we're extending Sid's story to Alexandria, Alexandria's control of Electrope isn't the issue. It's what it has done with it in the past and what it tried to do with it here. Again, is that the correct thing? Is that a good or like, is that a correct or a bad idea to like for it? I'm not saying anything in that regards. I'm just saying that 14 saying that the existence of Electrope in of itself is bad and that one nation has all of the Electrope ever, a substance that barely even exists in the source, if at all, outside of Alexandria. It's not it's not unusual for 14 to take the idea of as long as Alexandria is on the right path, it's okay. Because even on the 9th, was Electrope the problem? No, it was the imperialism in the war, which would have been stuff that was amplified by the Asians. Again, not saying whether that's like, you know, whether it makes sense or anything like that, like, is that the right way it should approach its story? But it is well within the bounds of what 14 has already established to continue going on that path. Through the Thunder, Carl has a proposal to make. If I may, I think I'm prudent to discuss our future plans elsewhere. We'll all would hinder the dock workers here if we linger. Not because people may overhear us, but because we're in the way of the working class. Perhaps the beach would be a more appropriate venue. The fact that the dome still exists is insane to me.
'Tis truly a beautiful place to roam.
The fact that the dome still exists is fucking insane.
An endless ocean and ever-changing sky.
It's almost like we should get rid of the dome over
First time
Alexandria.
I saw them, I couldn't believe my eyes. It was like I was walking among images from our oldest records. And beyond that horizon are more lands and more people. That one I still struggle to imagine.
Like, even the first got rid of the sky.
We ourselves hail from beyond that horizon, in fact. Rather, most of us do. I merely thought I did.
Carl, you've lived in Charlian for like most of your
right.
life.
I can only imagine how it must have felt to learn you're a native of our world.
The fact that I wasn't born in the land where I've spent most of my life has taken time to sink in. 'Twas not until I met my parents in living memory that the truth of my origin began to feel real.
Your experience is not unlike mine. When first I awoke, the realm everyone spoke of sounded nothing like my own. I had to walk its streets, live and breathe it, before I could accept and embrace my new reality.
And for me to embrace mine, I need to learn more about my people, the Milala. We should come upon more information in the course of studying the key, But as Shale's investigation of the containment complex is still ongoing, would you mind if we sought a different avenue of inquiry into the history of the Ninth?
I have no objection. What we learn will deepen our understanding
Surely
of the broader
somewhere
picture.
within the massive thing of Everkeep there'd be more
Agreed.
history on it, right?
My curiosity extends well beyond our duty to assess Ascian influence.
If it is knowledge of the Ninth's past you seek, I have an idea where to begin. Alexandria was originally part of a landmass known as the Mist Continent. This continent had been left in ruins in the wake of the storm surge, with Alexandria the sole nation to survive the devastation.
The calamity of lightning that ravaged the world.
Aye. Per the sources we recovered from the Underkeep, though the conflict between nations was destructive in its own right, 'twas Levin that dealt the final blow.
No place was spared its fury, and all was chaos in the castle town. We tried to evacuate the people in airships, Otis, the knights and I, but we couldn't save everyone.
When we went into the memories, yeah.
Those who survived gathered within the barrier, and we took in as many foreign refugees as we could.
Except those from Lindblom, because they caused her death.
Yet,
Well, I
despite
assume, is Lindblom
the
a different
dangerous
continent, I assume?
environment, our system showed that there were some few souls who ventured outside the barrier, into the lands beyond.
Beyond? But we thought that was impossible. I was under the impression the star was scoured of life, that man could not survive outside the barrier.
I kind of figured it would be like the Empty.
Going by the
on
records, the storm
first.
surge extended to every corner of the world.
I kind of figured anything
Nothing
past
and nowhere
Alexandria
was
would be like
spared.
the Empty, but lightning instead of
If
light.
anyone did survive out there, it would have been an unimaginable trial.
And yet, those people must have been going somewhere. What if there was a refuge? A place that weathered the storm surge and rebuilt over the intervening 4 centuries?
Given Alexandria's displacement to the source, we had neither cause nor opportunity to survey the remainder of the continent.
Are we just gonna go to the Ninth and just say,
Living
oh fuck it,
memory
let's actually
remains
just explore?
physically in the Ninth.
Yeah, we do have an access point
If
to
we
the
seek
Ninth.
a means of egress, other than the portal connecting it to Alexandria, perhaps it might lead us to the Mist Continent.
We'll just go to Living Memory and say, fuck it, let's actually just go to the Ninth. Been enough time, let's see if
was
it's
not
fine.
transported here despite being a top Everkeep. In which case, it may have been a physically independent
Again, it's
space all
notable in
along.
Living Memory that the skies are normal.
Meaning
storm surge
another
may
point of
have
egress
stopped.
could well exist.
And if it does, someone has to be maintaining it. The mechanical soldiers, for instance.
Shall we have a chat with them and see what they know?
I didn't really think about that. What if we just go to the Ninth and
It
just
would please
fucking
your
explore?
majesty.
Again,
Will you accompany us?
I kind of figured it would
If
be
we do
entirely
land upon the
empty,
Mist Continent,
like the Empty, but Levin
I would feel
instead.
much more assured with you at our side.
But the sky is normal there. I wouldn't miss it for 2 worlds. Yeah, Lindblom was another city-state. I just don't know
I
whether it
thought
was
as
on the
much.
same continent as Alexandria
Into
or
the
not.
great unknown we go, then.
Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. One brings lightning, one brings ice. Anyway, as Croft says, I'm saying in the current climate, having ruinous, environmentally destructive tech is morally neutral is a fucking weird stance. And maybe that's me taking the story in bad faith, but I have trouble viewing it any other way. Crofts, this also lines up with the fact that we're also in the expansion where we've found where they mine a shitload of ceruleum. And any negative consequences of the entirety of Shaloni just mines ceruleum has not once been brought up. The very obvious parallel to our world that ceruleum is, and the very obvious problems that parallel would have in our world just does not exist in 14. So, yeah. Yeah. I feel like this is one of the issues, and 14 has had this issue a couple of times. When things in-game, when parts of their world building start getting closer and closer to being more direct parallels with things in our world, the more issues arise. I guess some of my display for ceruleum extraction by Extra is textually calamitous and they refuse to treat it as such. The clouds covering Ilsabad aren't water, they're smoke. It's like a giant volcano in Ilsabad? What? Oh, fossil fuel smoke. Oh. That was a fracking joke. Ah. Right, because I forgot that they were mining ceruleum as well in Nilsabad. I forgot that's also what we saw. The ceruleum mining operations have assured us that ceruleum mining is perfectly fine. Again, this is one of those things where the closer that we get to real world parallels, the more that 14 story starts to get a bit... You ask questions and go, wait a minute, but what about? Because you draw a conclusion to the parallels that they're making. Which is why Dawntrail really is Stormblood too. No, not a lot is blue for an amazing reason. I don't have the tech itself is super harmful, but the previous status of it as unobtainium worth going to war over, as well as the desperate use of it means it probably isn't that big of a deal by itself, TBH. I mean, like, because the main thing with Electro... Canada's currently on fire. All of I cannot just turn off my brain off and enjoy the unobtainium story that kills you. That kills you. I mean, Electrope doesn't, like, the function, like, what Electrope does in this universe is turns lightning aether into any other kind of aether. That's what Electrope is. It's a converter. The mechanical soldiers won't hesitate to answer their queen. Let us hope they have useful information. Again, part of this issue comes from the fact that they wanted a story about the horrors of an imperialist nation with superior tech and the influences that has on the people they imperialize, but also how that turns inwards by stripping them of their own culture and everything that we see with Alexandria. But they do this in the same game where they have, look at our cool, pretty cyberpunk city. Have a look how cool and awesome the cyberpunk is. Come and hang out in our city with cafes and shopping malls. You can't just be like, let's just get rid of all the electrope while also telling that story. Again, a lot of Alexandria is the issue of wanting to have their cake and eat it too, of here's all of the horrors behind what causes all of this, but also look at what the horrors are creating. Aren't these cool and awesome? Which is what I felt like when I arrived in Solution 9 in base MSQ, and that feeling has never gone away. I suspend that feeling for how awesome Arcadion is, and that's about it. Electrope does not generate any sort of output with the external input. You gotta have a whole amount of electropes sit around and be literally useless if there's no lightning around. Yeah, again, it's a transformer. It's just a transformer is very useful in a world where, like, energy has very specific, like, sources and terms. Because normally, you either have to find a natural source of generating those different forms, or you use crystals. Turning something you have an abundance of into something else is not common in this universe, aka why ceruleum extraction exists in the first place. Electrope is just magic lightning rock that was Ascian creative moded into existence. Nations go on ham over did the actual destruction like Lindblum's lightning move. Do we know whether Ascians had a hand in creating Electrope or not? I don't think it's really intended to be read as a direct proxy for RL crude oil, but then it's a tad odd to go so hard as an anti-US theme, and then not mention black golds. It's also something there's direct evidence for. Yeah, because like, Electrope's existence, just, again, with the way that the reflections work, every reflection is naturally skewed towards some aspect of Aether, based on its proximity to the source. The one that was the closest, the first is the most aspected towards light, the 13th is most aspected towards dark because it's the furthest, and I assume just like as you go from more umbral to astral as you go around that determines like which of the reflections are more attuned to different things. The 9th being more attuned to lightning may have been what caused Electrope to start existing. It may have been Ascians who started doing that. We don't know. We don't know at this point. I don't think we know whether for sure or not they did, but one could certainly be suspicious that it didn't appear until after the lightning started ramping up. Did the storm surge... Well, again, like, do we know a timeline of, like, when the storm surge started compared to, like, Electrope's discovery? I think we discussed that, and they said they didn't say it, but, between it suddenly appearing and the consequences, if they weren't involved, we'll eat shoes. Yeah, the storm surge was the war for Electrope, yeah. Definitely seems like an Ascian repaired reflection waiting for a lightning-themed calamity. Oh, it absolutely 100% is. That is very, very much what it is. It's just the specific origins of Electrope as a substance. Like, does Electrope exist in the source, but in such minor, small amounts because there isn't a dearth of lightning-aspected Aether here? But I recall from Queen Eternal's Fiend's history of Alexandra's speech, she mentioned that the stormy season got longer and longer every year until it was year-round, and then Electrope started appearing. The lightning in the 9th did not manifest from thin air. Well, apparently it did. I love the overuse of it, not playing a pivotal part on tipping scales, the element scales is burying your head in the sands, and no one's doing that. No one's doing that. Crafts, I'm gonna have to ask you to back off. You're feeling extremely antagonistic towards people who are having a discussion. No one is disagreeing with what you're saying of Electrope played a part in tipping the scales. No one's disagreeing with you there, and you're coming across as very antagonistic towards us who are just like trying to discuss and like try to work out what the in-universe law is in terms of like when things happened. No one's disagreeing with you here. We're just not certain of just like Like the lightning starting in general seemed to be before Electrope was around, and then Electrope appeared, and then it got worse. I understand that you don't like it, Crofts, but I do not need antagonism towards people who don't dislike it as much as you. I won't stand for this. This is completely unnecessary. So this is all people, and then this is... Hey, look, Ceruleum! I think we were talking about. Storm Surge! It raged in the night some 450 years ago, engulfing, it brought the entire world to the brink of ruin. Yeah. Impetus for the Storm Surge was an anomalous shift in the star's aether, which saw lightning energy grow ever more abundant. This gave rise to a tumultuous rainy season that lengthened with each passing year, causing crops and livestock alike with the want of sunlight. As desperation drove people to search for a solution, a singular orb was discovered that appeared manifested as a result of apparently manifested as a result of the aetheric imbalance. Alexandrian understanding is that Electrope appeared because of the imbalance. Is this their understanding because it happened at the same time, or did Ascians help create Electrope? We don't know. But very much Electrope did not appear until after the lightning started. Which again, I assume is because the star itself, like the reflection itself, is naturally tipped more towards lightning than anything else. From what we understand of reflections, all of them are naturally tipped in scale towards one thing rather than the other, because they all have, because of their distance from the source. Yeah. Later dubbed Electrope, this ore had the ability to absorb and contain lightning, and by etching arcane circuits upon it, a technique derived from the knowledge of the Malala people, it could convert the sword energy into any of the other elements. This development, Electrope became miraculous material and found use in countless applications. Electrope would not have been useful without the Malala. Which we did know, but thinking about that in terms of Ascian involvement, the Malala only ended up in the 9th. Because of a different calamity that affected the source, but also because of Azim's key. With this development, Electrope could be a miraculous hero that found useless in countless applications. In those early days, however, Electrope was a scarce resource. Seeking to secure sufficient reserves, nations fought over the precious ore, with sporadic skirmishes inevitably escalating into open war. Predictably, Electrope 2 came to be employed on the battlefield. An act of madness, the nation of Lindblom deployed a doomsday weapon that devastated the star's aetheric balance, triggering a disaster to the equal of any umbral calamity. So it was that the Storm Surge, which had already claimed innumerable lives, came to its conclusion with no nation the victor. The kingdom of Alexandria alone barely escaped annihilation, and afterwards was flooded with refugees from nearby lands. So there is this. Most likely calamity device 5th umbral, yeah. Again, time is also different, so like, time lining up on source doesn't mean necessarily for that. In terms of like, oh well, 5th that calamity was this long ago, because, you know. Whether or not Ascians created Electrope wholesale, or whether it actually did manifest naturally, or if the Ascians just knew how to create conditions to make it manifest naturally, which is also very much that. At the very least, it's arguable that existence aided in the creation of a calamity. Well, honestly, it seems like I wouldn't be surprised if if the reflection was borderline, like, at the point of rejoining, before Electrope started. Electrope just, like, really pushed it. Because again, like, Lindblom's Doomsday device is the equivalent of Ardbert killing Metron and causing the flood, right? Like, that's the trigger. Because as we learned for these things, it needs to get close. Trigger event is what pushes it. Yeah, if they were already at the point of never-ending lightning hell, they were already in a bad way, yeah. It wasn't a real calamity since the shard didn't rejoin. And I assume that's just because there was nothing on the source at the time that was using that amount of electricity. Again, Sid minting the NFT in the Shadowbringers patches could have caused a calamity if Lindblom did their Doomsday weapon at the same time. So, you know, there is that. There is that. Which I did say at the time that I was worried about. But it's okay. They happened a couple hundred years apart, so it's fine. So it's fine. Because it's a similar thing to, well, both the 13th and the 1st. On the 13th, stuff was like using dark magic, or like using astral magic, and using like anything like related to that for their combating with the Contra Memoria and stuff like that. All of that was before the flood started, with Golbez killing the Watcher. So, and again, I'm pretty sure they described the 1st as already being pretty resplendent with light before Ardbert did his thing. So all of these reflections naturally scale towards somewhere. Ascians help tip tip events here and there to keep pushing it towards that. Ascian involvement causes to like make sure the trigger event happens at the right time. Though I have to wonder here, this sounds like the Ascians fucking up. Does this not sound like the Ascians fucking up again? Why didn't this cause an Umbral, why did this not cause an Umbral Calamity and a rejoining? Because it means that the source wasn't ready for this. My assumption, what Ascians may not have had anything to do with Lindblom's Doomsday weapon. Because it seems like that's too early, right? It could have been completely accidental. Yeah. Or maybe it's different coming from the other side. No, because them doing, them doing this, if Alexandria didn't survive, if Alexandria didn't find a way to survive, then the same thing would have happened to the 9th that happened to the 13th, of being completely overrun and borderline useless for rejoining. It would have gone too far and actually been too much for a rejoining. It's possible they weren't expecting a bunch of Malar to come over and jumpstart the lightning power. If that's the case, then it means that the Ascians didn't have a hand in Electrope. Because the Malala is what turns the ore into Electrope and made it useful. What's up, Timbit? I was just gonna say that. Well, the Ascians have their hand here, but it seems like they may have fucked up. Because again, the Ascians fucked up on the 1st. On the 1st, they had a plan of setting things up where they were in control of exactly when the flood triggered, though Ardbert threw that off. If they're not in direct control, Lindblom can control the triggering of the weapon to push things over the edge, yeah. But it's like, on the 1st, they also fucked up. Because they weren't able to, like, if Minfilia didn't go to the 1st to stop the flood of light, then the 1st would have ended up in the same position as the 13th. It would have become a light void. They had a plan. Again, they had the plan of Ardbert's going to trigger the calamity, and then immediately after Ardbert's going to trigger the flood. Immediately after Ardbert triggers the flood, send Ardbert to the source, get Ardbert to fight the Warrior of Light. That power of light absorbs in the 1st. That was their plan. Urianger stopped that from happening because he stopped us fighting. If Minfilia then didn't step in to stop the flood on the 1st would have just been fucked. The 1st would have just been fucked and kept it the way that it was. Because they were not ready for Black Rose by then. Because Black Rose only started like getting Black Rose wasn't ready to push until post Stormblood. Ascians have fucked up a number of times. They might know how to do stuff, but like Emmett said, this stuff is painstakingly hard to do, right? the fact that they got 7 calamities to happen in general seems to be a goddamn miracle. I mean, obviously the reflections that we can know about and go to, obviously these are cases of them fucking up. Because when they don't fuck up, the reflection no longer exists, right? Like, if the Ascians do their job properly and do a rejoining, we don't learn about what happens because the reflection's fucking gone. If the reflection is still there but being prepped, it means they fucked up. Something survivorship bias, yeah. It seems like every reflection we hear about is the Ascians fucking up. And it's because if they didn't fuck up, we don't know about it because the reflection's gone. For all I recall, the plan was to have Arbet killed Silver, well, was the original plan, which will remove the Shadowkeeper and brought just enough light to keep things on the edge until the Ascians were ready. When Arbet sped Silver him down Mitron and Logrif, the distraction removed way more darkness than the first and the Ascians were prepared for, yeah. And so that's why Elidibus had to hurry quick send Ardbert to go kill a bunch of primals on the source, so then bring the Warrior of Light to fight them, so then the Warrior of Light hopefully, like, tries to defeat the Warrior of Darkness with a light sword. Oh, that's the trigger event. But then that didn't happen either. And it's like, well, I guess it's now being flooded. Oh shit, some blonde girl's like stopping the flood with Heidelin powers. They did damage control for the Flood of Light, but weirdly not for the 9th. The 9th was way before our time, we don't know what they did. That's what I think, it's possible that because Alexandria survived in the dome, it's similar with the source, right? It's similar with the first. The first is, as they say, 90% gone. There is a pocket of 10% left called Norvrant. It's possible Alexandria was that for the 9th. That it's like, oh shit, this flood is happening. Oh, but if Alexandria survives, that's enough. As long as it's not completely taken over, even a small pocket existing is enough to keep it on the edge. That is possible. That is possible. Meanwhile, Lahabrea tried to start a light-based calamity with Thordan, and then he got eaten. Yeah. Yeah. They got shunned on the back burner because the fire calamity was lining up well. Do you mean Bahamut? Or one of the earlier ones? Because Bahamut's a darkness calamity. Bahamut is technically a darkness calamity. Yeah, Bahamut's technically counted as a calamity of dark. Yeah, it's dark. Yeah. Which means that it was it was a reflection that was like the void, but it didn't fuck up. But yeah, Bahamut technically counts as a darkness calamity. Well, they thought that was going to be no more after the first 6 because they'd done all 6 elements. But then Bahamut happened, but Bahamut's darkness. You can see when they show the PowerPoint presentation. Darkness would make sense. Well, because that's what Elidibus says. That's what Elidibus says in the wake of the 7th Umbral Calamity. The source was almost too close to going into its own flood of darkness. That's what Elidibus says about the source. After the 7th Umbral Calamity, Bahamut's darkness calamity was so intense that it almost pushed the source to having a flood of darkness. And then yeah, light would be a way to like try to help balance that. Yeah, and time dilation, yeah, like the storm surge happened 450 years ago. How long ago is that on the source? We don't know, is the thing. Like, it's possible that everything, like, think about it this way. The small amount of time that we see the dome, like, between seeing the dome appear over Yasalani and an airship coming out of it, think about how many seconds that is. That's 30 years in the dome. Dome appears, airship come out of it, is maybe a minute that from our perspective. It's 30 years inside the dome. It's possible that the 9th was being prepped after, like, the 1st was doing things. Like, It's possible that the ninth wasn't being prepped for this shit until very recently. Or it could have been multiple calamities ago with time dilation. We don't know. Anyways, lore. There's also a lot of ASEAN teams out there across all of them. Well, they also kind of say that the ASEANs kind of work independently. They also do make a point of the ASEANs don't really like plan together unless they're like a specific duo like Metron and Logrif or Igiyom and La Habrea. They don't really do plans. Do we need a lore rain to match food rain? I haven't had a chance to do one of these in 14 for a while. We got to Endwalker and most of the answers were like either we're waiting for things to happen or we've already discussed it all. Since Endwalker, I've not really had a chance to like do a deep lore rant. Once conditions deteriorate past a certain point, an environment becomes anathema to life. Yeah, man is a resilient creature. There's a way to survive. He will surely find it. Second quest. It's only been nearly 2 hours. Outside of Alexandria, our knowledge of the ninth is limited to the storm surge and the passing minutes of limbo. That being the case, a foray across the mist continent would be an invaluable opportunity for discovery. Between the ASEANs, the Kingdom of Lala, there's much to be learned. Sure, we can turn up a clue to one mystery or another. Gabriella is complaining about being a shard ASEAN before we even knew what reflections were. True. Now that's settled, I'd best be off. I still need to check for description errors periodically, so I can only be a step away for so long. With luck, we have plenty to share next time we meet. Until then. We also see a big cancel on ARR, which is like, good job, team. See you again after the next one. That's the only time we've seen more than 2 in one place. Yeah. I mean, we were killing Emmett Selk on the first. We were actually murdering the shit out of him. And Elidibus just heard about it afterwards and went, okay, fine, I guess I'll do something. Well, the rest of us make ready for potential foray and meet Leonard Memo. Leonard Nimoy. You killed their bosses, and now what? Because I have seen the idea of just like, oh my god, we're going back to ASEANs. Why are we going back to ASEANs? And it's just like, when did ASEANs stop? We literally killed all of the Unsundered in Shadowbringers, and the very next expansion was about another ASEAN. And there's also a lot of them left on the table. Also, like, the moment that another reflection was brought up, yeah, of course ASEANs are going to come up. The existence of the reflections is, like, you know, their whole reason for existing. There's also a positive for the Kingdom Hearts room after we killed Navrialis there. Hey everyone. What's up? What's up? I've got a bed over here. Yo! Yo! You found him! You found him! Yo! Yo! You found him! Came running towards me as soon as we locked eyes. Aww! You found him! What she realizes I'm not his old master, but he seems happy, so who am I to object? Aww. Aww. Pets. So you take both kids in honor of the old me. Aww. Aww. Aww, sacred. Spark, I know I've mentioned it before. You've brought a lot extra to Dawntrail, and I'm so fucking appreciative of it. So, like, what you added to Dawntrail, especially Living Memory, right? Because, just think about it from, like, a Warrior of Light's perspective. As you go through Living Memory, all of the other characters who, like, come with you on the journey to Living Memory, they have someone here, right? Like, Wuklamart runs into Namika, Kral runs into her parents, Aranville runs into his mom. It's only Graha who doesn't, like, you know, have someone here. And stuff like that. But you do get that speech with Graha in terms of Graha's been in this kind of situation before. as a result of him, you know, being the Crystal Exarch. It's like, he doesn't have a specific connection here, but he reflects on, you know, he reflects on the feelings that Queen's Fiend must be going through and how, you know, he's been in this kind of situation before, and like, what would he do if this was him in that situation? There's not much connection for living memory for the Warrior of Light here. It would be like my one criticism about living memory, is that the Warrior of Light doesn't really have their own connection to what's happening here. But again, it's Wuklamut's story. This is her Shadowbringers, so it's not that big of a criticism. But what you did is add that. What you did was add that for me. Minifist had that moment here that, like, all of the other, like, that most of the other characters got to have during this moment of reflecting on someone who they lost and stuff like that, and getting that chance to say that final farewell. You gave that to Minifist. Again, as I mentioned during other moments of you doing stuff like this is part of the beauty of, like, an MMO. This is the type of storytelling like is kind of like, you know, what this genre is made of. And it's awesome. Imagine that happened to the Shaloni gun dude. What's up? Oh, you do have stuffies on the bed. I can produce mind-boggling effects. Oh, is this your 3 lines? Oh, it's your 3 lines, so you got the stuffies on the bed. Yo. Yeah, Scribbles actually showed us in Discord getting 3 lines on Wondrous Tales. There's your stuffy bed reward for it. Hell yeah. Like, again, I don't need the Warrior of Light to have, like, a big emotional arc throughout Dawntrail, because, again, our emotional arc is the fact that we're the ones helping Wuklamut with her journey that reflects ours and stuff like that. I do find it a little odd that they didn't, like, have some character die that the Warrior of Light then meets inside of here. I'm surprised they didn't do that. It may have just been a case of, well, you're taking up so much time with all the other characters doing that here that we don't want to have one of those for the Warrior of Light or anything like that. But I'm surprised they didn't do that. Sphere has found us a suitable source of information, sparing you that duty for once. Now my mind knows better. I feel uncomfortable around these mechanical soldiers. The atmosphere is certainly less grim than when I last visited. What the? This is driving cars around here. His cloak has made itself available to answer our questions. Yeah. Oh, I guess, yeah. Yeah, no, they for that, yeah. Because Otis is also, like, Wuklamut as well. Yeah, I guess, yeah, Otis? Otis is the closest one for us. But even then, that's more of a Wuklamut thing because it's via Otis that she's connected to Galulja, which is how she's connected to her father and her brother as well. So yeah, I guess Otis would be our closest one for that. But even then, Wuklamut more so takes that one anyways. Cloak PX0093. If one wishes to send to the service from here, how would they typically do so? Living memory is currently detached from Everkeep and is operating independently while supported by its aero suspension systems. Thus, both lift and lane node-based transit is currently unavailable. I apologize for the inconvenience. Despite its ability to remain aloft, perhaps living memory was never intended to function in this state indefinitely. If so, hopefully it doesn't fucking collapse down one day. If so, we're out of luck. Wuklamut also had Namika earlier, so having 2 is not unheard of. True. Not necessarily. If send lane nodes were likely the preferred mode of transportation, but that does not preclude the existence of others. In the event of an emergency, how would we evacuate this facility? Got it. Our characters are trying to talk to ChatGPT to try and get it to tell them the information that they want to try and get around the guidelines. And also, just like talking to ChatGPT in real life, it's really easy to break it. Consulting emergency systems. Living Memory's airship remains prepared to deploy should evacuation be necessary. Would Your Majesty like to appropriate it? There it is. There it is. We did see the airships in Alexandria dungeon. An airship, yeah, because it's the one it's probably the one that Scene was riding around in there. Is what calling any customer service line is like now. So fucking depressingly true. I have seen people say that it's just like, well, I really appreciate Dawntrail for its commentary on the current implementation of AI in the world. And I'm just like, when this was written, this was an accident. It's good. It's good. Like, well done. It's a shockingly, like, Living Memory is a shockingly prescient bit of writing for how AI is used in our world now. But with when it was written, there's no way it was intentional. The timing doesn't work out. The light is escaping into my room again. Stop it. Stop it. I just made it worse, didn't I? No, I fixed it. No, I didn't. I'll just sit here so you can't see it. An airship. Yes, please. As soon as possible. With Your Majesty's authorization, the vessel can be ready for launch without delay. Allow me a moment to execute the bypass protocols. We're just gonna explore the fucking ninth. We're just gonna explore the fucking ninth. As I thought. Now to wait just below, I wonder. Though I'm nervous about what we might find below, I am glad we found the means to get there. As Queen, I must bear witness to the truth, however terrible. Again, I presume the storm surge has ended. Primarily because look at the sky. Right? Presumably, or at least it's calmed down. Maybe the ground still has a bit going in it. Electricity does get grounded and go into the ground. Never occurred to me there might be an airship here. How fortuitous. Did you not run the Alexandria dungeon? No, because I didn't do it on trust. With an airship, a large number of Alexandrians can be evacuated at once. Not the size of the... Did you not run the Alexandria dungeon? That airship can hold, like... That's a 4-person mount. What are you talking about? Safety has been successfully completed. Set in the Gate of Remembrance's initial destination. Vessel is en route. There we go. It is the one from the dungeon. Is that my ship? It was purpose-built for Living Memory. However, it was modeled after the vessel Your Majesty used during the Storm Surge era. So yeah, it's the same design at least, yeah. A replica. Still, it does me good to see it. Does that be the one in the park? I'll deploy the gangway for boarding. This way, please. God, remember the Alexandria dungeon? Could be like 20 people at most for mass evacuations. In order to reach surface, I must pass through the storm clouds. I advise you. Oh, this is just so high up that the storm surge doesn't. Okay. Living Memory is just so high in the sky that the storm clouds generate beneath it. Okay. Huge thermal balloon does not seem ideal for evacuation. I assume it's not actually helium. I assume it's one of those things like, you know, in the mid stages that we saw of Alexandria in the dungeon, of just like, they're using electro technology, but they want to keep the aesthetics in line with Alexandria. Something that was abandoned by the time we get to Solution Mode. The Everkeep trial area was above the dome. That is true, yeah. It's not helium, it's methane. Perfectly safe. Okay, yeah, so the storm surge is still very much happening down here. It's just the storm clouds are much lower. It's still actively very much going on. So how the fuck do we fix this? How do we shift this balance to stop this from happening? How do we restore the 9th the way that, like, the gay lesbians are trying to restore the other one? Oh my god, this works. Need to get Thunder Help from Garuda Town. Maybe do 60 fates. We need the gay lesbians to come here. First we need to find a giant robot ship thing. We need to turn a person who turned into an airship. We transfer opposite elements. We have, oh yeah, true. One of them is on screen right now. Well, what I'll say is, give me it's reacting. Though not to the extent of the 13th. The etheric imbalance here is severe indeed. So just being on the ground here is enough to, like, slowly push you that way. Which is, I presume, how people were getting a lot of the Levin sickness. Who do we turn into the sheep this time, Graal? It does start to impress upon one the marvel of the barrier. The lightning and heritage found is tame by comparison. But also, it's no longer in this. Get rid of the fucking dome. I still don't know why we haven't got... the dome still being around Alexandria on the source is what gets me. Why have we not gotten rid of that dome? Because also, any issues that Craft brings up of Electrope is very powerful weapon, what if Alexandria just uses it for a weapon? Or someone else tries to take that much Electrope for their own weapon? If you get rid of the dome, that much lightning no longer exists. The power of Electrope drops off massively. If only killed Necron a few more times. Honest skills prevent you from getting struck by lightning. They probably don't prevent you from being struck by lightning, but they would hopefully prevent your soul from being turned into lightning once you do get struck. Your body's probably still fucked, though. Your corporeal aether is probably still fucked. A land where 11 reigns. So how do we safely traverse? How do we safely traverse so we don't get shocked? The warning cell is surely a godsend for those of us without the blessing of light. Remind me to send my profuse thanks to Vitra and the Harnish Alchemist once more. Alexandria tries to give up their toasters. Maybe they don't need literally every single surface of Solution 9 to be made of Electrum. Which again, one of my issues with Solution 9 is how big they try to make it look inside of Solution 9. Saying Solution 9 will now have to run on less electricity because the dome doesn't exist would be significantly more believable if when you existed in Solution 9, it didn't look like a city that existed for miles upon miles upon miles. Again, I think a Solution 9 should have looked like a small sealed off section with, or like, it should have been like Labyrinthos, where you can see the artificial walling that it has, and it's this small secluded section for like living and stuff like that. Being in Solution 9 and the fact that you look into the horizon and see stuff for miles doesn't make sense from what you see from outside of Everkeep. 2, makes it really hard to say it will now run on electricity because the dome is gone. It should have been Labyrinthos. The existing map works without the existing skybox, absolutely. Which I have that issue with, like for Living Memory, it's fine, because Living Memory is on the 9th. So all of the city that you see past Living Memory is all of Alexandria that was still left behind here. Just Everkeep went to, just Everkeep and the things underneath Everkeep went to the source. The rest of Alexandria and all of its buildings stayed here. So seeing all of that past living memory, that I'm fine with. Being inside Solution 9, it looks way too big for what it is. And making it a smaller looking thing inside, you could have then resolved the thing of, we'll get rid of the dome that's killing people, which means you won't need the regulators because you won't be struck by random lightning. But it means that you need to run on less electricity. Electrope is now no longer as powerful as it once was. You no longer have the hypertech that you existed on. It's okay, Solution 9 can run on that. Solution 9 can be our one little refuge of that kind of stuff. And that will run on that. And then outside Solution 9, we'll use, like... Again, it would have also fixed that. It would have also fixed that. Let's go in the mount menu and bring out the Eden car. Kyle can drive, right? Sadly, I never grinded for that one. Oh yeah, also the massive crater, by the way. The state of Affliction's Aether is more dire than we anticipated. Should be surprised the Ascians had no hands in the war for this. That crater was once Alexandria. I mean, like, yeah, this is what got teleported. This is what got teleported to... but again, also this. Like, that's pretty big, right? I could see this being Heritage Found. Because not even all of Heritage Found is Alexandria. Half of Heritage Found is Alexandria, half of it's Yasalani, right? Ever keep in the distance? This covers, like, the half of the map that's Alexandria. I can see that. The scale may not be exact, but, you know, I can kind of see it. Does that other side of the rock face, though, look... That looks closer than how big Solution 9 looks as a whole inside of Solution 9. I can see that rock over there and just be like, yeah, that's a big gap. That's maybe a couple kilometers. I can see it, though, pretty clearly. And it's not that far away that it's, like, microscopic on the horizons. Inside of Solution 9 looks bigger than this hole. So many of the issues that we have with Dawntrail and how they handled Alexandria could have been solved by Solution 9 being nowhere near as big as it is, or possibly not even being the second city. Sobering sight, to say the least. But I shan't turn back now that we've come this far. Beyond the mountains, despite the ominous landscape and persistent echoes of thunder, Krell's determined to press on. Maybe the dome will run out of lightning. I hope it does one day, because, again, like, the use of regulators is so they don't suddenly die. So they come back if, like, tragedy strikes. Here I can understand that. Under the dome, I get that. But they don't need the dome. Like, the dome was originally to protect them. The dome only exists in Alexandria now to keep the electrope running. So the only reason that you want regulators to avoid sudden death and use the soul system the way that you do currently in Alexandria is to survive the dome. The dome only exists to power Alexandria. This is why Alexandria feels like it's on the first step of fixing its problems and not that it's finished. Because again, the memory shit was them not willing to confront the reality of the world. And which with 14 storytelling, that's the core issue, you need to remove that. So being able to face the core reality of the world, they can now adjust that Alexandria can't exist the way that it does, because Alexandria existing the way that it does, like with its hypertech, is the thing that's killing them because of the dome existing and it causing the lightning strikes that then has them use the regulators. This would also mean it lines up with, like, modern stuff of just, like, the reliance on hypertech is the thing that is killing you. You need to abandon this abundance of tech to save yourselves, because you can get rid of the dome, scale back what your life is, and now no longer need the regulators. It's why Alexandria's storyline doesn't feel finished. Is there an entry on the dome? Because I'm wondering if they're making the dome just a consequence of being shifted over, because I know it said that Alexandria took a while to break through it even. Well, they made the dome originally to shield themselves from the lightning surge, from the storm surge. I presume because of the existence of the dome, when the partial rejoining happened, it kind of prevented it from fully, like, it took a while for the rejoining to fully take place because of the dome's existence, I would assume. But now it's like, you can just go in and out of the dome through Vanguard. You can take an elevator up to Everkeep and you just appear at the top. Oh, again, I presume, like, Alexandria was the ones who built the dome. They built the dome to shield them from the storm surge and made the dome repurposed into striking the barrier, like the lightning pillars inside of the dome to power their city. They turned the calamity outside of them, shielded themselves from it, and let little parts go in directed to save themselves, to like power themselves. They made it, and Zoraldo wanted to get through it, and with how that dude is, I think he would just turned it off himself if he could. Well, no, because again, they did. The reason it took them a while to break through in the first place is because it was still rejoining, I presume. I presume them going through it to begin with. Again, there's a period where the dome appears in Yassilani. 30 years pass. Those 30 years passing implies it's still operating on 9th time, which is dilated compared to, well, not dilated, concentrated compared to the source. So dome appears over Yassilani. Even Yassilani accelerates in time, implying that it's running on the time frame of this. Once it fully rejoins, time is now synced. Time is now synced between source and Yassilani, which implies that the rejoining is now finished. I presume once that rejoining is finished is what allowed the ships to get out of it. And also, Zoralja wouldn't turn off the dome because the dome is what's generating more lightning, which is powering his army. Again, that's my thing now. The only reason that, like, the dome existing over Alexandria now is to power Everkeep. Scale back the hypertech that you have, turn off the dome, live with less electrope powering your lives. You don't need electrope to be literally every surface of your world. Do a thing with Solution 9 where it's like a little bit like Living Memory, where after the dome disappears, the floors turn into just the grey rock because they're no longer projecting images because Solution 9's running on electricity. You can still have some level of color there, but you can do something like that. And also, yeah, how much Calyx is doing this. But again, Calyx is gone now, just don't fucking know. In a way, the source and 9th are now always synced because of the gate would be the 1st and 13th be synced due to energy transfer. Is that what causes them to be synced? I don't know if we're certain of that. It could be. I know when we first go to the 9th, there's a worry that the time's going to be dilated. Because when you first go to Living Memory, the other Scions who don't go with you are worried of just like, what if while you're there for one of us, like shitloads of years pass and stuff like that. But then you go there and it has synced up. Has it synced up because of the connection? Maybe. It's possible. I don't know. Maybe it could be that's why the 1st is now, like, because the 1st has a connection to there. Maybe. Wouldn't the 1st and 13th constantly be linked because of the ever-present opening of ethereal tears in ARR and Heavensward? Also possible. Again, I don't think that's something that we... That's stuff that we can theorize on. I don't know if there's any guarantee. Since the dome was unsynced till Vanguard was finished, I assumed the same was for the 9th. Well, I assume that... My assumption is that everything in Alexandria now is synced because it's just in the source. nothing in Alexandria, like, nothing in the Dome past Vanguard in there is, like, on the 9th anymore. It's just in the source. So it syncs because it's just in the source now. Whereas when the Dome first appeared, it was there, but it was also in the 9th. Again, from my understanding, the reflections are technically overlapping. They exist within, like, they're on just different ethereal planes, but they are overlapping. So something can be, like, dipping its toe into one, but still in the other. But again, does a connection between them cause it to guarantee to be synced up? I have no idea. It's one of those things where it's just like every time we go somewhere else, it's going to be synced. Otherwise, the gameplay doesn't work, which invariably says, wait a minute, does that mean if they're connected, then they're synced up? They're synced up because gameplay-wise, it has to be. But then that also just happens to mean, wait a minute, if they're connected, it means they sync up. So, that's one of those, like, lore because of gameplay reasons, maybe. There are no structures, nor any other sign of survivors that I can see. I heard the crater made this area unsuitable for habitation due to the increased rates of flooding. Then we should look further afield. In which direction do you think we might find a settlement? If we're at the edge of Alexandrian territory now, the closest city would be Traino, should it survive. As a city-state built on a harbour, it was an nexus of trade, and it remains neutral throughout the war. We Alexandrians always felt fortunate to have it in our neighbourhood, so to speak. Not unlike our Radz at Harm. Oh yes, I've not spoken of Radz at Harm before. It's near the South Sea Isles, the Malala homeland, correct? Funny enough, there was also a trainer where the Malala first found a home in our worlds. Truly. Yes, and though the Malala population elsewhere grew, most continue to feel a strong connection to the city. I'd like to think that some remain there to this day. Fun fact, Traino means train. Traino, Nevada. Cloak PX0093. It's just ship cable taking us to Traino. I was trying a flight simulation for the route to Traino. One moment. Simulation complete. There is a near 100% probability that the ship would suffer catastrophic mechanical failure prior to arrival due to ambient landing. My apologies. Oh. Well, thank you for checking. If we cannot fly, then we shall have to walk. Traino lies beyond the mountains, but there should be rats that spare us something to climb. That cave system, for instance. Assuming it hasn't collapsed. Let's try there first. Good idea. Let's go inside so we don't get struck by errant lightning. I like this plan. Let's go where it's less likely for lightning to just strike us. This is a good plan. Of late, so much of my time hunched over reports. Over strike across the wasteland should make for a refreshing change of pace. Even though I am seeking discoveries, the prospect of walking in circles for days on end does not appeal. We are fortunate to have Sven. The place where my people first arrived, and I shall soon see it in person. This tunnel appears intact. Though we have no way of knowing what it's like further in. Why don't you stay alert for beasts as well? Given the barren surrounds, there's surely dungeon. Dungeon! Oh, it's just called Mistwake. It's just called Mistwake. Here's me going, I can't wait until we get to the Mistwake dungeon because I want some of the gear from the Mistwake dungeon. And then it's just fucking called Mistwake. I speak so commonly in Malala's connection to Trainer because my tutor, Tulpad, hailed from the city. Another reason to hope it has survived. Who won't give? Me, I do. I am anxious and overall equal measure. There's a strange feeling. I'll need to refill my drink before I go in there. This doesn't hold that much liquid despite its size, and I've gone for like 2 hours without any more drink. I can feel my throat going. Whatever lies ahead shall give us more insight into the states of the night. Like, this was like half of a 250ml thing of Red Bull, and then iced tea. Like, it doesn't hold much at all. I can guarantee you'll get gear, because I'll pass on all of it. Healing boots, like, there's pretty gear here, and I'd like to get a lot of it just for possible future claims. The one piece of gear that I know that I want here is healing boots, specifically. I only need 2 items, but can be tanky. Should be a little reason for anyone to pass this way since I don't do displacement. Let's play loose rocks, so the worst we must contend with. Yeah. We're our Tural adventure's done. No. We're finished our Tural adventure, so I'm back to my Minor Fist is in between adventures, and we're in a casual gunbreaker glam. I will switch back to Viper whenever we do Tural adventure stuff like side quests or alliance raid, but this is in between adventures casual Minor Fist now. Back to gunbreaker, like we had in Endwalker, where Endwalker was like casual gunbreaker until we go to the void. I'm going to fill up a drink though, because I desperately need to do that. My throat is getting sore from all this. We've done so much lore talking. It's an MSQ day, but I've been speaking so much because of lore and world building. It hurt the throat. Sadly, this throat goat cannot throat so much goat anymore. What? Can you even hear me when I talk like this? I'm like on the other side of my room. I'm like behind bookshelves. I'm at my fridge pouring a drink. I don't know if you can hear that. Doing another peach Red Bull mixture because they taste more Red Bull than iced tea. A mixture of that. We'll also pour them both at once, so they mix them. There we go. Complicated. I can kind of hear an echo. Much better. Much better. So I would say for this mixture, to be fair, the Aldi iced tea is a relatively strong peach flavor for its iced tea, compared to other brands I can buy here, like Lipton and Nestle and stuff like that. If you want to do this, I would suggest 2/3 Red Bull, 1/3 iced tea. And also pour them at the same time. Also pour it at the same time, or stir it afterwards. But it is really nice. It is really nice. Wah-ba-ba. It took me so long to get all the gear from here, so many runs I am missing the maiming pants, and that's it. I've seen them drop once. Retainer just bought me one of the last 2 items I need from Miss Lake. That, hell yeah, Retainers. I've got some gear from here, but not much. I have some from here, but not a ton. Alright, so I know Averil is desperate for stuff here. But Averil is doing a cutscene. Well, I can't invite Averil, so Averil's just gonna have to miss the dungeon. Oh yeah, Kazuma Kiryu's online. Let's go. Look, it's Kazuma Kiryu. In the Tojo clan. Hell yeah. Artesia needs some gear here. Who else said they needed some bits here? I'm on the friend list like, oh yeah, because you can't just, normally people just stand next to me here, but yeah. I'll send you a tell. There we go. Let me just delete that. Upgrading island cabin? Oh. Timbit. This last upgrade is us. Oh, for the island stuff? Yeah, it looks like way too... It no longer looks like an island sanctuary. Timbit, is this Vilton? I can't remember if Timbit or Pirate is Vilton. I can't remember if Vilton is pirate or Timbit. Vilton's pirate. So I don't have to... oh, you're not online. Oh, okay. Well, then do we bring... Just lamenting my pain? Ah, okay. Then... So, Pirate, do you want anything from this dungeon? I don't think I've seen Scribbles say anything from here specifically. We can all fight over it. If you leave the area, you can get me. I'm gonna need it from up for it. Sorry, let me just quickly fly back. Let me just quickly fly back. Princess Danica? Princess Diana's in the car! She's going into the tunnel! Oh no! Oh no. There we go. Nice and sunny out here. That's alright. Fortunately, too soon. Fortunately, because we know how patches work nowadays, there will be a trial at some point today that everyone else can join in. This feels early for a dungeon for a patch. Although I guess actually now that I think about it, not really. Patch dungeons are usually very early in the patch, unless it's like big dramatic finale story like 7.3 was, where it's near the end there. Gotta do mine stuff, yes. There we go. The gear from this is really pretty, but it doesn't work with anything I've been making. That's kind of my thing, is like a lot of it looks really awesome, but I'm not going to use a lot of it for things just because it doesn't really fit the aesthetic. But the healing boots specifically are absolutely what I want. It's actually, the healing boots from this dungeon are the last piece of, pardon me, it's the last bit of gear that I need to completely finish, all of my, like, primary glams for every job. If I get healing boots from this, then my main glam for every job is finished. And that makes it very, well, every combat job, not crafting and gathering, because I've not worked out glams for those yet. But for every combat job, it means all of those are finished once I get these healing boots. Beneath the night's roiling skies lies the Mist Continent, once home to the kingdom of Alexandria and her fellow nations. The nearest of these, according to Sphene, was the city-state of Traino. It is toward that potential bastion of civilization that you and your companions now forge a path through the storm. Back to me tanking and Artesia healing dynamic. Been a while since I've had that. I was tanked for the last dungeon because I went Gunbreaker, but I don't think Artesia was healing. I think someone else joined for healing for that one. The Mist Continent, Mistwake. FF9 battle music? Oh, of course. Of course. Yo, God, we all look stylish. God, we all look so stylish. God, we look badass. Love how the cutscene is the FF9 random battle cutscene. Oh, like shows off the animals in that way. That's fun. One day I'll play other Final Fantasy games that aren't 7 and 14. One day it'll happen. There's gotta be more enemies somewhere, right? They're just flopping out of the skies. They're just flopping out of the skies now. So excited for Evercalls when I get a continuation on Double Down. Called Triple Down. So excited for it. Gonna be so stoked. Wrong. I reorganized my hotbar. So my raid-wide mitigation is in the same spot in all of my tank jobs. But I keep forgetting that I moved it on Gunbreaker. Does the name of this part seem familiar? I mean, Mistwake's literally just the name of the gear. I really thought we were gonna go that way. It's playing World of Final Fantasy or the City. That's like playing many FFs. To be fair, playing 14's like playing many FFs too. Nothing bigger these pools are. Electro Mine. Is that a giant drill at the end? Jesus. Is that like one of those giant boring drills? Oh my god. Where's my sprint? There's sprint. Attack! Attack! Arrgh. Multiple downs! Bam! Explosions! Get them all! Arrgh. Not used to having to use more mitigation straight before. Maybe I should use my 25-second cooldown earlier so I can see if I can get 3 uses of it in a pull and not 2. Catobal Pass! This Catobal Pass looks a lot angrier than other Catobal Passes that we know. I like it. Earthquake! Oh, it quakes the earth! Ramu! Ramu! That one scorpion from the burn! Boom. You destroyed more of it. Oh no. You made me delay my burst. You will die. Friendly reminder, online AoEs, the person closest to the boss is the person who takes the most damage. Stab. Thank God for max melee range. Yeah. So could you just like guarantee a wipe on this if you just like get these last few rocks destroyed by just getting them shot with your targeted lightnings? Whoa! Miss playing Gunbreaker. I mean, I was playing Gunbreaker in the last MSQ as well. But I miss playing Gunbreaker. I love Gunbreaker so much. And by that I mean I just know it well. I know it well at this point. I'm not gonna bother meaning that. So I don't need to. I was gonna choose not to respect it. Don't point out how I just overcapped my fucking these things. The Gnashing Fang number. Greed! Greed! Greed. You gotta greed it. You gotta greed it. Look how sexy this gear is. Look how good it looks. God damn. Again, that's not Minifest aesthetic at all, but fucking god damn. Is this the one that you wanted? You can fuck up all the rocks break. I mean, yeah. If that's the one that you wanted, I'll pass you. You got it! I want this in the striking one. Okay. There's a striking hood. Does this let you... No. How did this do around J Loot manage to loot this place back at Shadowbringers? I only need defending boots, passing, and everything else. Okay. Again, healing boots for me, so seems like we all want different things, which is nice. Oh! It wasn't only Alexandria who erected a dome. There's grass out here. Erected. The dome has some signs of weakening. It seems like it's got some light, like little breaks, but lightning grass. Huh. There's a little bird thing here. I'm gonna guess this is a 9 reference. That something like this bird thing is a 9 reference. Maybe this is like a famous little spot that you can look at in 9 and it's got a little bird thing there. But I don't recognize something in 14, I just go, it's probably from another game. Especially Dawntrail, I just go, it's probably from 9. Despite those warnings, the ones that was going off, this place is significantly less fucked than the empty. Yeah, it's nowhere near as bad as the empty. I mean, like, the empty is very explicitly, we need to leave there. Every now and then because it's too much to stay there. Just assume stuff as a reference. Whee! 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 Woo! Nice jump. Living Memory Shared Fates done. I still haven't finished my Shared Fates. I'm so behind on it. I gotta do it. I'm wearing wooden shoes! Good, it means they won't be attracting the lightning. Zemzalets! Mistwake Zemzalets! Mistwake rock. What are the birds called? Zemzalets! Like classic FF enemy. Cool. What are the what's the big rock enemy called? Rock. Oh, just a rock? It's a rock. My disintegrated wedges. Oh, Jesus. Like a big boy. I kind of wish I could divide my bar of buffs between mitigations and like attack buffs. Because trying to look at my bar and just be like, how much time do I have left on my mitigations? When everyone's activating their burst and I've got like 14 things up there, I could be like, wait, where the fuck's my minute? Dome France. How like all of Paros is built like a fucking circle. Plasmas. I accidentally did the wrong order, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. Oh, we're going through the tunnel from England. Ah, I see. Stop having such big AoEs. It's hard to stand outside of them. When I want to do nothing but burst. I want to be, let me be greedier. Goodbye, Miss Micro. Well, we're going. Okay, well, there's. Oh, damn. Well, we can just walk through the dome. Although it does look like that was a hole in the dome. Jesus Christ. It's one hell of a haunt. This looks cool as shit. This looks cool as shit. Hello there, Amdusius. Oh, you're charged up. Thunderclap Concerto. I assume just burst where you're pointing? Yep, okay, simple enough. Oh no. I had to move for that one. How dare you? Bio 2? Gross. Ah. Oh, it's one of these. I love these mechanics. Ah, shit. Ah, that is really lost. Simple enough. I can hear how loud the horse is. Oh, jeez. Oh, no one else is melee. I was about to say, why are you all running away? I'm tank, I'm doing less damage than— oh, literally none of you are melee. Yo, Panheimer! I love seeing Panheimer mechanics. As someone who plays Sage Healer as their main healer, I love seeing a mechanic that's just like, ah, this is the mechanic that's designed for me to press Panheimer. I love it. Very explicit mechanic of this is the Panheimer mechanic. I don't know if you're reaching this one or not. Not quite. Oh no, I did the burst of like the— oh, that was dumb of me. I didn't realize how close to dead I was and I activated my burst. No! No, my burst. Ooh, I've not seen these gloves actually. Ooh. Ooh, nice gloves. I'm not seeing these. Did anyone want these specifically? I mean, I'll green them, but if no one wants them specifically. I like how it looks similar to the old Alexandria that we saw, but notably some differences. The Mickey Mouse lines on the palms would be out. Well, there's definitely similarities to Alexandria, but like, you know, like the ornate stuff around the lights here, that seems distinctly trained. The little like river like scaffolding things there. It's a nice pastiche of European cities. Oh, citizens! No matter how many come, we fight hand in hand forevermore. Who in the world are you? I mean, thanks. Oh no, not Jabberwocks. I apologize to everyone who did M6S. I'm sorry to everyone who did M6S. We're back to Jabberwocks. Oh, okay. I thought we were gonna be fighting this one. Petrino! love pressing the faded circle button. Trainer Citizen, your DPS sucks. Yo! Your ley lines? Oh, I was running to this one. I saw this one and I was gonna try to get the full pull. I saw that one, so I was trying to get the full pull. I didn't realize it was an untargetable creature because the CPU was fighting it. I got the living liquid over here too. So it seems like we've arrived at just the right time. I imagine this is not everyday life that's like this in Trainer. I mean, I imagine it's bad frequently, but I can't imagine it's this overrun every single day. I love how you can also see how they're all Arcanema. I was just going, who the fuck? Whatever, you're helping. How are you? Okay, you're helping, thanks. Oh, bring him up. Sorry. No, I was gonna. You're ruining my burst. Stop making me run so far. Oh my god. Meanies. I'd be so bad at Criterion. The Criterion Savage shit. From what I hear, Criterion Savage requires very, very masterful mob pulling, and I'm just like, there's definitely parts where I'm overcapping on things, or definitely like not doing bits in the in a, like the most effective manner. Oh well. Ah well. There we go. Survivor of Storms, Thundergust Griffin. Oh shit. It was like a very nice roast. Fire amigo! It looks very cookable. Wow, what bigger than I expected from the flying. The flying, I didn't realize how big you were. For El Amigo! Thunder Spark, I'm just gonna reprisal that just as an assumption. Ah, seals up the arena. It's high voltage. Danger, danger! High voltage! Thundering roar. Oh. Oh, that's an awkward pattern. That's an awkward pattern my brain can't work out that quickly. Ah, damn it. I'm not good at working out multiple starburst patterns, like, combined. That is definitely something that I'm not fast at. No! You moved like, ah. You remember my burst as well? Oh, you're just every kind of awful. I was in the middle of bursting! Now you're out of max melee? Oh, you're just every kind of sucking fuck, aren't you, huh? So excited for Evercold when I don't have to worry about bursts being interrupted. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so excited. This has Storm Surge as an attack. Come on, there we go. Okay, you're going around the outside, around the outside, around the outside. What's that doing? Damn it. I can tell I'm safe over here. I'm out of range, but it's fine. I can at least tell I'm safe there. At least I won't. Yeah, it's fine. Ow. What did that tornado do? I didn't notice it do anything particular. I want to see if it works. Yeah, it does! Nice. Oh, see, that would have been a... Oh, there would have been a melee spot there. There would have been up to... No. Fight off Starburst like the orbs. Oh. Oh, I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice. I wasn't planning any of my safe spots around it doing another Starburst, so the fact that I didn't get hit while it was there is quite surprising. I just somehow managed to accidentally avoid that. Stop. Again, not even looking at a tornado for what it's spawning. Yeah, it's too far away for me to bother doing that. This many Starbursts going off, it's the type of thing where I'm just like, you know what, if I dodge at least 2 of them, then I'm not gonna gain multiple bomb stacks at once. That's good enough. If I only get hit once per Starburst, I'm comfortable with that. I don't need to dodge all of them. I'll take it easy on my brain. I'll look at 2 and dodge those. If I get hit by anything else, fucking so be it. Full on FF9. Oh, did the... Yeah, chest piece and maiming. Yeah, it's real good. Battle 1 music. Coming so hard. I didn't get my boots. What if it's flaws? The barrier's keeping lightning after a bay. Almost screams. I guess that's a good sign. Oh, and the striking one? Ah. Well, what of the injured? Oh, we needed to help them heal. Wondrous House, you can play. It's up, Mist. Trainer was safe. And has been all this time. There's the striking one. There's the striking one. Yeah, are any of the citizens just, like, hanging out here? Yeah, that is here. They took down that huge thing. That's a relief. They actually have unique dialogue going back to them. Just be like, what the fuck? So this brings up something. This brings up an idea. There's no lightning going on inside of here, which means the dome's protecting them from the lightning. It's also not shoving any more lightning in here to any, like, things to power or anything here. There's also not a ton of electro. I'm not seeing, outside of possibly, like, the thing that is erecting the dome, I'm not seeing much lightning. As far as you ever used from Ilmeg. So this immediately, like, there's some electro here, right? Like, there's some. There's some barriers, there's some power things, but like the streets, right? They're just normal. So this means all of Alexandria's bullshit to survive the storm surge, all of the ridiculous imperialism and conquest they did on the 9th to get as much electrip as they have. All of this stuff for living memory because, oh, what happens if we happen to die because the dome is generating so much electricity to do everything. Oh, we need to have interdimensional imperialism because it's unlivable here. None of it was necessary. None of it was required in any fucking capacity. None of it was needed. These people, okay, they're not doing amazing. They're not like, you know, we just fought off a bunch of beasts. But it's been 400 years. And they're still here. Like... So just immediately after, like, we leave Alexandria, we get a city on the 9th that's just like, yeah, no, all of the shit Alexandria did was not fucking necessary. They did not need to do all of that. Doing all of that was not needed for survival. They could have built a dome and just survived. The dome didn't also need to electrocute inside of the dome to power their city. Completely unnecessary. Admittedly, part of what we saw with Alexandria, because Lynn Bloom's weapon went off in Alexandria, parts of Alexandria were flooded. Parts of Alexandria were flooded because the ground itself cracked. Because of Lynn Bloom's weapon. We can see what I presume is the detonation point of Lynn Bloom's weapon in Heritage Found. I'm going to assume the part where you see the ground, where it's very clearly lifted up like this, and there's all the electricity underneath, I assume that's Lynn Bloom's weapon. Lynn Bloom's weapon was some form of buster that went underground and blew up. And that's why that part of the ground is shaped like that, which caused the rest of it to crackle, and that's why parts of it have sunk into the water, as we see in the Alexandria dungeon. So there is that, but like, all of their shit was not necessary. They could have just done a fucking dome, and it wouldn't have been like, they could have survived the surge. Trader's staying in its lane, happy the little electric it has. That's what I mean, is the dome making the lightning, or is it a consequence of it being moved to the source? Always blame Calyx and by proxy Asians. I don't think Calyx is injured just surviving, and he wouldn't have allowed that. Oh no, absolutely, absolutely, right? No, it's absolutely, like, this is preservation. It is absolutely preservation. We're pushing for all of the colonialist conquest and turning the electricity to possibly kill their own citizens so they could use it to power their city and stuff like that, so they could power living memory in the endless. Like, yeah, but like, oh my god. We saw you more first this time around. We really did. On my this being a general homeless area. Well, yeah, that's also the learning. Like, this area like doesn't look at, yeah, like there's little tents just like built up everywhere. Like, literally little, because all of everything in Train is designed for Lalafels. I don't fit in any of this. On my just being a general European bus station, Central Square looks Austrian with all the domes and archways. And the more you walk away from, the more the town morphs into Florence. Meanwhile, you also have Gothic Scandinavian pointed roofs on random towers. But I believe that was just the style for FF9. I love how the entire city is like scaled Lalafell size. FF9 was a classic throwback after the grunge era of 6 to 8. So when people say that Final Fantasy needs to be needs to be fantasy again. Yeah, I don't fit. Yeah, I don't fit. Oh no, it's... No! No! It's gonna be the Dwarven villages all over again. No! You can actively see smaller doors being built next to the regular doors. It's fun. Oh yeah, yeah, because yeah, because there's also this. Look, this would be You can see the two different doors that are like right there. The idea that it's two different doors, it's almost like the Lala doors are cat doors. That's fucked up. Benches don't work. Oh, you can't sit on them? No seat emotes? Aww. No seat emote for the benches? Well, I guess that works. I guess... You made it work in some capacity. I guess that works. Ledge! This was sometimes the best thing, and also I guess we aren't getting this as a real city in the future expansion, so damn. That's the issue. Welcome, by the way. That's the issue when it comes to so many places, right? You get Alamigo as a dungeon, but you only get, like, the residential quarter outside, and it's not even a city, it's part of, like, a combat map. So it doesn't have, like, all of the merchants and stuff. Again, one thing I legitimately think they should go back to doing, I think they need their second cities, like, not, like, again, sticking to a structure as part of, like, 14's issue of just, like, we do it this way every time, so it has to stay this way, for better or worse. I think they need to be open to the possibility of future expansions of having the second city designed like Mordona. As in, you have the city, but it's also a zone. If it makes sense for it. Neurolancer. I don't know why the residential quarter of Alamigo couldn't have been that. Alamigo is a dungeon, you know, it's very thematic and stuff like that. But just like, you know, have like all of your, like, you have that residential quarter that's like, that's meant to be the supplement for Alamigo in the locks. Why can't that have similar vendors the way that Mordona does? So you can go there for endgame stuff if you want to. Why can't we do that? That's my question. Like, it's not a case of, oh, they can't put all those vendors in a combat zone because it doesn't work. That's literally the first thing. Train spotted! Syriac out here with train spotting. Syriac, just laugh. Lala tits, I love it here. This is pretty good.
And the perimeter is clear. Good work, everyone. And a big thank you to our helpers, whoever you are. Now, we have a tiny bit of clearing up ahead of us. You know what to do.
So this isn't an all the time thing, but this does happen every now and then.
Were we being watched?
So this doesn't always happen in this is not just always.
And it is in much better shape than expected.
But it's enough that, like, there's a process that they just follow when they get invaded by
considering the destruction without. The people here must have gone to great lengths to maintain all of this.
Again, Alexandria did not need to do all of that. It was possible to just fucking live.
The barrier resembles that of Alexandria, though it is smaller in scale.
It was totally possible for Alexandria to just exist. It did not need to do all of that. It was completely unnecessary.
Quite as effective, if the breach we witnessed is any indication. I fear such incidents may be common here.
Thunderous heavens! It's been years since we've had visitors.
Presumably centuries. For those over 3 hit fires, you are within climbing and ankle fighting range. You're not resistant, have cookies at the ready.
I
my God,
am
there's toys.
Miaili, the mayor of Treno. Allow me to welcome you to our city. And thank you for the assistance with our little monster problem just now.
You're a toll.
Might I ask your name, miss? Though I have an inkling I know it already.
But of course, I am Sphene of Alexandria.
As I thought. It truly beggars belief. I once heard the strangest of reports from one of ours who went to Alexandria, you see. That despite the intervening years, the Queen had not aged a day.
Well, that was a different one. That was a different one.
And sure enough, I'd swear you'd stepped out of an old oil portrait mere moments ago. Though you must forgive me if this takes some getting used to. It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. I look forward to hearing the tale from your own lips. I imagine it won't be an easy one to tell. But please. What happened to Alexandria?
It fucked off to another reality.
I see. From your perspective, it must have looked as though we were wiped from the face of the star.
Yeah, one day for Treno, they just see their nearest neighbor just fucking blink.
One day,
gone.
we lost all contact with our people in Alexandria. Scouting party sent to investigate reported that not only the barrier, but Alexandria itself was gone. Nary a stone to mark where it had stood.
What you must have gone through, not knowing what became of us. But know that Alexandria yet survives, albeit in a distant land. Her and her people. I can tell you the whole tale from beginning to end, but
Like, we have
first,
to explain the concept
might I ask your
of
permission
shards.
to remain in Treno
It's
for a
so
time?
much.
Of course you can. You and your companions have already done us a great service, and are more than welcome to enjoy our hospitality. Now, how about we continue this at Town Hall? We needn't keep standing in the middle of the street.
I shall join them. Even with the precautions we've taken, it remains to be seen if Sphene's condition will remain stable. I suspect, however, that the rest of you would rather be out and about. Consider this my blessing.
In light of our purpose here, a tour of the city is indeed in order.
I presume you have no objection?
Let's go have an explore.
With your permission, then. Ah, but before we go,
I really was not expecting to get to see any of the ninth after
Allow
like, Past
me
Living
to
Memory.
introduce myself
This is
as
so
well.
Cool.
I am Cryo, and I hope to learn more of this city and its people.
This is so not what I was expecting, and this is really cool.
Would it offend if we were to ask a few questions? Perhaps as we work alongside you, aiding you in whatever ways you may require.
You needn't fret. Treno folk are as friendly as they come. As for aid, if you're willing, you might speak with my grandson Lummel. That was his voice you heard earlier. You'll find him serving herbal remedies to the others.
Thank you for your guidance. We shall seek him out first.
Did any people in 14 have a middle name aside from Kryle? Not that I can think of. Whoa! What? Oh, and they've even And they've expanded it too. We can go down pathways we couldn't before. Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh, my headphones, no! Yeah, variant should be 7.45, I believe. I believe that's what it is. Yell at me if we're about to have any major voiced cutscenes or anything coming up, because I'm going on speakers for a little bit, because it could be fucked going onto headphones until we're about to have more cutscenes. I assume we're just walking around. None of this will be voiced. And now, yeah, we just got the people, yeah. And you get to the nephew. Oh, okay. Shit, that's really soon. He's like right there. Pep. Hello. Town hall's pretty impressive, isn't it? But you didn't guess that the mayor actually lives there. These days, Miali also has us using it as an emergency shelter. But the issue book said it was originally an auction house. I reckon that's why it's so fancy. No, we get extra pathways that we can go. Oh, this is so cool. Thunderous heavens, I needed that. I feel positively reborn. Still disgusting, though. Bridge Street. Ah, I feel right as rain. I feel positively heavensward. So, they're all having something to drink. And they're talking about how it's disgusting, but it's making them feel better. Seems like they've got some form of concoction to, like, help them with something, yeah. Turns out they've got a drink that just helps with, like, the etheric imbalance shit. Why is it long until tournament? My deck is ready. All the benches work now, yay. Hashtag my concoction. Is it over? Fight's over. The real work's just begun. Grounding juice. Yes, there's Lommel. Rosanna just brought me the best way top I wanted. I never lose, I always win. Visitors, how many years has it been? I want my booties. Give me my booty. Go me. Are you enjoying the flowers? What we plant doesn't always bloom, but I think lifting everyone's spirits is more than worth the effort to find the seeds that do. Nevertheless, some believe these aren't trampled by the beasts. It took ages to get to look this healthy. That's one, but where are the other 12? The coins? That's a big ass coin. 13 coins hidden in the city. Could this also be a reference to Final Fantasy IX? Lala, storage container. Oh, the big open thing's over there. I thought it was this. Those ones are coming along beautifully. Seeing an entire city just exist here. Like, knowing everything that Alexandria did to quote-unquote survive, and then where it pushed on past that. And just coming here and just being like, yeah, they're fine. They got problems, but they're working with it. They seem happy. They seem happier than the people who said, oh, we need living memory to make sure and erase all of our memories of everything that happens, because that's the only way to be happy. Music makes this place feel so comfy. Oh, I don't know you. Hello. Please don't be offended, but this part of the street is off limits. Not only to you, of course, it's just that there's a lot of damage and it's dangerous for anyone to pass at the moment. John, you should probably stay away from any streets that are in need of repair. Just a suggestion, but please do. Like, problems happen, they collectively come together to fight them off, they collectively come together to just, like, rebuild. Some are a bit scared, some of them are a bit, like, worried, but, you know, they just come together, they rebuild, they do what they can to keep going on, and then they just keep trucking on. That's what I'm not singling out, it just sucks. We were passing through. You should chuck a coin in that fountain over there. It's supposed to be good luck. Hey, there was a thing like that also in Living Memory. Trina has quite a few coin-based superstitions. Comes with the territory being a trading port, I guess. Come to think of it. Wouldn't be surprised if the fountain thing was started by merchants and for good luck with their sales. And that was a tradition that we saw spread to Alexandria. Trainer, I'll always protect you. And I'll protect you. Wait, Smooth. Oh, this is the crater, so this is... Yeah, this is this, okay. Not the in-between section. I guess the in-between section was just, like, the ramp that went down here, so... Yeah. Overture Plaza. This place is pretty. I like Trino. Again, vibes of cities like this. I feel like it's because I live in Australia. I advise looking to your left. Where about? Like up here? Like to the various tents up there that are hanging out. After the fountain. You're gonna need to be more specific. You're gonna need to be more specific. As multiple fountains, I was running different directions. Do you mean the other pathway? I know there's another pathway there. I was saving that for the run back. Here? Yeah, we were looking here before. The tiny little, like, tent shelter. Bit before. I need... What am I don't know what I'm looking at. What am I looking for? Oh, God! Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! I think you need help. Oh no. Yeah, I think a big part of like my love for like places that look like this. There's a shot of that guy in Ishgard is constantly falling. Oh my god. Actually, no, now I think about it, I think I've seen that, yeah. I feel like I'm a sucker. I've just made that up. I feel like I'm a sucker for places that look like this. Because I'm a sucker for places, for like, cities that look like they have a lot of history to them. That don't come with the burden of that city exists because of colonization. Oh, hi. And also those cities have a slightly longer lifespan. Like, there's a lot of history in Australia. There's just none of it's the cities. Like, even the oldest cities and the oldest buildings that we have here are like 150. And even then, I can't look at it and just be like, wow, look at the history of this place. Because I just look at it and go, wow, look at the history that was robbed from someone else for this to exist here. Like, just living in Australia, that's like the only thing I can do that here. Most European cities exist because of colonization too. That is true. Well, because I don't know, just not as visibly. Well, like, I don't know which parts of, like, you know, like if you go to France, the stuff that's built up in France, is that the stuff that's built up by the people who, like, have lived there all the time? Or not? I don't know. I don't know. Same with, like, England, where it's just, like, you know, the stuff that's in England that's, like, hundreds of years old. Or Ireland, or, again, most of Europe, really. But again, it's also just the fact that, like, you know, you can go to Europe and you can see stuff that's several hundred years old for buildings and stuff like that. Built with the profits, true. 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 It's built with the profits of it, yeah. It's not built directly on top of someone else's land, but it's built by the extraction of wealth from other nations. Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. But again, it's also just like being able to look at buildings and just be like, know that these are like several hundred years old. I don't have that. That's not a thing in Australia. You look at the buildings here and it's like, again, at most 150. And stuff like that. Like, you look at a lot of Australia, because like, you look at a lot of, like, so much of Australia, and it's just like, most of our buildings were built when, you know, architectural design stopped giving a shit about having any form of identity to it. So, like, you know, you look at Paris, and you'd be like, oh, look at this Parisian architecture and stuff like that. And you don't really have that here. And I know there's definitely an element. I know there's an element of rose-colored glasses looking at other places where it's not as obvious as it is in Australia. And, you know, some of this covers up some of those elements, but just on a, you know, on a visual level, you can look at something like this, or the cities that this is based on, and pretend where you can't pretend here. And I know that there's some element inside that's the reason why. It's like, I want to look at it and not feel uncomfortable, and this stuff makes it like isn't so in your face to be uncomfortable because it's not obvious about it. And I know there's some element inside that's also that. Hello there, Tomat. Welcome, newcomer. There's a little patch of pasture right here. We raise birds mostly. They give us a good supply of eggs and meat, but more importantly, their feathers make the softest pillows. Yo! I got the dodos. You're looking fluffy again today. Aww. I like how much more of a place this is in the Endwalker dungeon. The one, those ones felt like MSQing around a combat area. This one feels like a living place we happened to fight in because when we showed up. Some of that's just because void, but still, yeah, no, yeah. The fact that this is like, the fact that they expand this beyond where you go for the dungeon. And they remove some of the elements of what the dungeon was in terms of like barricades to fight monsters and stuff. You do get to just like exist here. In what, again, it feels like a little city. It feels like a little city and not a dungeon. The fact that it has like multiple pathways up here also is like one of the elements that, you know, makes it feel more like a place, because dungeons are so linear. This is a real pretty place. Again, I'm a sucker for this type of architecture. I'm a sucker for a city that has a flavor and an identity to it. That's what I'm sucker for. Which just wasn't an instance area. There was, it's not, because there was another player there. Unless that person was an NPC. But there was another player there. Because they had a minion. And they're still there. Oh, no, never mind. No, never mind. No. The way that they were moving, I thought... The way that they were moving, I thought it was an actual person because they had a minion following them in the way they were moving. No, that's just an NPC running around. Never mind. Never mind. I thought that was another person. Yeah, they were just running around, they had a minion following them, so I'm just like, oh, look, there's other people here. No, never mind. Just well designed to trick me. They got me. I was the fool. And I did a big drool. Oh, gross. No, never mind. I take that back. I take that back. Gross. Ew. No. Alright. We'll talk to them all. I need to refill my drink again. I'm gonna refill my drink again, and I gotta get headphones in for actual. Ooh. Ow. So this is why I try to grab things that I don't polish off as quickly and last longer. So I don't have to do this. But I want my concoction today. You're all gonna sit there and like it as I refill my drink 30 times in one stream. We'll all sit there and enjoy it. So far, this is the end of the second Red Bull can. That's 2 Red Bull cans. And maybe like a third of the bottle of iced tea that I have. So it's not a lot of liquid. I mean, one energy drink that I bring during a 14 stream is the size of 2 of those Red Bull cans. It is delicious, though. I do love me some Red Bull. It's one of those things, like some energy drinks don't taste that different for like sugar versions versus non-sugar versions. Like for the original Monster flavor. You can get original Monster flavor and original Monster, 0 sugar. I cannot tell the difference between those at all. If you gave the 2 of them next to me, I would be like, these taste the same. I cannot tell the difference. For Mother, if you gave me them one after the other, I could probably tell you that they were different, but I probably wouldn't know immediately which one is which. If I did like a blind taste test, I'd be like, I can tell a difference. I don't know which one's which though. I find for Red Bull specifically, I can tell the difference between the sugar and 0 sugar version, and I definitely like the sugar version more. It's one of those things where I'm just like, I wish I could have the flavor of Red Bull without the caffeine and with a lot less sugar. So I could just drink a shitload of it, because I love the flavor of Red Bull. What kind of non-zero sugar sweetener do they use? I have no idea for different ones. But like, I know for like 0 sugar Red Bull, I'm just like, I can drink this and I'm just like, I can tell it's like not as good as normal Red Bull, and it's upsetting. I don't dislike it, but I'm just like, I drink it and I'm just like, I prefer a normal one. Lamal! Oh, I didn't talk to the others. That's fine. Why, but isn't our new friends? Thanks again for making short work of our foes. If you've gone to the trouble of seeking me out, I can only assume it's for good reason. You want to help me? Odd, but I'll consider it. Before anything else, though. I was thinking you could drink our signature remedy, Sleepless Rhapsody. Everyone's a fan. You may find the teeniest touch too sour for your taste, but it'll set you alright. Just dip it down your throat. Surely we can survive a simple beverage. Surely. Is it custom meant to raise the town of experience for a shrine event? Does it serve some ritual function? Sleepless Rhapsody. I assume that name is also a reference. I assume that is also a reference to something in 9, maybe a song or something. It won't hurt, you have my word. But since you first cup, maybe don't stray too far before you drink it. Oh, and don't turn your back. For best results, you understand. Sleepless Rhapsody. How bad could it be?
Well, what do you think? It's a traditional Malala recipe.
Shower. Shower.
Got that right. Don't worry, the tingling means it's working.
I'm put in mind of the gelatin I had at the studium. Nutritious, they
Might literally just be
me.
Monster. It's green after all. Ah, Sleepless City.
I can relate all too well.
So they had a gelatin in the studium,
It's
not
like
just
the
that
syrup
was.
Lena used to make. Black as pitch and sour as sin. Though there is no better cure for fatigue.
So they didn't just have Archon Loaf, they also had gelatin
You
in
know,
the studium.
Raha, going to bed at a reasonable hour would be the best cure.
Fuck that pussy shit, Kryl.
Oh, that's... I do feel shockingly refreshed.
It's caffeine!
Perhaps it stimulates the body's ability to process ether and hastens
The
regenerative
scions are
function.
introduced to caffeine.
Indeed, it does. It also counteracts some of the effects of excess lightning, and helps to calm the nerves besides.
Which is why you serve it whenever there's a breach in the barrier.
Our
So-
Malala ancestors came from the lushest of lands, so they developed all sorts of natural remedies. We strive to carry on their traditions.
Makes sense when you have a look at what Alo Alo Island is. Makes
And I'm
a lot of
sure you
sense.
see why. Really hits the spot, doesn't it?
Playing Dawntrail without doing Alo Alo
Now,
Island would be
welcome to Treno.
not massively missing out, but like a weird shaped hole would exist that you'd be confused by. there's a weird hole that you would definitely be missing if you never did Alo Alo Island. I see how drinking that would be unifying. And it's impressive that they maintain the tradition here so far from Malala's native lands. So they put Malala law so out of the way. Maybe that's their counteract to the Crystal Tower thing. Where they're just like, okay, if the issue is that we can't get people to like play side content and make it mandatory for the MSQ, we'll just make side content happen to be like, hey, it helps fill out MSQ if you did it. Wondering which random piece of side content will have the secret Evercold lore. Given its ability to counteract lightning influence on the body, a remedy could be used to people of Alexandria as well. I'm certain Lamar would be more than happy to offer it to them. I forgot to introduce to myself, didn't I? Well, I'm Lamal. That was me announcing our victory earlier. And since grandmother sent you to help with repairs, you'll know I'm my grandson. I'm in charge of resolving any problems the people at Trainer may have. My favorite guns work include taste testing menu items, carrying medium-sized objects, searching for lost possessions of immense value. Oh, and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. If it's the combat who I'm kidding, Shade Triangle has no story. The fact that Shade Triangle just literally doesn't have story is so bizarre. Again, maybe the Northhorn will fix that, but I'm not holding out any hope. We go there and there's some Nemean stuff there. There's a Tomberry, and there's like a Scholar Fairy, and there's just no story. And it's like, what? Around the city. I'm also getting ready to release you to the sweet mediations of manual labor. Ah, yes, the repairs. I see you want to put to work. You've come all the way out to visit us. You must have more important things in mind. And you've already helped protect the city. Actually, I'll go to ascertain the present state of this continent. The whole continent? Did you come from across the sea? Not exactly. We've actually come from Alexandria. Alexandria? Are you quite sure? No, sorry, of course you're sure. It would be rude of me to doubt you. It's not every day we get visitors, let alone from a nation that up and vanished. I know that must come as something of a shock. But this is our first time in Trainer, and we should like to get to know the city and its people. That's why we propose lending a hand to those in need. I see. In that case, we're going to distribute this remedy to the rest of our people. Ordinarily, everyone would have already come for a cup, but the Fiend's been quite a mess this time. Might be a while before someone can step away from their work. Never fear, though. Even if their hands are busy, they'll be more than happy to spare a few words for fascinating folks from afar. We would appreciate that. Thank you, Lamol. You're the ones doing me a favor, honestly. Here, take this badge. Tried out almond instead of oat milk. This shit tastes like tuna. I live on the town hall, so you can tend to the areas you haven't seen yet. I can't think of any like alternate milks that I've tried that I've like aggressively disliked. But Miali, Lamol seem to have taken a back by mention of Alexandria. Perhaps their friends or loved ones who disappeared along with it. If we split up, we can spend more time speaking with locals while ensuring everyone receives ceremony promptly. Could you take a portion? I'm sure that I can handle pouring liquid into a cup. I haven't had my fill of conversation yet. I too should be glad to dole out a few servings. Wonderful. Let me divide this up. But if any nut based ones I've tried, they taste weird. I mean, like, cause like if I'm going for an alternate milk, I go for soy milk. I prefer soy milk over dairy milk. Manifest, why do you make rounds to the southern part of the city? Raha and I shall tend to the north. Right, let's go and acquire some insights. I've not had like oat and almond milk often. But when I've had them, I haven't been like, oh, these are like noticeably not as good. I've just been like, yeah, they're alternate milks. Dauntless Laborer. Looking in the pond of water. Oh, there's a coin in there. Those are one of the visitors Lamar mentioned. Odd place to be visiting, though. A grounding herbal remedy formulated to ameliorate the effects of lightning exposure. Guaranteed to free weary townsfolk from their torpor. Oh, you came to deliver the remedy. Thank you kindly. I was holding beast carcasses in for processing and copped a good dose to discharge energy for my troubles. Brought on the 11 sickness, something fierce. So we don't go hunting outside the barrier, so we don't want to waste any part of the creatures that find their way in. Pellets that highly charged with lightning eighth are the most valuable, of course. Tan them with the right stuff and you can turn them into protective clothing that keeps you from getting zapped. Alexandria! Learn! The beast you felled will be able to good use. Thanks again. I enjoy milk for what it is. I still miss regular milk though. Yeah, I just straight up prefer soy milk over dairy milk. It's just like for me, soy milk is like it doesn't have the heaviness of normal dairy milk that I don't dislike, but I'm not the biggest fan of it. And there's a slight extra, you know, it just feels like a more in-depth flavor than like normal milk is like aggressively one thing, and just soy milk feels like a more balanced kind of flavor to it. you know, the vague nuttiness that soy has, the sweetness that it has from being the milk and stuff like that. But if you don't like those tolerance, if I'd be dead with a glass of milk in my hand because you can't ever stop me drinking it. I love regular milk. You're the Mighty Monster Slayer I saw earlier. It's an honor. And you brought Sleepless Rhapsody. Bless you. I'm dead on my feet after that battle. I don't usually have that many beasts breaking through at once. Brightness gives one skill shop though, so do I. I'm glad for it. And learn a thing or two from watching you. How to get to work on my grimoire. I have a number of ideas for improved geometries. Full publication of new learnings will keep our ancestors' magic alive and flourishing. Sadly, my GI thinks a bit more serious than intolerance. Should look him away, he'll give 32-year-old person a glass of milk at a restaurant. You know what's also something again compare it to Alexandria. Because of the way that Everkeep and Solution 9 are now, as we mentioned going through the base MSQ, they erased their entire culture of Alexandria. Both in terms of they literally don't remember it, but the current form that Alexandria existed is so divorced from what Alexandria used to be. And that's because, you know, imperialist colonizing nation will extract that and erase it from other people, which we saw in Yasalani. Invariably, that turns inward, they erase their own. Notice how we come to Trainer that's just existed and just been fine chilling all this time, and how they have like a specific thing of just like, we do stuff here to make sure we keep our ancestors' memories alive and their magics alive. That's what serial killers do in movies. Like, it's so much just like, Traino is just, what if Alexandria didn't do all that? It's so good. There's a fresh face if I ever saw one. And what's that in your hand? I don't mind if I do. Say the inspections take priority, but the battle doesn't feel over until I've had a cut with Sleepless Rhapsody. Right, I said that I have some small part in preparing it too. Herbs come from my very own growery. One of the great discoveries of our time is that seeds carried in by invading creatures can be cultivated into remarkable plants. Plants with the potential to mitigate the lightning's effects. And with as many hides as we have this time, not to mention stomachs, it's entirely possible to find new varieties of herbs amongst the harvest. Oh wow, they really are like using the whole damn fucking creature. They're harvesting the insides of the stomachs to see if there's anything that they can grow in there. Damn! This is a group of people who are fucking survivors. These are people who are fucking survivors. God damn. Reminds you of the Crystarium in a way. Yeah, this does feel like the Crystarium, like, yeah, because the Crystarium is the utilitarian, like, come together and find a way to survive this shit. Yeah. So the image you can apply what she's seen here. Again, turning off the memory erasing shit feels like the first step for Alexandria to fix itself, not the last. Maybe that's part of the point here. Maybe at some point we'll return to Alexandria and see like better things improve over time. Oh, there's fishies in the water. There's fishies in the water. Aw. Imagine any plants thriving enough to go to seed on the 9th is probably highly lightning resistant. I mean, that's kind of the idea, right? They've got... Look, because they even talk about that for the creatures. Where they're just like, oh, any of the creatures that survived outside also have skin that's more lightning resistant. So they can make clothing out of them that helps that as well. You know, it's hard to survive in the midst of the storm surge. So, to help survive in the midst of the storm surge, find out the stuff that has survived and use that. Between the three of us, we've covered every area aside from walls. One of the people I spoke with asked me to pass something along to him, but he hasn't returned yet. Meantime, shall we discuss what we've learned?
Fascinating. I appreciate your thoroughness in recounting the details. I too learned much, as I helped to treat the injured's wounds. The Malala's curative magics appear identical to Sphne's. This means that either her tutor was a Malala as well, or that the art had spread all throughout the Ninth. Then there are the symbols and tomes, which are highly reminiscent of Arcanima. If these elements indeed originated with the arcane geometries of the South Sea Isles, as in the source, 'tis curious that they have developed in so similar a manner on this shard.
Because I refuse Arcanima.
Mind you don't share that with any of the other graduates of the Faculty of the Arcane, lest they beat you to publication.
Surely we can bring up Alo Alo dialogue here, right?
Did you learn aught of note, Raha?
I spoke with one of Treno's storekeepers about how they obtain their supplies. Though they are few and far between, other settlements yet exist on the Mist Continent, with a rail system facilitating the flow of goods between them. Unfortunately, barrier breaches trigger an emergency failsafe on the main line, so the train is presently stopped at a midway point until
they have
operations
trains
resume.
between multiple nations? This is sufficiently post-apocalypse.
Only occasional use. Often, as now, Treno must make do with what is to hand.
They have a train between multiple nations. We are in post-apocalypse territory here. Alexandria did not need to do all that.
In addition to this constant state of scarcity,
oh my god,
much of Treno's populace suffers from Levin sickness, not to mention the frequent attacks on the city and the resulting casualties. Yet everyone we've spoken with seems undaunted by these hardships. They are not only surviving, they are happy in spite of it all.
Where there is life, there is hope. And
yeah,
when
it's
one
not
believes
good
in a better future, a tomorrow even the slightest bit brighter than today, there is naught to be done but build it. Until stone by stone, a city rises.
But like for Alexandria to rise the way that it did, it had to turn these dangers on its own people. That's
a
why they have
noble
regulators.
city with noble purpose.
Because being inside the dome didn't protect them, because they utilized the dome for their own power ends, which is why they needed regulators. Because it was shocking themselves. Yeah, we're gonna find the 511 wardens.
I think I've dropped something and now I can't find it anywhere. I'm doomed.
Guess what? My left headphone died. You're doomed? Doomed!
Oh, is it this by chance? While I was distributing the remedy, I was asked to pass it along to you.
Yes! That's it! Yes! I'm not doomed.
I'm not doomed! You Essened my doom!
Is that a tracking device?
You're better than 90% of healers in DF!
You've a keen eye for technology. This thing picks up on the ether of the creatures that get through the barrier.
Oh my god, he has a mini map.
That explains how you knew when they'd been vanquished.
Exactly. It shouldn't show anything now, but I can switch it on like so.
I'm doomed! I'm doomed!
No, 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 she's going to kill me! Say, how'd you like to meet my sister Ayane? She's an electrope engineer, so she knows all sorts of interesting stuff.
I take it she also built that device.
How's he gonna find the Dragon Balls? Subway.
Oh yes, that's my sister. She's a genius. Everyone says so. And she won't kill me in front of other people. Probably. I mean, wouldn't it be interesting to watch her work? Maybe you can even help. It'd be, you know, edifying? Please! I beg you! Please!
Sure.
I suppose that's that then.
She won't want witnesses, I think. Yay! One wonders how fearsome this Iane truly is. If Treno's barrier is someone designed Alexandria's, should we assume that Latrep technology is standard here as well? Not quite to the same extent, but, you know, you can see it here and there. To work! I'm also vibrating with nervous energy. At the moment, Iane should be waiting just past that park. Let's be off before anyone changes their mind. My pinky is going numb. Me holding the controller. I don't know, I'm just feel like I'm naturally resting like the entire controller and like my other hand against my pinky into the table. I keep sending my pinky numb. What if we meet an engineer for some distant land? I can't remember what should introduce him to our friends at the Ironworks. Such a firesome of questions there would be. You can tell the riders are going, alrighty, let's lighten up a bit. Oh, sweating rather profusely. Breathe in, breathe out.
Ah, our visitors. Thanks for lending a hand earlier, but what brings you here? Lummel, what did you do?
You know that, advanced monster tracking, what's it? It may be a teeny tiny bit,
You broke it again? How many times must I tell you that we're running low on electrope? I'm an engineer, not a bloody miracle worker.
I beg your forgiveness. I'm on my knees and everything, see? And since we have guests, can't you let it slide? Just this once?
He dragged you here just so I wouldn't tan his hide, didn't he?
Yes.
He was the elder sibling. I'm so sorry.
He's the older one? Oh my god.
Please, don't be. We're glad for the opportunity to meet you. And Lummel mentioned that you might have some work we could assist with.
There are guests, Lummel, not servants. Must we have the manners talk again?
No. We're into it. It's fine.
Please, don't misunderstand. We asked to help, that we might learn what life is like in Treno. And with your expertise, we also hoped you could tell us more of how the city utilizes electric.
They should be like both at the same time.
If
Oh,
that's the way of
Gigaruchu,
it,
yeah.
then I'd be happy to share what I know.
When you spoke earlier, it sounded as if Treno had little electrope to spare. It's difficult to procure, I take it.
We never have as much as we need. And much of what we do have is repurposed. Well, you'll find me digging through the scrap heap whenever some vital device or another breaks down. Repairing that old barrier should be our highest priority. But we just don't have enough electrope on hand to do a proper job.
And the longer we go without access to the mine, the worse it'll get. If only we could scare those beasts away.
We just killed a shitload, like on the way here.
Did we not pass through a mine on the way here?
Yeah, like we cleared it out. I just fought them as we came here. And took care of the beast in one fell swoop. I was pulling wall to wall in that dungeon.
Just the one. Incredible.
Yeah, I pulled wall to wall.
So, the mine is safe for mining again?
Until the monsters come back. Lala emotes.
Leave the mining to your big brother. All you have to do is fix the tracker.
Yes, very well.
Don't go up again for
If you
the
go,
Grand
do be
Lamps.
careful.
Yeah, the monster's gonna respawn
And
once
once
I
you
try
get
to
the
get some
machinery
boots.
up and
So.
running, make sure to send some electrope over to the barrier service station.
Though we've cleared the mine, there is no telling what else waits outside the barrier.
Glam Hunters will keep
Shall
it
I
clear.
accompany you?
Have you seen how cunty the Glam is in there?
I'm
Real
so
good.
glad you asked. Seriously, I don't know what I'd do if I'd had to go alone.
It's me, I'm Glam Hunters.
As we did pass through but recently, I expect Raha can keep him safe without our help. In the meantime, shall we assist Ayane with her repair work?
I'd like to learn more about Electroworks, but I also would like to run the dungeon again for Glam. This one pops weirdly quickly, probably because of Glam Hunters. Also probably because at the moment it's still within expert roulette. It's in expert roulette at the moment, so they put them in mind one another pair of siblings we know, don't they? I'm Glam Hunters. No, I'm Glam Hunters. There's been some impeccable dungeon gear in fucking Dawntrail. Like, between UA Yawada and Mistweek, goddamn, please make dungeon gear dyeable so we can use it, like, more frequently. Again, I've gone on this rant several times before, but I'll do it again. Surely the amount of extra work it takes to make gear dyeable is a worthwhile trade-off for how much more the gear will get used by the player base for Glams, because it's dyeable. This is where I put my dyeable dungeon gear, if I had one! Like, legitimately, I'd be okay if they're just like 1 or 2 less, like, Glam pieces per patch of like level 1 Glam gear, but instead we'll make dungeon gear dyeable. That is true, it could also be next expansion leveling gear. Because they did that with Felcourt Troya. Felcourt Troya is level 92 gear for Dawntrail for leveling, so there is that. I forgot to ask your names. Do forgive me. I'm Cryle, and this is Manifest. So, accompanying Lamal is Grahatia, our own technology enthusiast. If stuff's gonna be unwearable and outfittable, then I'd hope they'd make more dyeable. Yeah. Again, it's just, if something's not dyeable, it's very restricted how much you can use it. If something's dyeable, then any color combination it can work with. As long as they never try their Il Megmatoy's Relics bullshit ever again. I'm not certain what you're referring to for that. I don't remember what that is. It's lovely to meet you. Feels strange putting you to work, but I've been lying when I said I don't need the help. In an event like this, I presume a great deal of labor is required to restore everything to working order. The problem's fixed that need making is one matter. I can handle it if it weren't for these legs of mine. The process that flares up at the worst of times, I swear. I might be traveling from one station to the other on a good day, but I usually leave racing around the city to my brother. With him off to the mine though, someone else needs to take care of the lightning sprites. They're drawn to the discharge aether of slain creatures. I'd offer you the detective to make tracking them down easier, but seeing as someone else managed to break it yet again... I do have this though. Though someone is sprite expresses ability since aether nearby. Usually gets them wandering out of the city toward more fertile ground. So we didn't fight them. Find it safe or not to. When threatened, they siphon energy from facilities in to keep our medical services running, or emit bursts that overload nearby systems. For the same reason, I recommend you stick to thorough affairs that allow you to spot them all in advance. Pay for you to be injured while helping us. Understood. What's the word? We're going to cover more ground. Are you ready to go? Trial now available. And it's just getting rid of lightning sprites. Was there like the same gear as it'll make by Diable in different hats? It'll make that as Undiable gear which every purpose and made Diable and Matoya's Relics with horrible drop rates. Oh. Let's just have the free gear picks previews and game dungeons. I appreciate the help. I'll be working on the detective while you're away. I mean, I don't, like, because I, for a long time, was just like, I need UA Iwata gear to be Diable so I can put it on my Summoner, because the casting version is blue, not red. But then they made it so you can get gear change. So now I can wear the red one on my Summoner, and now it's fine. But it would still be nice if it was Diable. Personally, like, for the UA Iwata, the other sets, like the fending top and the aiming top, those are Diable, I might be able to find it useful. Please scan the area thoroughly, you've seen the lightning spreads. No lightning sprites. They don't exist. We're fine. We're fine. There's no lightning sprites. They don't exist. Shit, they exist. Crap, they started existing. Lightning sprite. Oh shit, there's several of them. Lightning sprites. Time to test your tossing arm has arrived. Nope. There we go. Oh, there you are. Bam! Bye! Slowly wanders off. I thought it was gonna be like one of the aiming minigames. I really thought it was gonna be an aiming minigame and like as they move, you need to like hit them. Although that's what we were building up to. But no, it's just bomb targeting. Them wandering away slowly gets to me. I haven't done one of those in a while now that I think about it. When was the last time? I swear we had one in Dawntrail, but I can't remember when. Hippo Dailies had one. You're back! Where are the mini sprites? Just a handful on your out then. Could be worse. Still important to keep the city free of them. We're much obliged. Dazed. In her heart, Ayane seems concerned for Crow. Crow's taken a while. The hit rhymes. Being new to the city, something would happen. She would know where to go for help. Would you check on her? Just head off in the direction of town hall. Those who would have been devoting about, none appear to be Kryl. Perhaps one of them spotted passing on the way through. You got a might lost there, lass. What I can help with? Have you seen a woman in a yellow hood? With big ears? That stand out more than Malala. I presume you mean Kryl. Had a grand old chat with her earlier. Not imagine she said my hide. Come on, Mr. Lightning Sprite tools right on top of me. Thanks, sir, I got out unscathed. But all good, so I ran out of conversation after that. Been a while since I talked to anyone I hadn't known my whole life. She's a kind lass. Good at putting folks at ease, like Nyali. Quite enjoyed telling her about the city. Looking for a short person. Gonna need a bit more, mate. When we were done chatting, she didn't off towards the canal. I had a touch of melancholy about her though. I wasn't sure why. Didn't think it was something I said, but if I knew that it was, if it was, saying more wouldn't help. So I let her go. I reckon she'd want the company of a good friend right now. Good place to find in that canal. There's why she went that way. Kryl! Oh, she's having to sit on the bench. Having to sit on a bench. Can you believe it's key card? You described Blue Short.
Ah, were you looking for me? I only intended to sit down for a moment, but I must have lost track of time. Will you lend me your ear? The Source and the Ninth. Someday I will have to decide which one to call home. The thought has lingered like a storm cloud in my mind. I've tried to ignore it, remind myself that we have more important matters to contend with, but I cannot keep drifting between these worlds forever. When I first learned the truth of my past, I assumed it would have no bearing on my future. The Source was my home, and the students of Baldessian my purpose.
That's what I would think,
After meeting my parents, it struck me that to simply choose the Source would be to abandon them. And not only them, but a home I could have loved, had my life gone as it should have. That is why I had to learn more of this place, and the me I could have been.
And now that you have.
I feel even less certain than before. Though we are strangers to them, these people have welcomed us as if we are their own. It's like speaking with old friends. And knowing now the challenges they face, what would it say about me if I just left them behind and returned to the source? Is that who I am? Who I was meant to be? Or is this where I belong?
I mean, like... Her parents brought her here for a reason. Not here, but like, into the source for a reason. Thank you for listening. I'm a little less afraid to face the answer now, whatever it may be. And when I find out, I hope you'll be there. We'll keep the Yane waiting long enough. Let's hurry back. It's very much one of those things where it's like, reasonable debt to have in a situation, but it's also pretty silly if you think about it from an outside perspective. Well, again, not that it's the same situation, but it's a relatively simple situation. So, like, you know, someone who's, like, an immigrant to a country, but, like, from when, like, they were a child. You know, like, I imagine people would have a similar feeling of just, like, you know, I was born in this country, but, like, when I was 2, I moved to another country and I've spent my whole life there. So going back to the country I was born in, it's like, yeah, I'm going back to home, I'm going back to where I started, but I've not spent any time here. I don't know this place. But I also can't deny the connection I inevitably have to it. I mean, for Kral, she'd be even more divorced because, like, she didn't come to here with her parents. Like, if her parents were in the source and raised her there, then they'd be raising her with influence from where she came from. But Kral doesn't have any of that. Kral was raised by completely different people. So Kral wasn't even raised by any influence of where she came from either. So there is also that. Well, the first converse in a while, I feel like choosing the silence is the best response. Trifling though it was, I feel that the work we've done has helped me gain a better understanding of Trina. The countless small actions taken by myriad people every day, what make this place what it is after all. That's your life, Krail. The myriad decisions that led you to the situation you're in now is what makes you who you are. I'm glad you're both back safe and sound. Now we can relax since my brother does the same. Your friend escorting him, he can't get himself into too much trouble. Unless he tumbles down the stairs into town again, I suppose.
That reminds me. The structures near the barrier all seem to be designed for Milala. Is there a reason that those in the center of the city are so much larger?
Oh yes. The center is the oldest part of Treno, built by the Hune and the Eldite before the Milala came.
So Treno predates the Milala's arrival?
The mayor at the time was kind enough to take our ancestors in, and gave them leave to establish their own residential quarter.
Oh, that's what that is.
Yet I have seen naught but Milala since we came to the city. Where did the other peoples go?
Alexandria. In the closing days of the storm surge, when death and destruction were everywhere, they believed it would be safer. Treno didn't have a barrier at first, you see. But one of our industrious brethren had served as tutor in the royal household and returned to us with knowledge of the barrier's design. It's thanks to him that the city survives to this day.
Might I ask a more personal question? We previously uncovered some records pertaining to the Milala's past. In them, it was written that the Milala left their paradise of eternal summer when a great calamity froze their isles. Understandably, all were not content to leave their homeland behind. Some attempted to return using the same power that had brought them here, but they found the way closed to them. Never again has the golden path opened that allowed their ancestors to flee to safety. Tell me, were that golden path to open once more, and you were to find the Milala homeland restored to its former glory, would you go back?
I'd certainly like to see that paradise of eternal summer for myself. Who wouldn't? But it wouldn't be going back. After all, my one and only home is here. Treno, this run-down, beat-up, beautiful city.
You truly love it, don't you?
Kind of odd considering we theoretically had to take them over to see it.
Do you know what the speaker said when the Milala came to this place? O life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy. Let this sky grant shelter from darkest storm.
What did the speaker know about the storm coming?
Hand in hand, forevermore.
What did the speaker know about the storm
We never
coming?
forgot those words. Not my ancestors, nor my grandmother, nor my brother and me. That boundless optimism, that communal spirit, that is Treno. No matter what comes or how hard it gets, we'll choose joy over fear and stand together. There's nowhere else I'd rather be.
Nowhere else you'd rather be. Perhaps it really is as simple as listening to your heart.
Again, yeah, like knowing 14 storytelling, that's of course where this is gonna go. Knowing 14 storytelling, there's no way it was gonna turn around and tell Kryl, yeah, Treno's your real home, so you should stay here. There's no way it was gonna do that. Grandmother used to tell us stories of the Milala homeland all the time. But it was the part where the ocean froze over that always fascinated me most. The vast open sea turned to ice. Imagine how cold it would ever be if that happened. Dawn trouble! Growl sprinkling is the cause of your allies sleep, isn't it? Kral, you must stay here. Do not come to Evercold. It's one of those things where given God, I wish it was cold. It's one of those things, right, where I have to have the thought process. This is building up towards Evercold, right? Like, the whole point of these patches is these patches will eventually come to the point where we establish we're doing an Evercold. That as a title feels very loaded. It feels, now that like the first thing that we're doing post Dawntrail story is exploring a reflection and seeing how it's dealing with the calamity of lightning that almost made it rejoin. while we also are investigating the key, which was the thing that allowed for the fusing of one shard to the source. I have to admit, the title of Evercold kind of gives me assumptions of what it's going to be about. I'm kind of just like, with Evercold as a title, I wonder. I wonder. And I guess what the trial could possibly be? I fucking forgot there's gonna be a trial. The bird's gonna come back. The bird. Honestly, it's been such a gap between the dungeon and the trial. It's been such a gap between the dungeon and the trial, I kind of forgot there was one. They're putting 2 and 2 together. Well, it's just like, if something is ever cold, if a place is ever cold, what would be something that would happen in this universe that would turn a place ever cold? And for us to go to that place, how would it be connected to the key that we're investigating? Ishgard 2. Earlier, you said that your brother couldn't get into too much trouble like this with Raha, but how much trouble is that precisely? I wouldn't think that it would have returned by now. Pardon me. Pardon me once again. Eastern Curthus. Conversely, I hadn't expected to see the two of you again so soon. I take up Miala's curiosity is sated. Left the fridge open. For the moment, I gave her a brief account of the situation in Alexandria, as well as events involving the key. She was most interested in the latter. In fact, she knew of the relic long before we did, and wished to discuss it with everyone. Would you be able to join us? That is... Okay, actually, that's a good point. I said that we're going to have to explain to Miali about the concept of... That's an Uku head. That's Uku from, I believe, specifically Twilight Princess, based on the picture of it. I was gonna say, we're gonna have to explain to Miali about reflections and stuff. Wait a minute, the Malala are here because of the key. They might have slightly more insight than other people in the ninth. Elijah produces the concept of refrigeration. I should love to go straight away, but we are awaiting Raha's return. As we speak, Miali herself is making her rounds through the city. We have time. As we know, it has many uses. Electrum has many uses, Ed boy. Alexandria, the kingdom past the mountains, the one that vanished. I wonder where you lot came from, but that wasn't my first guess, or my fifth for that matter. If the Malala arrived in Train immediately after playing the source, can I say how its mayor might be privy to the knowledge of the key? Particularly that mayor is Malala herself. I have a mind to reestablish my relations with Trainer, but it goes without saying that there are logistical challenges given our respective locations. The least of which is that any travel would require passage through Tyrol. To begin with, I shall have to consult with Gosan and the Bower of Resolve. Yeah, because they're gonna come out in the middle of Yaktel. Oh, you want to come to Alexandria? Okay, so we just go through here. We'll go up to Living Memory. This is our Disneyland. Now, we have to go through this portal. This will take us to the bottom of a cave. As we climb out of that cave, ignore the dead baby water. We've fixed it. It's okay. Now we've got this blue forest. We come out of that. Then we go across this bridge and we'll catch a train to that dome. That's where we are. The first instruction to Tyrol, the dead baby water. We should probably move that gate. Get some better transport between the bottom of Skydeep Cenote. Mini girl, don't go to Living Memory. Where the fuck are you finding these? Gotta take the whole path through Yokoi Core is a dead baby cave. It's lovely. I wasn't certain we should divulge any information concerning the key, but Alexandria's present location is difficult to explain without mentioning it. Fortunately, it turned out for the best.
We're back! The mine is in working order, I'm pleased to say.
Yay! I was half expecting you to be like, I broke my ankle, I tripped on a rock.
Electrope is being delivered for the barrier even as we speak.
Yay!
Have you two finished regaling the mare?
We have. Though she has her own story to tell. Of the key, in fact. We thought you might like to join us at the...
This is an evacuation alert. All citizens, please proceed to emergency shelters. Repeat, please proceed to emergency shelters. The Dawntrail is approaching. Repeat,
The fucking
please
what?
proceed to emergency shelters.
The fucking excuse me?
The Doom Train. Wasn't that one of Lindblom's weapons of war?
Lindblom! I swear to God!
You know of it.
Doom?
I've never seen
What
it
the
myself,
fuck?
But according to Zelenia, it was an armored vehicle used to transport war beasts to the front. In
That's
order
so
to
much more
prevent
evil
them
than the
from running
Phantom
wild
Train,
ere
what the
they're
fuck?
A powerful arcane entity was housed in the engine.
What
The end of the war didn't slow it one bit. Quite the contrary. Fueled by lightning ether, it's been speeding across the continent ever since.
Hey Scribbles, I was
The
never
Doom
gonna
Train
guess
and
this
its
in
beasts
6
bring
million
death and
years.
destruction everywhere it goes. It's a veritable calamity on rails. It passed near Trenno some years ago, claiming many lives, including our parents. I must go and repair the barrier as swiftly as possible. Without it, we haven't got a chance.
You can't be serious! You'll never finish in time, and you'll be right in its path.
I have to try. For Trenno.
Lindblom is so fucked.
Yane, no!
Lindblom is the Gallian Empire of this world. That's what it seems to be.
It seems my
Alexandria might
services
be
are required once more.
Alexandria might be the
I'll go with you.
Gilmore, but
Perhaps my knowledge
Lindblom's the
of
Gallian
electric will be
Empire.
of use.
I wish I were a fighter like you two. Keep her safe, will you? Please?
Lindblom, home of the aggressive turbo cancer
While
dragon and meant
destroying
to
the Doom
train, but we
would
put
be
a demon
preferable.
in it.
We should seek to delay its advance at the very least.
You can't be thinking of fighting it head on. That's madness.
It's not the first train I've fought. Well, now I have to do it.
If your mind is made up, there may be a way.
No way to say this is not the first train I've killed as
There's a
worst
freight
part of this
depot not far
expansion.
from us. We can use the train that stopped there.
Raha mentioned that before, did he not?
The Doom train will have to pass through the depot
Doom
to reach
train!
Trenno. And since the evacuation alert was only just triggered, we might be able to reach it first.
So, we commandeer this freight train, match our speed to the enemy's, and use it as a platform from which we launch a sustained counteroffensive. Is that your proposal?
There we go, simple enough.
It'd be better than trying to smash the bloody thing before it runs us all over. And if it might save a Yane, I'll do whatever it takes. Let me drive the train. That will leave you free to concentrate on the fight.
Lummel.
Interesting remix
I
of the
need to
Dawntrail
grab a
theme
few
here.
things. Meet me by the gate.
Yeah, mid-eye level PF. I will need to go to the bathroom before we start. I don't think I can go through a whole trial without bathroom break. Save a spot for... Don't have all 8 spots fill up before I can get there. Well, it's not in our nature to stand idle at a time like this. We should first consider how best to apply our individual skills. If anyone gets up a speeding weapon of war, just mind a fist. But we must also recognize the threat posed by its company of beasts. If influence is so powerful that even as it barrels ahead, and thought creatures continue to follow it, then the train may well gather additional minions as it draws near. There's no telling how many will charge Shano's gate, so we should prepare for the worst. Perhaps the Astroller and I ought to remain on guard here. I'm inclined to agree. Minor first, while you remove the head of this metal serpent, we will attend to the defense of the city. Unlock it and make one of us lead and then go to the bathroom? We can do that. Among other things, we must do what we can to ensure its citizens get to shelter before the fighting begins. Godspeed. Oh, people heard the alert, and now they're running. Hey, it says to me, Billy, I had a chance to join the city, but you really ought to leave before the Doom train gets here. There's only so much we could do. I can mount, but I also like enjoying the city. After Doom crashes into the shelter, we must prepare for the worst. Doom train, by the way, Doom train. Ah! So sorry, I thought you were the Doom train. Not because of anything about you in particular. I'm sure you're not at all terrifying and murderous. Says the person who's going to fight the Doom train. Oh, the guy's still there. Is anyone else around panicking about Doom Train? Some animals have left. Thunder Servants, what are you wandering around here for? It's best over if I can go to town on myself. You should run for your life! Doom Train, by the way. It's just, you know. Oh, good. They evacuated. Quick, how many coins you got? Toss them all in. We can use all the luck we can get. Right, the place we're headed is the Bentini Depot. Although Trainer has its own railway station, our settlements from earlier left it in need of significant repairs. They'll also be taking a hover cargo. My friend has volunteered for the mission. And yes, I did explain the dangers. Cargo's got a portable barrier. Frankly, I'm great at my job. Guarantee our safety during the ride. But I want to get the Bentini. That's your problem. It certainly is. Let me know when you're ready to move out. Alright. Just, again, Doom Train. Doom Train. Where we call home. Lamore's resolved to meet the Doom Train head on. We'll prefer to depart before we can think about it any longer. Ready? Then let our fearless operator will help you aboard. We make for Bentini with all haste. I'll have us there in the flash. Do give me any limbs you're attached to and would like to remain attached to inside this vehicle. BT dubs Doom Train. How will this fight compare to Phantom Train? Because Phantom Train, you've got like ghosts that teleport you inside. You jump on top of it to destroy like the steam horn on top.
This is it. You'll be riding that flat car at the rear of the train. I'll be all the way at the front, pushing her as fast as she can go. The Doom train moves at breakneck speed. If we're too slow, it will plow right through us. Speaking of which, we'd best get underway before it does just that. Don't forget you're fighting for Ayane. For all of Treno.
I've got this, don't you worry. Again, not the first train I've fought. Not the first train I've fought. Hell on Rails! What a name! What a fucking name! Jesus! Using onboard systems, I should be able to monitor you from the locomotive. I need to be able to hear me. Hell on Rails! Wow! What a fucking name! Holy shit! Jesus! Fucking Christ! Okay, well, here I was worried, just like, how are we going to have a trial? Like, because, you know, again, back in Shadowbringers, you have the big Warrior of Light trial, and it's the one trial that you do as part of the patches. You get to Endwalker, and it's like, you're building up bosses in each trial, so you get the really big one at 6.5 with Zeromus. I was kind of wondering that with this, where I'm just like, we have the big, epic, final boss of the storyline in 7.3, and then we have 2 trials after that. How do you make those trials stand out? How do you make those trials stand out compared to having the big final boss of the story before it? Doom Train with Hell on Wheels. They decided to go silly with it. There might be enough of you here that we can fill a party. I'm gonna go to the bathroom though, and then we'll come back for Hell on Rails. Let's fucking go. We are back! It's time to pop a dam and get ready to fight a damn train! But it's not a damn train at all. It's a Doom Train! So as it turns out, we have a full party. We don't even need to PF this shit. I see discussions happening here. Oh, we're not sure who's tanking. I mean, I'm main tank. I've got main tank. We have 2 machinists. I put in the good pair of headphones. Did the left side die already? Oh my god. Oh my god. Give me a second. I think the box has charged the right-hand side of the good headphones, but not the left-hand side. I think that's exactly what it's done. God damn it. I hate headphones so much. I just want them to fucking work. I'm just reconnecting them to see if that was the issue. Because they were having issues connecting. I mean, if I can hear it in one ear, I can hear it. If I can hear it in one ear, then I can hear it. We're all sorted now? Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Okay, no, the left side's just dead. God damn it. Well, I'm going into this with one headphone. I'm going into the boss fight with one headphone. I can at least hear it, but god damn it. It's so annoying that they just don't charge. If we're having double machinists, please do not overlap your raid wide bits. Can we have the double machinist decide who is the main one? Or the first one? So that machinist can activate their raid-wide mitt first? I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh, because you're dancer. Oh, you're dancer. So you... We have 3 fizz range. Yeah, Dancer also does overrides it. That's alright, never mind then. Never mind. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Hell on Rails. What a fucking name. What a fucking name. Forged by the Kingdom of Lindblom. Fuck Lindbloms, Jesus Christ. As the war hurtled towards its inevitable conclusion. The Doomtrail is a masterful fusion of arcane life and cold steel. With no battlefields left to besiege, it and its cadre of war beasts roar back and forth across the continent, devastating surviving settlements. Now to approach this train at its speed, and to derail it will require great strength, great recklessness, possessed only by the Warrior of Light. It's fine, we have improvisation. I have 4 guns, so I'm a machinist. Close enough for the scholar. Nor to just a gun. You're the only one brave and or stupid enough for this. This very much does feel like a... Yeah, no one but the Warrior of Light would do this because you need to fight a train while going at breakneck fucking speeds. Very quickly into the EDM, let's go. Siege engine, the Doom Train! No Asm Crystal, it means canonically you do this solo. Oh! Fucking Christ, this music. Oh, I was already. But trying to show that to Adam kind of makes me wonder if the spirits are summoned or also it's different enough for this. Again, I am just assuming the Warrior of Light does this solo. Doom Train EX strat. Strategy bullet's the best thing introduced in the entirety of Dawntrail. We're all just standing there. Alright. How fucking ready are we to fight another fucking train? Alright. We get 4, 3, 2, 1.
We're in it now! I'm counting on you!
Burst! Nice old bombing. Alright, get ready to. Relatively hurt. Ow! Lightning Express. I assume dodge the lasers from above. Oh! And a knockback. Okay. He gets ready to ram us, and it's a knockback. I'm gonna assume suck. Knockback into suck. Yep. Lines on the floor. Unlimited Express. Whoa, Jesus Christ! Fucking hell! Oh! Oh, okay.
Good luck!
Hide? Oh, that side's going first. Oh, they're on both sides. Okay. That'll hide from both. Okay. Suck. Thank you for the helpful advice. Oh god, I didn't see them glowing. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Oh, this is gonna hurt. They're 2 volts. Ow! Wait, Unlimited Express was the shit! How much oh, okay. We don't have a lot of train? Looking back. Oh, we actually have verticality? Oh, okay, so it's crackling down? Oh. Is this in melee range? Oh my god, it is! Oh! Okay. I'm hurting something bad. Lightning Express? Okay, so we go... Oh, jeez. Actual proper verticality in a fight. Holy shit. Be careful to gap close. Be smart with the gap close. Don't accidentally yeet yourself off. Again? Oh my god! I don't fucking move in! Runaway train? Oh my god, it is like Ghost Train. Is like Ghost Train. What the fuck? I'm a little scared. What the fuck? That's a tank buster! Oh! Tank moving conal AoE tank buster? Oh, that's gotta be fucking hell in extreme to like manage that. Okay. You hear the screaming of metal and it's coming closer. Whoa! Oh fucking Christ. I'm gonna get out of the way. Oh! Would you guess it's to an extreme? Not surprising at all. Not surprising at all. What the fuck? What the fuck do you mean? Correct response, Lamal. This train is well. What the fuck? AoE. Oh, so when it claps? When it... Okay, a little delay on when it claps, but okay. What is it doing? Oh! Oh god, I don't want to think about that on extreme. Derailing the derailment scene? I love how the Doom Train looks, it's so fucked up! It's just bashing us now!
I have to disconnect the car! Quick! Jump on the next one!
Run! Yeah, it's grabbing it this time, so it's just gonna chuck it. Fucking hell! What the fuck? Oh, it's that one's. No, okay, it is moving. Okay. Corner here. Will it move 3 times? Yes, okay. Train suplexes you! Oh, it only moves twice then. Oh, you actually have to watch its hands. How fast it does it? It actually, oh. Because it only moves twice then. So I guess based on its hands. Okay, head up. Oh, but then watch out for turrets! Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Hey, remember that thing that I've talked about sometimes in, for 14 in terms of, like, you know, unique environments and unique arenas? And how I wish there was more of them in 14? Answered. Answered. So I assume the enrage for extreme is just you run out of train. I'm trying, Level! Yeah, I'm gonna have to assume that on EX it's just you run out of train. Yeah, so that was moving pretty quickly. Oh god. Oh god. So I'm gonna... Wait. It's gonna move 2 or 3 times. Okay, that was... That was insane. Having to decide, like, work that out, I'm just like, oh shit, how many times is it gonna move? Okay, turret's coming back. Oh, it's up now. Okay. Which side? Okay, that side. Okay. We got uptime! Let's go! Uptime, baby! And then I guess down on this side would, yep. Whee! Oh, that's some suck action. This will get us someplace to hide the turrets. Okay, turrets. Turret's gone. Oh, I did that. I did an entire burst without activating No Mercy because I am a very talented gun breaker. The normal version of this very much feels like it's about the spectacle. Like, we're on mid-eye level. This is not hard. It's not, like, oppressive amounts of damage. Okay, yeah. This is not oppressive amounts of damage. Like, even the tank busters aren't hitting ridiculously hard. It's dying relatively quick. But god, do I want to see his mechanics on extreme. But god, do I want to see the extreme of this fight so bad. The mechanics are really interesting, and I love the use of, like, the actual arena. I would love to try that on extreme. Because pushing those ideas further. Definitely one of the most arena-intensive fights in the game. Like, the thing's like, it's not hard. That is not a super hard fight. But how unique the arena shit is, and the spectacle is off the fucking charts. Amazing. Amazing. God damn. God damn. Holy shit. Stream providing actual helpful advice and insights into the learning and advise a person. Lamol screaming a whole lot. Ethereal arms! I can imagine they did become iconic. Hit it harder! Again, normal for that is not that hard. Again, even we had mid-eye level and it wasn't that hard. Ah! The flat car! You can summarize most of his commentary as Jesus fucking Christ! The flat car! Incredible. Incredible. Wow! The flat car! Again, look, the only part of that fight that's a little bit lower, lower is difficulty. Everything else about that fight, music, spectacle, mechanics, just real fun with how it uses the arena. You ever been playing 14 and then just randomly heard a train whistle? Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking Christ. One hell of a fucking trial, my God.
Phew. No more adventures, thank you. That was enough bravery for a lifetime.
And for us, it was just a normal day.
But we did it! We stopped the Doom Train. Well, mostly you did.
Doesn't even enter, like, top 20 threats for us.
Before we can celebrate, though, we need to make sure Treno's secure. As I feared, stray beasts to the south. I've lost track of how many times I've asked you for help.
Look at the monster killers,
I need your help
and various
again.
other loved ones. So good on him. Again, I have to imagine that's one of the fights where it's like canonically the Warrior of Light into a solo instance. Wow. Immediately into a solo instance. I have to believe that Iane will be safe with your comrades. Or we send matters elsewhere. I'll see to the wounded. You try not to join them, alright? We haven't played as Kryl in one of these. We haven't had a Kryl one. Of course. Of course. Pictomancer time, let's go. When was the last solo instance? Have we had a solo instance in the patches yet? I don't remember. Oh, no, the Veronica in 7.1, yeah.
No!
Give me the Doom Train card. I'm getting real. Yay! My luck with DT trial cards is really, really bad. I think I have one. Don't. Yes, I attacked them with paint. Don't question it.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much. There were others being attacked over by the canal. Could you possibly?
Of course.
Of course. I'll go right away. The rest of you should get to the town hall. I can't leave anyone behind. I won't.
Let's go, Kryl! Yo! From the character who had to be on the sidelines for so long because she couldn't fight, now she's getting her own solo instance! Let's go! Let's
Best
go!
make sure the evacuation route is clear first.
Alright, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Aquavite. Okay, she has her own spells. Nice. Water and blue combo. It hurts. I assume this combo is AoE. And Butterfly Motif deals magic damage 3 times in succession to all nearby enemies. Potency and area effect increases with each successive attack. First attack 490. Second attack, okay, gets bigger and hurts more. Interesting, okay. Yo, look at me run! Question, have we had a single solo instance in this game where you play as a Lala? My biggest thing over the solo duties is playing Lala, but like you've always got the zoomies. Because you just move so fast. No, you play as a Lala, you play like this, and you just feel faster. I was about to say first Lala solo duty. I'm pretty sure it is. You're so fast playing as a Lala. Let's go! Oh, okay, so it does the 3. Okay. It does the 3 attacks in a row. Oh, okay. I thought it'd be like 3 different cast buttons. Oh, like 3 different cast buttons. Oh, okay, okay. Aqua is an off global, but it is a I feel slow when I do the Halloween plays in busy.
Done. Now to aid those people by the canal.
Search for stragglers. Okay, they're fine over there. Oh, yeah, roll quest, yeah. Healer roll quest and Shadowbringers. Fair. That doesn't sound good.
Help is on the way!
Love that song. I'll stand in it to hurt them. Worth it. Rescue citizens. Balloon motif. Yo! 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 Scared? Who, me?
Other stragglers.
I appreciate when you play as like the Scions for their things. They do their jobs differently. Like they have their own unique elements to them. But she has paints that we don't. Holy shit, Kryl is built different. I mean, even the butterfly motif. The way she does her butterfly motif is just like a big AoE burst. Bam! I mean, she has a self-heal as a fucking victim. She has like a self-heal as a victim. Oh, she doesn't paint for it. It's just, she just assumes she has balls. Butterfly motif is crazy damage on one button. Doomsayers be like, this is what Evolved is going to be. Doomsayers be like, Evolved will be you have 4 buttons like a solo instance. I was so scared I couldn't even move. Silly, isn't it? Why haven't I been making a downfall straight away? You have my word on that. Go to 7 check on everyone, I won't complain, but do be careful. You be careful. Tell me to be careful. You be careful.
That breeze is awfully warm. Oh no!
Our home!
First things first, the fire.
Oh, Jesus.
To take a leaf out of Y'shtola's book.
She can paint Nixies! She can paint Nixies! So what magic was that? I've never seen anything like it. Right, yes, I'm gonna run away. We can talk about it later. So which red mage got the big sword AoE Alistair does in the 5.55 solid duty. Then crawl about the Nixies. So you can put out the fire. However, I thank you. I mean, I won't be spreading any further. We can all take shelter until this is over.
Not a moment too soon. I hope that was the worst of it.
Froth and foam.
Somebody help!
A voice. Further out.
Run, crowd, run! Lala Zoomies, let's go! I don't have a sprint. But Lala Zoomies, let's go! Oh, Jesus. That's a lot of things at once.
I'll take care of this.
Oh, I can help it. I'm being held together by these spinning arrows. Well, shit. Oh, there's usually arena-sized empty space. Maybe I should actually stand out of the AoEs. I am no longer playing a tank. Maybe I should stand out of the AoEs. Oh, Jesus, some Cyclops. Bam! I didn't hit all of them with all 3 attacks. Hit one of them with all 3, but... Arrow.
How many are there?
Like I said, even while playing tank standing outside, it was beneficial. Possibly. That sounds like cow would talk.
Is that all of them?
Is that a behemoth? The fuck is this doom train carrying? Dear God!
A behemoth!
What if behemoth but lightning? Stola!
You cut that rather close.
Carl, Picto has a bubble to put around you. Should have done that.
Thank goodness you're all right.
There we go.
Ayani has finished the repairs. We need only hold the line until the barrier is in place.
And hold the line we will. Together.
Hell yeah! God, the giant dorsal fin on the behemoth looks so cool. Behemoth with giant dorsal fin is badass. Alright, we'll play as Manifestus and Blightwind! There we go.
I can still fight. I can.
Get in there!
I have no doubt.
Greater behemoth, specifically. Storming roar! Go. Grab thinks his main tank. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Honestly, I'm a tank. I can probably handle this myself. I could have been more mad. Honestly, that little damage it did, I probably could have just tanked it anyways. Probably could have just chugged on Nebula and it would have been fine. I've got so hurt. Oh my god. Haven't seen this mechanic since fucking, Aisha Scope. Oh, I'm not moving. So now you're pulling out hammers and stuff, bro.
Thunderheads.
Keep away from the clouds.
We're fine. Oh, that's not a cloud, actually.
If I never see another storm.
Nowhere is safe with so many of them.
Some friendly winds, if you please.
Just blow the clouds away. Hey, there we go.
It worked.
There we go. Just blow the clouds away with wind. It's fine.
How fortunate that bird made such an impression.
Can you paint with all the colors of the wind? Easy mechanics. And now I get to exploit you a bunch because I built up a bunch of this. Girl, like I'm standing here. Oh, I see. She's smacking the boss with a paintbrush as well. Storming roll. Oh, Ecliptic Meteor. As I learned,
grows more volatile. Something is coming.
As I learned from Euphrosyne, you don't even need to hide anymore.
Y'shtola, Sphene, lend me your strength.
There's straight up an Ecliptic Meteor and Euphrosyne. You just
The two of us will disperse these balls of lightning.
I reckon we just DPS the boss. Quick, paint the rock. Just DPS the boss. I bet we could kill it before it finishes the cast. If we focus the boss, we absolutely could have killed it. Spriggan! Yo! Yo! Go, Spriggan, go! Yeah! Go, Spriggan!
The tide is turning. Press the attack.
She basically did paint a rock. She just painted something to hold the rock as well. Okay, fine, I'll actually dodge this one then. Fine, I'll dodge the mechanic this time. Oh, I don't even need to. I killed you before it went off. Yay! I did it! I did it! Cryo solo duty, let's go!
I must say, that was an incredible performance.
Oh, how you've grown.
Flatterer.
What is it?
The barrier is restored. The people of Treno may rest easy once more.
Yay! Hey! We patched the holes! And it's no longer on red about to break color. It's on blue full health color. That's pretty effective, actually. Now that it's a bug zapper. No, so the Tramical train is really funny. The Doom train is heading towards train.
The perimeter is clear, everyone. And thanks to our guests, the Doom train has been destroyed. Last but not least, Ayane fixed the barrier. We don't need to worry about beasts anymore.
We have solved so many problems so quickly for these people.
Calls for a celebration.
We have very rapidly turned around this town.
The Doom train is gone for good.
That's our Ayane.
They're safe. All of them.
It's amazing how many, like, just chuck us at a city. We will fix all of its problems. Come on.
Alila? Cryle, does the name Alila mean aught to you?
My mother.
Did you know her?
Okay, based on that reaction, did you more than know her? Are you the grandma? Are you Carl's grandma?
I'm sorry, my dear. We should get you patched up before aught else. Alila's story and that of the key are one and the same. After you've rested and recovered, I'll tell you the tale. You have no cause to fret, I promise you. While Lummel forgot to give the order, bless him. There's work to be done ere we can celebrate.
But we can celebrate over the Rhapsody.
We must see to any injured. Come and find me at Town Hall when you're ready.
Without further delay, then.
You needn't mind me. My injuries are far from severe.
But your curiosity is another matter, is it not? Your feet will deliver you to Miaili all the swifter if you can actually walk on them.
We're getting like a whole patch that's like giving us the story for Kryl that was kind of done off screen in base Dawntrail. Again, that's one of my one of my criticisms of the story of base Dawntrail is Kryl learning that she's from the 9th is something that happened off screen, and that is very bizarre. After that battle, I think we all required a moment. You'd better get some rest too. I mean it. Oh, whoops. Done. Well, I would rather not have tumbled to the pavement in front of half of the city. I'm none the worse for wear, thanks to your shoulder. What of yourself? If you have any hurts, we can tend to them now before we see Miaili. No, I'm hurt, actually, still. Go ahead to bed now. I can feel myself shutting down. Good night. Exhaustion aside, Carl's saying no injuries you need to worry over. I think Miaili knew Carl's mother. I too am eager to hear the details. Into the mist? I guess it's not a... You know, it's not a 0.3, so it's not going to be like anywhere near as chunky as a bit of a story. Kryl is ready to hear more from Miaili. Or is she? Curious, isn't it? I want to know more than anything. Yet part of me is still terrified. But having come so far, I can't turn from the truth now. If everyone is feeling up to it, let us go and have our answers. Yo, how should we celebrate? A proper carnival, I'd say. Hey, you're taking a rest now. Oh, it's you. Hello again. Why not standing up to greet you? Something personal. Whenever we were staying, my legs quite gave out, you see. No, the house burned down. Oh. Let's clear that debris. Someone hand me an axe. Well, one of them's on shovel duty. At least some of it survived. This is such a cool way of like doing a bit of MSQ for a for a patch. Make it so that the dungeon gives you a little area to explore, so that for most of the patch you get to be in like a new area, so it feels like you get to explore a new place. Really saved our hides. I'm sure the birds would be thanking you if they could. As it is, I'll probably disgorge something far in a general direction, so you want to keep a healthy distance. Oh, fluffy nose. This is a good patch. This is a good patch. Again, for a patch that's like, you know, post Dawntrail, like, what do we do? Like, what's the immediate objective? What's our next journey? There's a pretty good answer to that. Can't believe you lot managed to stop the Dawntrail, fix the barrier, and come back safe and sound. I did chuckle my pocket change in the fountain for you. Do you think it helped? Oh my god! Again! Just further down now. Very well done. Very well done. I don't see fishies in this part of the water. Ugh. Like, I'm not expecting every patch to do something like this. One, development time. So, but also, too, you know, like, you know, some parts of the, patch stories will obviously take place in, you know, parts that appear during the MSQ and stuff like that. A little piece. Trying to get things done. Hey, one of the birds came out for a drink. There you are, don't scare me like that. I came out to the canal for a drinky drink. Aww. And he also went to the tournament. But you know, having little moments like this where it's just like, okay, we want the MSQ to take place that's somewhere that isn't part of the normal areas, but we're kind of like a full zone. This is a fantastic way of doing it. It's a fantastic way of having that little ride. Oh, there we go. You're the one with the dog. It's all dodo around here, right? Over that way. Don't have the dog eat it, please. Wait, there's a dodo there. Wait, I found the dodo. I found the dodo. Oh, it's still blooming and I have you to thank for it. Afraid that I don't have words enough to know what that means, but I'll plant another patch in your honor. It's one of the things that you can very much feel with Dawntrail. Base Dawntrail, but also certain elements of patch Dawntrail. They're definitely getting a lot better at using the tech of the system in various ways, and also using that for storytelling, right? You know, the biggest example being, you know, the entirety of Living Memory. But, you know, the multiple ways that were, like, the alternate versions that we've seen of, like, Tulia Lal and Solution 9 in terms of that. This feels like an even more expanded version of, like, Zero's Domain and the Court of Troya stuff that we had. Even somewhere like, you know, having the little area of, what's it called? The thing for the Alliance Route. Juno and stuff like that. Well, that's not, like, unique to it, but it feels like they're definitely, like, utilizing that kind of stuff a lot better. I really can't thank you enough for saving us on the Doom train. Should have heard the chief in the town hall at Lomal's announcement. Did you hear it? It was pretty loud. Town round. Why am I still feeling anxious on Carl's behalf? Ah, and your friends! Do you know my grandmother called us here? Both Iana and I neglected to ask. How are you faring? Are you recovered from your brush with the Doom Train? And did I say something about a behemoth? While the key to the main topic of conversation, there is no telling what else Miali might reveal. I have every confidence Lamar would be safe in your company, but it heartens me to see him unharmed nonetheless. I also like how Sven's just along for the ride. Like, this story's not about Sven, but, you know, she's a part of, like, you know, helping to get here and stuff and, like, learn more about this. Now she's just along for the ride. That's alright. I'm ready to hear it.
Ere I begin my tale, there is something about our family that
Sven's
you
here for
need
off-screen
to
diplomacy.
understand. We are descendants of the speakers of Eld, and I myself am the latest to inherit the role.
Okay. So direct lineage from the Alo speakers
Even
is
as
still
we
like
do our
I think they
utmost to ensure
yeah.
our people's welfare in our adopted home, it has ever been our duty to find a means to return whence we came.
So they're still trying to get back to the source.
Alas, our ancestral treasure never did answer our prayers. And that left my elder sister, the previous speaker, mired in doubt. It was then, when she was at her most vulnerable, that preservation reached out to her.
The key is none other than that relic, and it has been in the safekeeping of our people since time immemorial.
Yes. When lightning threatened this world, we attempted to use the key to flee again, like our ancestors once did. Alas, no matter what we tried, we couldn't invoke its power. We had all but given up when Preservation approached us with an offer of partnership.
Yeah.
We've heard this part before, from my parents' memories. My mother was your sister.
Okay, so you're not grandma, aunt.
She was. Which makes you an heir to the Speaker's legacy. The last message I received from your parents said that in order to thwart Preservation's design, they must send away both their daughter and the key. I now understand what became of the former. As for the latter, through conversing with your friends, I gleaned with whom it currently resides.
That'd be me. That'd be me. Well, someone else is looking at it, but it's like my...
Is it your wish that we give it back?
Lamolania Necros, because it's...
We Milala are the people of Treno now. Here is where we've put down our roots. The moment Elila relinquished the key, she relinquished our claim to it as well. But be that as it may, my sister gave up not only her life, but her darling daughter, to prevent its misuse. It is my duty to ensure that its new bearer is worthy. So, should it answer your call as it never did ours, how would you use the key's power?
Question, does Kryle having the Speaker's legacy possibly tie into her Echo being different? Or like, more powerful? Well, I guess she's more of a hero though. She can hear Heidelin's voice better than others. She has the legacy of the speaker, but she's actually the best hero when it comes to the Echo. I mean, these two are one and the same answer. These two are the same answer for Minor Fist and, like, the Warrior of Light in general. These are the same answer. But the primary thing would be this. Again, the driving motivation is love. Love for the star and all the people of all of the worlds of the star. It would be this.
For some, that might be a self-serving end. But your deeds are proof that I needn't worry. And what's more, there's your friendship with my niece. I dare say that speaks well of your character.
By the by, do you have any records pertaining to the key here in
Two
Toronto?
heroes here? I don't know.
Would that we did. But Delilah took everything with her when she joined Preservation. If aught remains, it would be in Alexandria.
And so we find ourselves returned to our original course.
Shale may have made some progress. Perhaps it's time to bring our visit to an end. But by that, I don't mean to say that I don't feel welcome in Treno. You've all been so kind and accommodating. And in many ways, it's my hometown. It's just that, well,
It's all right, my dear. It is true that some feel bound by blood or birthplace, but I don't believe that your parents would have wanted that for you. They devoted their lives to understanding the key so that future generations would not be burdened by it. As we have chosen Treno, so too should you choose the place you call home. A place where you can bloom and grow with fearless joy.
I will.
We must give you a proper send-off, though. Wait for us by the gate, will you? A word of caution, Keeper of the Key. As you know, it is a relic that has traveled across centuries and worlds, passing through countless hands. Oft beckoning to those ruled by ambition or avarice. Indeed, some have wondered if it chooses its master. But I believe differently. I believe that some inexorable force, call it fate, if you will, ushers it from one bearer to the next. Be wary, for fate's regard now falls upon you.
There's an Al Ra here? Why is there an Al Ra? Why is there an Aura here? Random Aura jump scare. Really tall Lalafell. It's twisty, it drives the plot. Hello, first Aura since Endwalker patches. I mean, the parts there about, like, you know, the Keeper of the Key and stuff like that. Again, this is something that makes sense for a post-Endwalker story. We're now in the position of Asm entirely. You could make arguments of, like, what level of Asm are we in terms of stuff like that? In terms of, like, you know, are we Asm, as in our Unsundered Asm, at the start of their journey, like, once they were, you know, brought in to the seat of Asm? Are we Asm further along in that? Are we at the point of, like, you know, Vanar's journey of, you know, Vanar leaving the seat of Asm, but still, like, going past that into the story and things like that. Again, I've had this prediction thinking about, you know, basically since, like, beating the final boss of Dawntrail and how, like, thinking about that. My assumption is going to be the end of MSQ as a whole, for, like, the entirety of 14. We're gonna pass on the legacy of Asm to someone else. That doesn't mean we stop being a warrior of light. It doesn't mean that we stop being a traveler. Because I see the end of the MSQ, us basically going that we're now in Vanar's position. We have a new person, or possibly entrusting the responsibility to the greater general idea of the star. Of new people to walk in the shoes of Asm. It's now their duty to travel, to explore, to help. And we more so step into a Vanar-esque position of her post-Asm. Of, you know, we're the mentor to the newer people, we're the person... Yeah, we stop being... Yeah, basically. We stop being the traveler and become a traveler, yeah. We're still very much the warrior, like, we're still very much journeying the star, doing our own thing, finding people, helping them when we can and stuff like that, because, you know, Warrior of Light's personality, especially by this point, just means they're never going to stop doing that. For the rest of that, like, you can have your own Warrior of Light have their own headcanon, and that's totally fine. The Warrior of Light, based on the story that's in the game, I can't imagine they ever stop being an adventurer in some capacity. As long as they're physically able to, they will always do that. And Minifest very much falls in line with that. But, you know, if everything leading up to Endwalker is kind of us stepping into the shoes of being the new Asm, right? Then it makes sense that the end goal of that journey is to pass on that legacy to the next person. And we become a Vanar-esque figure for the star. So us now having the key that is like a specific Asm thing is us fully embracing the role of it is now our duty to explore the star, to do Asm shit. Until you become Isildur. Yeah, until you physically can't travel anymore, basically. If the Malala's records were in Preservation's possession, that they ever relinquish them, that knowledge must await us back in Alexandria. Pearl looks like she's just seen the first ray of sunlight on a cloudy day. Glad you found what she sought to be. Lumal and Iana have gone to some of the other Malala we've met from across the city. Can't believe I have living relatives here. They make it seem so simple. Maybe it is enough to just be Kryl. Name and your connection to other people, once again re-establishing that theme for 14. But yeah, it's something where it's just like, you know, in a post-Endwalker world, what do you have as the story in terms of like grand overarching thing, right? And there's the Warrior of Light individual perspective, which is, again, I would say the legacy of Azam. That's something that, you know, End of Shadowbringers and all of Endwalker really get across. And we're now furthering that with Dawntrail with, you know, a new relic of Azam's that is now in our possession and stuff like that. And then there's like the general idea of what happens in a post-Endwalker world is that man becomes the stewards of the star, right? That was kind of what we fought Emmett about. Emmett was saying that man isn't responsible to like lead the star because of how we are, and us disproving him to that. And then Endwalker is basically a one massive giant passing of the torch. We're still dealing with a problem caused by the previous stewards of the star, and they're still involved in us fixing that. But ultimately, the final responsibility for it falls on us. It's our first steps as the new stewards of the star. With the prior ones, you know, helping us as much as they can, given that it was the thing that, you know, they had to deal with. So I would say, in terms of, like, you know, it's like, our overall goal is bringing stability to the star in a new era where man, Sundered, is the new stewards of it. And we as Azam are the traveler to like learn about that and stuff like that. With the overall goal being stability to the star and entrusting that. Again, will we entrust the legacy of Azam to an individual person? Will we entrust the legacy of Azam to a more general concept of there are now multiple of them? Because that's kind of similar to, you know, the stewards of the star were the old inhabitants of the star, but there was like the convocation and they were like the leaders. Where now it's just like, it gets more filtered out. So would that be the idea of like where we ultimately go? Where it's just like, instead of us being the one person who's responsible, we try to like be like, man as a whole is now responsible as we step out of that kind of thing. And it'd be like, there's no specific predictions about any individual events or anything. More so like, what is the thematic driving force for the rest of 14 until 14 finishes? Kind of idea. And with what Dawntrail has built up, I kind of see it going in that direction. How we get there, what we do, and everything like that, you know, so many questions. But
thank you all for everything.
We're the ones who should be thanking you. You fought so many times for us.
I've tended to the people's immediate hurts, but see that they receive appropriate care as they recover.
I still can't believe you took down the Dawntrail. Just like that. You're my hero, truly. And I'm sure Mum and Dad and everyone else we lost will rest easier now that it can never hurt anyone again.
For my part, I cannot thank you enough for supporting my plan for the barrier. Not to mention that we wouldn't even have the electrope to restore it without your aid.
again, the amount that we have fixed Traino in our time being here is like, holy shit.
I can't wait to see what else we can do now that the mine is back in service.
Again, this is kind of what I feel like the role of Azam now is. We go around, we find problems that
Trial.
It's primarily us to fix, and now
Oh,
they can
life.
do their things on their own.
Flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy. Let this sky grant shelter from darkest storm, and here bloom, hand in hand, forevermore.
We're to explore a cave and then fight a big monster.
Remember
Baby
that,
adventure
will you?
stuff.
Whatever shore you choose.
Of course. Those words,
and our people will always be in my heart.
After so long without her, I had begun to forget what my sister was like. Her face, her voice, fading like the mist. All I could remember clearly was her resolve as we parted for the last time. But now I've seen her again. In you, sweetheart.
Hug! Actual cutscene hug. Actual cutscene hug.
Thank you for bringing her back to me. It is a joy to have met you, Cryle.
You too, Aunt Mealy.
I know your home lies far from here, but to us you'll always be family. Come and see us once in a while, won't you?
I will. My comrades have found a treatment for Levin's sickness, so I'll bring it to Treno as soon as I can.
More Porksies! Let's bring Porksies!
My, you certainly have no shortage of accomplished friends. We'll await your return, my dear. Life is full of surprises when one lives in hope. Isn't that right, Delilah?
Feels like it's been a while that we've had a patch that's just been like a standalone story / adventure. As in the last time that we did that, it was kind of, what, 5.4? Though we're still in the 9th, it hardly feels like it up here. What a wonder. Yeah, why don't you all just... Sup? Why don't you all just do that? Why don't we just get all of the different cities that currently exist in the Storm Surge? What if we just lift them into the sky? What if we just did that? Bam! You know how you avoid the Storm Surge? Just go up. Apparently that works. Once we are back in Solution 9, I shall have to relax with a hot cup of tea. If safe and reliable airship travel to Treno were possible, it would cut down the length and danger of the journey. Quite right idea. I want that meal, but I know I'm never gonna get it. It still feels a bit like I'm dreaming, but even should I wake, I'll remember it. I'll remember them. On a practical note, I am more certain than ever that Shadow's work will yield vital insights into the key. Pardon me. I look forward to speaking with her when we arrive in Solution 9. There's only 2 silver tokens. Oh! Oh, I thought that was one of the gold ones. Oh my god! Fucking incredible chocobo barding, holy shit. If you don't mind, why don't we first make our way to resolution? Gassan will be wondering about my absence. Heavens, yes. I apologize for keeping you from your duties for so long. Think nothing of it. I was more than happy to be part of your adventure. And Gassan will forgive me once I tell him of Trainer. Go downgrade to gold from silver with some other stuff. Oh. Oh. You got the helmet on in there as well. Incredible botting. Incredible botting. One day I'll do faux leaves. One day I'll actually do something to do with faux leaves. I don't know when that's going to be, but someday I'll actually do faux leaves. Faux hollows. I mean, Unreal Trials. Where was I going? Resolution. Specifically lemons in red too. We'll have plenty of time until January. That means, yeah, we're gonna do friggin' what's it? I think it's Shinryu right now. I think it's gonna be Shinryu until the launch of Evergold. Is Shinryu EX fun? Is Shinryu EX fun? Though we learned little about the Asians, our sojourn was more than worthwhile. According to the people at Trainer, there are other settlements in the ninth. We shall have to seek them out one day. We're back! Gassan hasn't always regulated since his memory was restored. The experience must have affected him deeply. I know it's one that people are fond of, but I haven't tried, so I couldn't tell you. To be fair, it might just be epic because it's, you know, Xenos. Ah, this explains much. I wonder I hadn't seen neither hide nor hair of your majesty these past days. May I ask where you have been? It's quite a long story. Whoever stole with your companions, traveling to the Mist Continent with no knowledge of what awaits, was extraordinarily reckless. That I cannot deny, but it availed us much. We have opportunity to resume diplomatic relations with a long-time ally. And as I did not, in fact, come to harm, all is well that ends well. Might have been a bad move to just leave. Should you feel compelled to go beyond any other excursions in future, I swear that you'll notify me beforehand. Forgiveness and permission, etc., etc. Yes, of course, it was remiss of me. I apologize. I like how even being queen, she's still dressed like this. Nah, this outfit is too cunty. Even as queen, I'm gonna stay dressed like this. Duty's call is most insistent. Nevertheless, if you require my aid, please do not hesitate to seek it. I love what they did with Sphene as a character. Well, the fact that Sphene just existed, like, you know, you have the whole thing where you fight Sphene, Sphene's the main villain of base Dawntrail and stuff like that. But she now also just gets to, like, exist as a character, and we can still, like, use her as a character in stories and stuff, is really nice. Again, it works well because she's a better written Emmett Selk. So, when, like, you know, when we go through the FF14 explanations of, well, this isn't the Sphene that we fought as the main villain. This is the original Sphene who was frozen in stasis and then didn't have her mind manipulated because she was a computer program into being hell-bent on, you know, doing interdimensional imperialism at any cost. So when you remove that element from the main villain antagonist, oh yeah, she can just exist as a character and just chill and be an ally now. You're back. How'd it go? Did you find a way down? I fought a train. Sorry, what? I fought a train. You heard me. Dawntrail, more like Dawntrain. Because this expansion has had multiple trains so far. And also cities named Train. And little boys named Train. No, that one didn't happen. But if you ask me again, I will tell you the same. Trainer! I've heard the name. Incredible that it's sheltered by Nala all this time. What's more, the mayor was able to share the story of the key from her perspective. She believes that historical documents pertaining to it are stored in preservation's archives. It could be. The work isn't done yet. We've made progress on the decryption. I was on my way to the containment complex to review the data in situ. In that case, allow me to accompany you. Though it may be incomplete, I should like to review the information available. With your Shola once again coming up with an excuse to hang out with Shale. We'll contact you as soon as we've made some sense of it. I killed the train. I didn't just fight a train, I killed the shit out of it. I fucked that train up. In the meantime, I suggest that our warrior of light get a good night's sleep or two. You never know what manner of hellish technology will be after us next. And Kral, I assume you'll be wanting to familiarize yourself with the care and feeding of Porxies. Indeed. On my way to the principals, I was aided elsewhere when the others were treating the living infected. I shall have to ask your shoulder to instruct me. It's the least I can do for my family. I intend to visit them whenever possible. But my home will always be here in the source. There's nowhere I'd rather be. Yeah. Dog City Trainer! We get trainer music. Big stretch! Stretchy, stretchy, stretch. Ow. Earlier in Trainer.
Now, there is much to be done. With access to the mine restored, I'd like to explore methods to expand our food production systems. I look forward to your insights.
There we go. A little bit more electrope. Never hurt anybody. Wow. Wow. What if we grew more food? Genius insight. Oh, the RR! With a stuffed toy. Is it for an amazing reason?
Oh, my poor heart. I only meant to steal a glimpse while we were in the area. But our eyes definitely met, didn't they? Oh, that's not ideal. Such fearsome instincts to perceive me as a threat in an instant. But I shouldn't be surprised. It's the Source's vaunted hero, after all.
Halmerut!
Well, this is the Asian! This is the Asian!
Oh.
Is this?
One need hardly be the warrior of lights to notice you. You're far from subtle.
Ha! You fucking loser! Who's a stuffed fucking toy, you piece of shit!
Those clothes must be as old as I am. Where is your robe?
Oh, because the robe wouldn't stand out.
You mean the robe that practically announces me as an Asian?
Oh, this is
I don't intend to reveal that detail, but
you're lacking way too much subtlety in that. Why don't you just announce you're an Asian with the robe?
Besides, if one of us can't help but draw the eye, it's you.
No, it's both of you. You're a green Alraran trainer, and the other one is a stuffed toy. Who, to be fair, I didn't hear talk
Calix, how you've grown.
Fucking loser.
And surprisingly cute-ish.
Fucking loser's a fucking teddy bear.
Put me down.
Ah, you fucking dipshit. You know what? If he has to live for now, suffer this indignity, it was fucking worth it.
Jests aside, we will be departing the 9th all too soon. If you wish to say your goodbyes, I could find you a vessel and mold it to match your preferred presentation.
Don't you dare. I will not debase myself by occupying a living body ever again. And in any case, to travel the rift as you do requires the shedding of one's flesh, does it not?
But the teddy?
I apologize if I upset you. Your understanding is, in essence, correct. The magics cannot bring a vessel through the rift. Ergo, you must discard it and assume a form of pure ether.
We've learned how to.
until
We've
you
done
reach
this
the
multiple
other
times
side.
now. Askians, catch the fuck up.
However, that doesn't mean you need discard everything like so much refuse. Using fissures such as this, one can easily send small amounts of matter between reflections. Matter such as your archived memories.
All the more reason to remain as I am. At present, I could pass through a fissure myself. And as this form suffices for surveying the material realm, I see no reason to expend effort searching for a replacement.
You fucking loser.
I wish only to observe. That is enough.
Very well. I shan't press. Nevertheless, odd though you may look, I would encourage you to bid farewell to those to whom you have attachment.
Well, this is Calix. That's literally no one.
For now that you failed, unless our hero changes course, this world is doomed to die.
Yeah, I don't believe you. Asians, you've always been so singular-minded that I've proven you wrong and killed a bunch of you. Oh no, the plan wasn't able to work. This reflection will die. I don't believe you. I don't buy
I
it.
had hoped to banish death from their lives.
I don't buy it.
Why should it come to all, whether they will it or no? Why must any accept this burden and grief? It was never about any one person. So no, there are none with whom I would exchange fond farewells.
Again, he didn't give a shit about any individual person. He was just like, how can I stop the concept of death?
But so long as mankind yet survives, I can hold fast to my faith. That my life's work might again bring someone's salvation.
Hold fast you must, as we press ever onward. For soon it begins, and every world shall tremble. The Winterers must be prepared to outlast the great withering to come.
That sounds like the thing that I was saying. Hate
That's your ominous prediction, is it?
Sounds like the thing I was saying. Heat death.
No. It's nature's proclamation. Can't you hear it? It echoes in the silence, left by the will of the star.
That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. There's a new issue that's happening with the star. It's happening directly as a result of there being no will of the star. The will of the star effectively is the old steward of the star. As the new stewards of the star, it is on us to fix the problem caused by there being no current will of the star. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Hammerit talking there in a lot of ominous language of, this place is doomed to die. The Winterers must survive the great withering. As nature's proclamation deems. Okay. I think it's generally the first we've heard about any ability to send physical objects to inflection on command without something like Crystal Tower as a medium, even if it's only small amounts. I mean, because the Unsunded didn't give a shit. The Unsunded didn't give a shit about doing anything like that, because they just went, I'll just fucking create whatever I need over there. Enough to send a person is like, you know, that would be helpful for Emmett, and that's why he kidnapped the Exarch, like, right at the end. Calix, get out of here, I'll kick you. Calix, get out of here, I will kick you. I love how the details are changed for Calix to have tired eyes to match Calix. Calix's model very much had tired eyes to match it being Calix. Possibly a new VA for Calix. You got a new VA in this patch for currently unknown reasons. Yeah, on command, even a Voidfish will require some sort of sacrifice ritual as opposed to just being able to pop open a hole like that, or finding somewhere where it's naturally weak and brute forcing it. You're a little bigger. Ominous proclamation aside, a very different Ascian. I mean, it has to be a different Ascian. Again, this is why the concept of just, oh, we're going back to Ascians doesn't inherently bother me, because just because it's an Ascian doesn't mean we're going to be doing the same thing that we've always done with Ascians. The concept of it's an Ascian doesn't necessarily strictly mean, oh, we're just rehashing what we did before. Endwalker alone proves that. Endwalker alone proves that. We dealt with all of the, like, we literally defeated all of the Unsunded, seemingly stopping the Ascians' plans in Shadowbringers, and then Endwalker immediately hit us with Fandaniel. And it's like, oh, it's an Ascian, but very different to what came before. And now we have that again. We have Halmarut and Ascian. But Halmarut, like, from what she's talking about there, Halmarut doesn't have an objective or a goal in terms of, I'm trying to, like, make this happen. It sounds like what Halmarut's goal, alongside the Winterers and Calix, is we believe a certain withering is inevitable, let's try and survive it. Her goal isn't, I want to make this happen, it's, this is going to happen, how do we weather the storm? Imagine being upset there's still Ascians in the plot. There's no Highland or Zodiac, it's a new era. Well, again, like, Ascians being brought back in would be boring if the Ascians were trying to do the exact same thing that they've always done before. Like, if Halmarut showed up and she's just like, I want to do a rejoining because I believe if I do a rejoining, I can bring about Zodiac, and if I bring about all the rejoinings and a Zodiac, I can restore the Unsunded world. Like, if Halmarut showed up and that was, like, Halmarut's goals, then yeah, it would be fucking boring as shit, because we've dealt with that. We've done this before. Like, something coming up that has the same name or like concept as a thing before, but is doing something new. Again, I also said this about Xenos in Endwalker. A big part of my thing for Xenos in Endwalker was we can't have Xenos repeat his arc in Stormblood. Xenos' whole thing in Endwalker cannot just be Stormblood again, because we've done that. If they are going to this effort of teasing throughout the entirety of Shadowbringers the return of Xenos, they have to do something new with Xenos that they didn't do in Stormblood. And that's what I was like, I wasn't doubting them, but I was curious what that would be, because I'm just like, as much as I do like Xenos in Stormblood, he doesn't have a lot of depth. He has a focused idea, and they did everything with that focused idea in Stormblood. So how do you bring back Xenos and expand on what Xenos is and do something new with him? And that's what they did. That's what they did with Xenos in Endwalker. They had a Xenos, like, because obviously, like, you got the start of Endwalker where he's just like, you know, power man, I'm gonna do everything I can to fight you. And, like, he is shown then to be someone that you just brush off and don't even care about, outside of, like, the direct impacts that he causes, because his motivations are so basic and so what he had before. And you've grown so much as a Warrior of Light since then that, again, you have that moment where he walked, like, after the Zodiac fight, you have that moment where he walks past you. He looks back at you because he can't get over this concept of just the fight between you two and I need to make you mad. You don't look back at him because you've grown so much as a Warrior of Light that his petty bullshit isn't even, like, relevant to you anymore. It's just the action, like, the problems of his actions, right? But later on, when he comes back in Endwalker, he has grown. Alice goes full teenage girl on him, and it makes Xenos reflective on his life for the first time ever. And then he realizes, oh, this is why I want to fight the Warrior of Light. It's not solely just about, I want a thrilling fight, it's, I want a thrilling fight with a person that I care about. I want to share this thrill with the one other person I know who I can share this thrill with. I want to feel that connection with another person via the only means that I know I can connect with other people. And that's doing something new with Xenos that we didn't have in Stormblood. There's, like, shades of that in Stormblood, but he doesn't care about that. Like, you can tell in Stormblood that that's still part of what it is. He wants to feel a connection to another person, and it needs to be someone strong. But he's not, like, self-aware of it, and he doesn't indulge in that in Stormblood. And so they bring it full force. And that would be my same thing when it comes to, like, bringing Ascians back post-Endwalker. If we're doing something new, if we're doing something interesting with it, if we're doing something that we haven't done before, why the fuck does it matter that it's an Ascian? And also, again, this is Final Fantasy XIV. One thing that Final Fantasy XIV has done since A Realm Reborn, if not earlier, is, hey, is there a loose thread that was left by something earlier? Guess what? Something later will likely pull on that thread. This game leaves loose threads all of the time to deliberately bring them back, sometimes multiple expansions later. We very, 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 very deliberately did not resolve all of the Ascians and made an explicit point of some of them must still exist somewhere. Just they aren't unsunded. They're sunded Ascians, but they are Ascians. We very explicitly made a point of that in Endwalker, of some of them must still exist somewhere. So to think that we were just never gonna touch on that again is also just not understanding 14 storytelling. Again, if they end up just going down the same route with like, if us dealing with Halmara feels the same as everything did before, then I'll be upset, because it's just like, you're out of ideas, you're rehashing odd plot points. Nothing about her being an Ascian ensures that's going to happen, though. Honestly, I was smitten from this appearance, the way she was so neurotic about having been spotted. Because, well, like, yeah, like, she knows if she gets into a direct confrontation with us, she's fucking dead. The way she teases Calyx, a major Alra NPC, which we haven't had since Sigiri, a totally unique scale color. I love her. The big nerdy glasses, that's definitely going to help Fidentia. First naturally green since Varshan doesn't count. True, they made, yeah, Varshan was green for an amazing reason. And Halmara is too. First Ascian to not be it. Yeah, also the first Ascian that isn't, here. That's why I disregard people getting too worked up about plot holes / untouched points. They're leaving room for more storytelling later. I get, hey Yunsa, we like just beat the MSQ for 7.4. We're yelling about Halmara. Well, more so, I'm yelling about people who are already in bad faith, just being like, ugh, Ascian's story bad now. I think this patch was very good. I think getting away from Alexandria helps. And also the fact that, like, this patch continued to go further down the idea of just like, hey, you know how Alexandria did all of that shit? It so did not need to. And it was so fucking unnecessary. Does also help. but also makes me just go, it tells me that Alexandria's storyline isn't done because it's still fucked. And we're making further points of how it didn't need to get fucked the way that it did. Why would I ever join the Asians? We have a nerdy girl failure aura. Technically, the very first Asian that appeared in the game was an Ellison. That is true. That is also true because, again, in terms of like the Asians trying to like look similar to the Unsunded are a combination of Hero and Ellison. The Unsunded are very much not just Heroes. They're very much halfway between Heroes and Ellison. They're very much that. So yeah, the idea that one of the Asians was also an Ellison earlier. Yeah. So I said my name Hero. Also, the people complaining that it comes out of nowhere. Asian involvement was obvious since base Dawntrail. When Sphene refers to a calamity affecting her homeworlds, the idea that Asians are involved is obvious from that moment. Eternal Sphene says, a calamity hit our homeworld and caused it to be thunder hell forever. Oh, so the Asian playbook. Oh, Asians are obviously here. And again, we know we haven't dealt with all of the Asians. And also, we haven't been to every reflection. Are we just going to never go to any other reflection ever again? Are we just gonna never have any reflection ever brought up in the story again? And when you bring up a reflection, Asians come part and parcel with that. Because the Asians exist because the reflections exist. Again, if the thing that makes you... we still have one out of 3 other Asians unaccounted for. Again, this is also assuming that none of them were ever recreated. Like, them being recreated, like, post-Stormblood, like, you know, there's not much time for, you know, Elidibus and Emmett Silk are much focusing on things at that point, so them being recreated then, but yeah. Did anyone seriously think the Calamity on the 9th was completely natural? Again, I'm of the opinion of we can have storylines about how Unsunded Man is accidentally causing problems with reflections, and it's not entirely in the purview of Asians for all of it. And Dawntrail delivered on that concept. The partial rejoining that we have here is entirely because of Unsunded Man. As in, Zoralja and Sphene invaded the fucking place and wanted to do an interdimensional imperialism. Like, admittedly, yes, Sphene is driven by preservation, which does have Asian involvement. Zoralja, no! Zoralja wanted interdimensional imperialism because he's an insane fucking prick. So, like, again, we can, like, I think we can have stories where we're just, like, reflecting on, you know, Asian involvement is not the cause of every problem. Unsunded Man is also causing some issues for the Star themselves. I mean, honestly, even Endwalker. Part of the point of Endwalker with Garlemald, I've seen people criticize the Garlemald storytelling of just being like, we don't pin enough of the blame for Garlemald on Emmett Silk. We learn that Emmett Silk is soulless, and we don't, like, blame him enough for Garlemald's, like, trying to skull fuck the planet with Magitech, right? I think divorcing Emmett Silk from all of the problems in Garlemald is intentional. To be like, yeah, there was an Asian shithead at the top who was causing problems, and it was by design, and all of that stuff, yes. But man's ambition still caused those fucking problems. It was still, you know, the desire of the people of Garlemald to want to do, to take over other nations for their own, to get more resources. It was still the desire of them and how they, like, viewed other people as savages. Go back to Heavensward and we still deal with this. From what we understand, there was no Ascian involvement in the original King Thordan and the Knights 12 killing Ratatoskir and eating his fucking eyeballs. Part of Emmett's whole speech in Before You Do Armorot is about how there are problems caused on the star that Ascians had nothing to do with. And so I think we can have storytelling post Endwalker that is about addressing those issues that mankind has brought upon itself without Ascian involvement. But that doesn't mean that we can't also, you know, acknowledge the parts of it that were Ascian involvement as well. We can, like, balance both. Literally everything about what was traveling in the 9th was, oh, it sounds like an Ascian rejoining plot that didn't finish out from 7.0. Exactly. Exactly. The Ascians are still active. They totally would have helped Zeralja. Absolutely. I started paying attention to the story because of Orange Cat type shit. Again, I'm not turning around and saying that I'm not turning around and saying Halmorot's, like, handled perfectly and the story that Halmorot's going to have is going to be, you know, completely absent of any of the possible issues of they're out of ideas, so they're trying to rehash old story points because, like, people reacted to Dawntrail poorly. We don't fucking know at this point. Like, if you, like, don't get me wrong, because of the response to Dawntrail, if that's something you're worried about, I think it's a reasonable enough thing to be worried about. If what your worry is, oh, they saw the response to Dawntrail, people hated Dawntrail, we need to just go back and fan service / nostalgia bait by rehashing old ideas from old expansions. Let's just do another Ascian again. Let's just do another insert whatever prior expansion, and let's just rehash a story from a previous thing and do it again because people didn't like it when we tried to do something new. Like, if that's a potential worry you have about where the story goes from here, I can understand that being a concern. I can understand that being something you might be worried about, because there are elements of both Endwalker and especially Dawntrail where you can see there are certain, not in story elements as such, but in gameplay elements, we can see the parts of the gameplay that are built to address criticisms rather than they had an idea that they wanted to do. We know that this is a dev team where they are susceptible to sometimes listening to the wrong complaints from players, or only listening to complaints from players and only trying to address that rather than them having their own ideas. And so if you're worried that they might do that with the story, I can understand that being a possible worry. Saying that they've already done that because Ascians are involved is insane. Because the idea of shard travel and Ascian involvement and everything existed in base Dawntrail. Nothing about Ascians is new. Nothing about Ascians coming back into it. Nothing about dealing with shards coming into it is because of the response to Dawntrail. Because all of that shit was in base Dawntrail already. So to say that, oh, the only reason an Ascian's appearing here is to appease people who hated Dawntrail makes no fucking sense. From what I've seen / read, it appears like this was always the plan. Maybe some stuff changed a little bit, but seems like it was heading in this direction. Again, base Dawntrail says that. Base Dawntrail says that because the Asm key, which is shown to be Asm also in base Dawntrail, the entire concept of the 9th existing, and the fact that it's obvious that Ascian involvement was like causing problems on the 9th is all in base Dawntrail before they saw people be insane and transphobic shitheads saying Dawntrail bad because woke them out. So like, yeah. So if someone's trying to make a point of they're only bringing in Ascians because people bitched about the story, that doesn't make sense because there was very clearly this was the plan from before people started bitching about the story. One thing worth noting at this point, during the media tour before base Dawntrail even came out, Yoshi P made a comment of effect of, hey, maybe think about the Ascians to know the names of who might still be around. This was definitely always the plan, at least in some form, yeah. They couldn't have possibly added Halmorot because of DT reception. That's not how game development works. These things must have been finalized years before the release of DT. Like, yeah, like, to what point, like, at the release of Dawntrail, I imagine the story of all of the patches of Dawntrail are like 80 to 95% finalized at the release of base Dawntrail. Sometimes it's their own ideas I'm worried about, especially when those ideas are Southhorn archives. See, my issue with Southhorn is that I look at Southhorn, and to me, Southhorn is they had no ideas of what to do for exploratory content. So Southhorn is nothing but a checklist of criticisms that they are responding to without really considering how those design elements combine together into a singular whole. 2,000 fortune carrots, yeah. Again, there are elements of Dawntrail where if you're like, I understand, not the fact that what the voice actor of the main character is trans. Shut up. Not that shit, and obviously no one here is thinking that, but like, you know. There are certain elements of Dawntrail that if you look at it and go, I'm worried if this continues in this direction, that the game will be on a negative slope. I can understand that for certain pieces of content and certain things about it. Again, I don't dislike my time in Southhorn. I don't dislike playing Southhorn. But when I step back and look at what Southhorn is as a whole, I just go, you all definitely had no idea what you wanted this to be. And no one had a strong vision for what this should be. It feels made out of obligation and made to be like, people said they didn't like this, so we did this instead. And no other reason. Because I refuse to believe someone for all of the pieces of Southhorn would come together and work together as a whole, like a cohesive whole. Because that just doesn't make any sense. If someone thought that, they may have thought that on paper, but they never fucking played it because it's very obvious from less than an hour in the Southhorn of how, like, weird it functions. Especially when you consider that there's no normal version of Hawk Tower. Bosnia feels like fighting on a warfront. OC feels like running around in a big sandbox. See, that thing is like, it's so opposite to Bosnia. Because Bosnia feels like it was designed with a strong identity to it. Everything about Bosnia is, let's try to make sure as much of Bosnia leans into the idea of what we want Bosnia to be. And every part of Bosnia comes together into an incredibly satisfying, cohesive whole. See, like, I would say Eureka succeed, like, Eureka may not be what you want it to be, but I would say Eureka, not entirely, but I would say mostly, Eureka succeeds at what its goal is. Eureka succeeds at being old school MMO, go farm mobs for a while, fight some big bosses, get overpowered gear so you stomp around in overpowered gear and ruin everything. Not everyone likes Eureka! But I think what Eureka wanted to be is something that it succeeded at being. The main issue is just how complicated the map of Pargos is. Pargos' map is complicated and spiteful, and people don't like that. Was everything of let's correct or overcorrect criticism of Bosnia and the criticism of the Endwalker relic? Without thinking about the kind of player I'm giving it, or even how what they were making would in response would feel. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, again, it feels like a response to criticism and nothing else, and they didn't consider how it would combine. We like the Bosnia skirmish SCE gameplay, but also wanted a reason to fight normal mobs like in Eureka. But we also need more rewards, etc, etc. Yeah, again, it's just responding to a checklist. There's a leveling system in Southhorn, but it only applies to the mobs though. None of the skirmishes or CEs have anything to do with the leveling system. It only applies to fighting base mobs. But also, you can go through almost the entirety, like outside, like once you get the first Aethernets, you can just go through the entirety of OC and just fight a skirmish, teleport back to base and go fight a thing. So why do you even have a leveling system? The leveling system doesn't even Bosnia's leveling system doesn't affect the combat at all. But Bosnia's leveling system is progression to unlock more of the zone. But you also don't have that in Southhorn. And go watch the video where I yell for like an hour and a half straight about the problems of Southhorn. Because, God, there's so many. That's why I need the Evilist writer back. It was his baby. I'm so sad it seems the story of it will never get properly finished. I mean, it didn't even get finished in Bosnia. Like, you don't even learn about what happens to Gabranth. Like, the last cutscene with Gabranth is, Lion, we're fucked. We need to leave. And then you read the story and it's just like, oh yeah, and then Gabranth was killed in jail. And it's like, oh, so even inside of Bosnia, it didn't get finished. Like, oh, Jesus. I want to zone for the masses. That was also hard as balls, like Eureka. Like, I don't know, I beg your finest pardon on that. They say you gotta grind mobs for gold, but I'd rather just wait for pots. But then pots are also just like happy bunnies in fucking Eureka. Spawn once everyone's done their chest. Pods in South Orleans take half an hour to spawn. But they still want you to do like 1,000 of them. But also, you get drops for the rewards, but people didn't like. But people didn't like that, like, the fucking copycat bulb was like a really, really rare drop from a bunny gold coffer in Pagos. So instead, they put no rewards in the fucking coffers that the bunnies or pots give. But you can stumble and trip over your dick and land face first on a bronze coffer, just going to a CE. And here is 2 mounts and 2 glam items in the same fucking chest. Like, oh my god, Southwood is so bad. Oh god, like, oh fuck. Again, it's one of those things where if you look at it, if you just brain off engage with it, it's fine. But once you start thinking about Southbourne, it just makes you mad. It's a shame because Fork Tower is fun when things actually work out. That's what worries me, because I've also, the thing that I've heard about Fork Tower is like, it's designed for 48 players. But it's also a case of, if one person does something wrong in Fork Tower, it can wipe the entire raid. And it's like, motherfucker, not even Baldessian Arsenal does that. To wipe the entire raid in Baldessian Arsenal even means everyone made individual mistakes and they all individually died. Or collectively, you just didn't organize. Like, the most that you have is like, against Ozma, 6 people need to step on buttons to activate the no suck. And anyone who doesn't stand on a button gets suck. It's not, if one person's not standing on a button, everyone gets the suck. It's more like a Bronth died of disease. Oh, did he? Point is, I'll reserve my judgments for whether the story of the MSQ from Final Fantasy XIV from this point onwards is handled well or not. I will save my criticisms of that for when it happens, not now. I'm not going to turn around and say Evercold bad because Hummerut exists. And I'm not going to turn around and say Evercold good because Hummerut exists. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to wait until I fucking play Evercold. And then I'll tell you whether I think it's good or not. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. Wild concept, I know. Wild concept. I won't go and yell on... I'm going to wait to go and yell on social media about Evercold good or Evercold bad once I play it. Ah! I'll talk about my possible, like, excitements. I'll talk about my possible worries, but I won't make declarative statements until I play it. And even then, I might change my mind. The settings are, quest prompts a lot of mystery, but then doesn't sustain it through gameplay, and the same way Eureka's survival in Bosnia's War did. I mean, like, because Bosnia's War, like, you fight alongside the Blades. You see them do unique shit in skirmishes. And it's so cool when you see one of the Blades show up in a skirmish and they, like, do a unique LB that, like, the player can't do and just kill a bunch of shit. And then you do Cash from Lacus, and you see them all get fucking turned at the end. Like, oh my god! You combined amazing, like, awesome gameplay moments with awesome story moments. Ah, shit! There's only a few things that can actually ruin a run from one mistake. One's Mega Traps, which is why serious runs do pre-popping. The other is Snowball Tethers. I'm positively looking forward to it, but I prefer to be positive about most things. Yeah, again. Is it possible that Evercold shits the deck? Absolutely. But, like, based on the game that I've played so far, there's no reason for me to immediately assume that Evercold's gonna shit its dick. Because Final Fantasy XIV doesn't often shit its dick that much. You're a 14 player. You're not allowed to have original opinions. You're also not allowed to have opinions. I thought you were gay. You now know what the Evercalled Alliance raid would be? That's the one thing where I'm just like, that's gonna be shit. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about how the Alliance raid is gonna be dog shit for like the fucking 4th expansion in a row. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about having a 4th Alliance raid in a row that I don't give a fuck about. I slightly care about the one in Dawntrail. And that's the most I can say about the last 3. There's only been 6 so far, like, come on. At least the actual fights will be decent. Hopefully. Hopefully. Because at least the actual fights in Nier are decent. I don't agree about it being dog shit. I say dog shit on principle. Because I want my Alliance raids to build up the world building and storytelling of the world of Final Fantasy XIV. And Alliance raids haven't done that since Stormblood. The last time that an Alliance raid built up the world building and story of Final Fantasy XIV was Stormblood. It's been so long since the Alliance raids have had a focus on expanding the world of 14, and I'm sick of it. My main worry is I get a free additional lobotomy with the one that already comes with the one I have for playing a class named Warrior. I hope Evolved is good. I'm more confident that Evolved will be good. Just because of how PvP combat feels, and they seem to have a strong, again, it's a strong idea by one person who's just going all in on a strong idea. That's when 14's at its best, when it's a strong idea. When someone has a strong idea and says, I'm fucking going for it, that's when 14's at its strongest. Look at Shadowbringers and Endwalker's story with Ishikawa and stuff like that. And honestly, even if Evolved isn't amazing, at least they're trying. At least they're trying. Good night, Densha! Good night, Densha. I hope Evercalled ends up good if only some people get off 14's dick. All Yoshi has to do is hold up a drawing of a cackle and a plug suit for what we get for Arm with Yoko. Gun showing left or show right to the drawing, and it'll be heralded the best thing since God. Yeah, but that means Yoko Taro's going to be on it, and that immediately to me is like, I have so many worries. Because Yoko Taro can either write some of the most heartfelt, hopeful stories in existence, or Yoko Taro can just be a spiteful dick. So, do we get battered but hopeful optimist Yoko Taro, or do we get spiteful dick Yoko Taro? Because unfortunately, it's hard to tell which one of those you're gonna get with him. Watching Evangelion to prepare myself, it was certainly an experience. Again, the people that I've known in person who have watched Evangelion says the act of watching Evangelion will make you a worse person. But I also have to contend with the idea that because it's people who I know in person who have told me that, it means that they're Australians, which means that their opinions are garbage. So maybe it's not accurate. So there is that. It is the Raiden Yoko is the director of the anime. That's the fun part. It's always both. Eva hits spiteful dick well. I don't want Yoko Taro's spiteful dick in my face. That's the main thing I'm worried about. That's the main thing that I'm worried about. Anyways, do we have anything to do before we end today? Oh, I think I have one. I can go to Yokoi. I can go and do the Yokoi. I can go do the Yokoi. I think it's like the one thing that I've got. Yeah, I don't have my Morsha ready. There's no custom deliveries at the moment. I don't have any relics ready for. I can show you my Aetherwell arrays. I'm at like 3,000 to 4,000 on each of these. I haven't done any cosmic exploration since the last stream, so I'm probably gonna fall behind on that. That might be a bit of a worry. I gotta catch up on cosmic exploration. I'm going the wrong way. It's this way. I gotta catch up on cosmic exploration. I haven't been there since last time. Since like we got like the new hammer. I haven't been back there. So I don't have many things to turn in. I don't really have turn-ins for like a bunch of stuff at this stage. I just have this. Still as stone. Farafa seems pleased with how work is coming along. Most of it, anyway. My Morelli's getting a new stage, and I have Demi Hatman to still do. Now we're gonna get to... Next stream is gonna... The next stream, I'm going to come several times. And I'm so fucking excited. I am so excited to, like, clean my shorts so aggressively off the next week's stream. Because, oh my god. When it comes to Eva, I never really understand the appeal, but I also watched it way later than everyone else. So I think, sadly, like, Gurren Lagann, I probably would have gotten it when I was a lot younger, I think. I mean, the thing for me for Evangelion is, does Evangelion fall into the problem that some media does of, this shit is so formative for so much of what came after it, that does it feel a bit trite going back and watching it because you've seen so much of it before, because it inspired damn near everything that came afterwards. That's like something about Evangelion. I was like, if I go and watch Evangelion, is it just gonna feel like, yeah, I've seen all of this before because it so inspired everything else? Gurren Lagann feels like a response to Evangelion in some ways. Yeah, well, that's funny, because isn't Evangelion a response to other mecha animes that were more like Gurren Lagann at the time? Isn't Evangelion in of itself a response to the mecha genre? They're all in conversation with each other. The answer to your earlier question is yes, no, kinda. Deconstructions and reconstructions. I don't know, because like for me, it's like, you know, I can watch something like Gurren Lagann, and Gurren Lagann's message overall is hope is good, hope is fantastic, believe in hope because it's the best damn thing that exists, believe in a brighter future, believe in a brighter tomorrow, and fucking fight for it. Don't give a shit if it's cringe. Don't give a shit if, like, it's unrealistic. Hope is good. It's, like, very hope-core. And I'll be honest, I'm at a point in my life where if something is trying to be aggressively anti-hope-core, it kind of comes across as immature and defeatist to me, and it's hard for me to be excited about it. But also, maybe the era that Evangelion was originally written in, that makes more sense. Your work thus far has been greatly appreciated, Manifest. Each time I look upon our progress, I am impressed anew at everyone's diligence. In fact, we've already moved to our next step, building a stonemason's workshop. I wonder if I can get that as a crafting job. It will be essential to restoring the breathless altar to its former grandeur. Each stone that was swept away must be made again, in the traditional Yokoi fashion, no less. Such is the way for all of our ceremonial spaces. And since transporting so much stone from Orlo's Echo would only result in broken bricks and sore backs, the workshop will be our most vital project yet. I have entrusted its construction to a skilled mason named Gazoho, and work was proceeding apace until a certain incident occurred. I've yet to get the details, but it seems progress has stalled. I'm going to go and speak with him, and would be grateful if you could accompany me. Might be easier to solve whatever problem awaits us if we tackle it together. Kind of fair. So this was the years we got Transformers movie with You Got the Touch. It's not like I don't understand the point of Gurren Lagann. I just know I would have loved it more if I watched it when I was younger. So I feel like for me, something like, I feel like stuff for me like Gurren Lagann is stuff that hits harder the older that I get. it's not necessarily like even when I was younger, I wouldn't call myself a super cynical person when I was younger. Like I wouldn't say that when I was a teenager I was an incredibly cynical teenager or anything like that. But I would say when I was younger, I didn't understand as much the importance of being hopeful. I didn't understand, like, it would be, like, when I was younger, it was also a case of just, like, you know, you can look at things cynically and just, like, be like, oh, everything's shit, everything's fucked. Or you can be like, no, everything's awesome and everything's amazing. And kind of, like, not really understanding, like, much more of that dichotomy beyond that. Whereas the older that I've gotten, the more that I've come to appreciate the idea of just, like, no, hopefulness and positive thinking isn't just, believing everything will work out because, oh, everything will just work out, it'll be fine. But the idea of, like, oh, positive thinking and hopefulness is, like, what you need to be able to put in the energy, to put in the work, to put in the effort to ensure its outcome. If you don't believe the outcome's possible, you're less motivated to even try to reach that outcome. So I would say, like, just, like, with more life experience and more things that I've personally seen myself and also just learned about, like, you know, other parts of the world, the more I've come to appreciate that, like, hope core shit. And again, like, Final Fantasy XIV is full of it, especially Endwalker. It's the, like, the defining concept of Endwalker, basically. And so, yeah, I don't think I was ever at a point, like, because I watched Gurren Lagann when I was 18 or 19. And I really loved it at the time. And and the fact that it was positive and hopeful, I did enjoy at the time. But it's very much, oh, I appreciate it a lot more now that I'm older. Kind of thing. But again, that's just like a personal experience of just like, as I've gotten older, I've appreciated the importance of that style of thinking more than when I was younger. Because when I was younger, I saw more of that positive thinking as the naive style of positive thinking of just, things will be good because they will be good. I don't need a reason to believe they'll be good, I just think they will be, and so therefore they will be. No, this is too much. I must leave. Here we are, Manifest. This is Gazoho, and as you can see, he is distraught. My words do not seem to reach him. I know not what has happened, only that he is intent on leaving. Perhaps a softer voice than mine might soothe his fright. Will you give it a try, Manifest? That's understandable. That's sort of, I mean, for me specifically, like, I watched it at age 26, and I was like, yeah, I think like that, already, good job. Oh, okay. Yes, for me, it's kind of a case of, once I already thought like that was when I appreciated stories saying that more. Like, again, it's not, like, for me, it's Endwalker. I love Endwalker, like, Endwalker doesn't, like, the storytelling of Endwalker and the themes of Endwalker are not things that I experience and I'm just like, oh, it revolutionizes my way of thinking. It causes me to think in this brand new way that I didn't before. Endwalker is just a reaffirmation of everything that I already believe. Like, Endwalker didn't introduce new concepts for me to believe in, or new or new ways of thinking about its ideas. It was just a reaffirmation of everything that I'd already experienced. But for me, again, not judging anyone else for thinking differently, but for me, it's the kind of case of just like, because of the nature of hopeful thinking, because of the nature of hope core shit, seeing more people adopt that approach is reaffirming for me, and I appreciate seeing it, because the more people who are like that, the more effective it is. So seeing other works of art, seeing works of art that reaffirm that isn't just, oh, I now believe in this stronger, it's a, oh, I now know how many more other people also think like this, and that is really positive. Or I can see it and just be like, if this inspires other people to also think like this, then that is just a positive overall. It's an uplifting as a whole kind of thing. Whereas beforehand, I didn't appreciate it as much because, you know, I wasn't already of that mindset, and I don't necessarily know if there was any particular works of art that introduced like that more hopecore mindset into me to believe in or anything like that. I attribute that more to life experiences and people that I've known. TBH, I'd take the Hope / Doomcore Discourse robot anime of then over I got reincarnated slop of now. Fair. Oh, it is one thing that I've said though, where it's just like, there's certain media that I'm just like, I can tell if I watched it as a teenager, it would have fundamentally changed me. Gurren Lagann could, like, I watched Gurren Lagann when I was 18. Maybe if I watched Gurren Lagann when I was 13, it may have been the thing to kick me into that mindset. I don't know. But like 2 games, for example, that I know full well, if I had played them much earlier because they came out way before then, if I played them at the time of release, it would have fundamentally altered me as a person to be closer onto the type of person that I am now, just earlier, is Metal Gear Solid 1 and The World Ends With You. The messages and stuff and the ideas that those games have is very much stuff that I like already was of a mind of by the time I played them. But with the way that they get across those messages, I'm just like, young me would have resonated with how this was told, and I would have like bought into this idea at a way younger age if I had seen that at the right time. If I watched it at 13, it would have been my whole personality. I can feel it. Yeah. Gurren Lagann probably would have been that for me. I know Metal Gear Solid and The World Ends With You also would have been the same thing. That if I was 13 when I experienced either of those for the first time, it would have become what my personality is. Absolutely, 100%. But at 13, I was playing Mario Galaxy instead. But at 13, I was just like, wow, Mario Galaxy is fun. No, at 13/14 and stuff, I was like, I'm playing Grand Theft Auto 4. Let me give you a soothe. Apologies for ignoring you before. I was panicked and barely aware of my surroundings. I should probably explain why. While I was going about my tasks for the day, I caught sight of one of the snow spirits. It pranced out playfully and approached, then pelted me with icy magic. I managed to sleep before I was impaled by a frozen spear, but now that I have seen the extent of their wrath, I cannot risk my life working here. Oh. Fine. 13, I had Metroid Prime 2. I wonder what to be wary of spirits, but it seems I failed to convey just how dangerous they can be. And while I understand this whole sphere, this secondly emphasizes how crucial it is for us to complete restoration of the altar. And for that, we need his expertise. Minifus, would you come with me to Warlords? I can help convince Almason to return. There must be some way to sway him. Yeah, again, I attribute more life experiences of people that I knew to, like, you know, the foundation of that mindset rather than art and stuff like that. But also when I think of, like, the types of art, and by that I mean video games and music, that I was engaging with when I was younger, yeah, it's understandable that those weren't the things that, like, pushed me towards that at a younger age. I mean, I would say there's definitely art that I engaged with when I was younger that pushed me towards, like, you know, a more progressive mindset in terms of just, like, you know, accepting of other people's understanding, like, you know, the concept of systemic issues and stuff like that. I honestly contribute, like, Grand Theft Auto 4 quite a lot to that. The age that I was at when Grand Theft Auto 4 came out and the age that I played it was one of those things of just, like, you know, a big, like, you know, if you haven't played the story of Grand Theft Auto 4, it does sound weird to be like Grand Theft Auto 4 Grand Theft Auto story, because they're usually just, like, you know, crime movies or, like, revenge fantasies or stuff like that. GTA 4's story is, like, about the, you know, quote-unquote American dream. The whole concept of that is, you know, immigrant comes to America, tries to achieve the American dream, is hit by the harsh realities of how immigrants are treated in America, how the economic systems of America work, and what the truth of the American dream really is. and, you know, going through that game and just seeing, like, all of the ways that, you know, your character and other characters are treated horribly because of the situations that they're, like, forced into and stuff like that, and seeing, like, all of the ways that other people can get away with screwing over other people, and, like, the horrible things that people, like, the only ways to succeed is to do horrible things to other people to succeed. Like, your character does obtain some measure of safety and, like, security and wealth and status and, like, access to luxuries and stuff like that. And your character gets more of those the more horrible of a person they become towards other people and stuff like that. And you can see how that, like, influences that. And I do attribute Grand Theft Auto 4 to being kind of, like, one of the things that I played when I was younger to kind of highlight that for me. So it's like, you know, pushing towards, like, some are when I was younger, like, pushing towards a more progressive mindset, but not necessarily instilling the hopefulness of it. Fullmetal Alchemist 3 appealed to my teenage developing atheist mindset. Trigun was a big one for me. So I never had, like, a moment when I was growing up of, like, becoming an atheist, because I was just an atheist from being a kid. I grew up in a situation where the concept of religion wasn't introduced to me until I was in school already. Like, I had never even heard about the concept of religion until I was already in school, and then I had a random teacher try to tell me about the concept of religion and the Bible and everything like that after I had already started learning science in school. So there's me and, like, you know, 5-6 years old learning about science and learning about, you know, things about how science works and stuff like that. And then being told, oh, by the way, the Earth was created like a couple thousand years ago, and a magic man went click, and then we all appeared here, and now we have to follow these rules, or we'd be punished in hell forever. And I'm just like, because I remember, like, me and a couple of friends were like this in school, of just, like, even like really early school, of just being like, what are you saying? We heard completely different in, like, another class we just did. What do you mean? What do you mean we have to, like, follow rules or we're punished forever? What do you mean that, like, a man in the sky clicked his fingers and now we're here? Didn't evolution, like make us? and so like I never had, like, a, you know, teenager learning about the world and questioning authority for the first time, and then, like, questioning religion. I never had that moment when I was a teenager, because, like, I had that moment as a, like, less questioning of authority and more so just questioning, that doesn't make sense though, as, like, a fucking 5 or 6 year old. So I never had that. I was raised Catholic, going to Catholic schools until 18. Yeah, very much not the case for me, so yeah. Because, like, I very much knew people in high school who went through that, where it was, like, you know, questioning authority and a certain level of this teenage jadedness. And that was, like, when they got pushed away from religion. I very much knew people who were going through that when I was going through school. I was the person that they came to try and, like, deal with just, like, how do you exist if you no longer believe in God? And I'm just like, I don't know, I never did. I don't know how to explain it to you, man. I just never did, and it seems fine. Guy seems like a dick based on what the scripture teachers are telling me. Yeah. A bit more of a unique circumstance for me, just because, I mean, like, again, I that's, like, you know, late 90s that I was in school for that, and, you know, even in Australia, like, most kids were growing up religious in some capacity in Australia. Can't imagine what it would be like, you know, United States. Oh, I remember you. Apologies, but if you mean to convince me to climb back up the mountain, I must refuse. Remember the importance of our work. All of our Carpaccia depends on it. All of Carpaccia. I know the altar and ceremony meant to appease the spirits, but I understand now. I was taking my surprise so easily. Others might be as well. That is what we work for, do we not? To restore peace to our Carpaccia. Yes, I understand your point. Yet the very memory of that terrible moment sends a chill down my spine that keeps my legs firmly planted here. I understand your feelings, Kazuho. I feel them too. Yet the tall girl was courageous in the face of all that. And so must we be. The tall girl? Ah, the one who lived in the mountains before the avalanche. Yes. She once told me that the spirits had been there since ancient times, and wrought calamity upon any who dared to encroach upon their home. When our forebears settled there, they were battered by avalanches and snowstorms, until they performed the pact for the first time. Ever since, the ritual on the altar is performed upon serves as foundation for a peaceful coexistence with the spirits. The tall girl bore that responsibility alone for many years, keeping disaster at bay. Yet she is no longer with us no longer, and someone must follow in her footsteps. I must follow. Oh. You take on this burden even knowing full well the danger it poses. But Olga would have wanted it this way. When she would descend from her home, she would stay with me. I treasure each and every one of those memories. You really must see how Ryo, Tete, and the other spirits frolic during the ritual. You never think they could just easily bury us all under a hail of snow. The pact is all that protects us from that fate. And soon I shall be its sole inheritor. Although I am still young, perhaps it's time to begin looking for a pupil. Oh, I know, it could be you, Farafa. I just. That was our final conversation. On the way back, she suffered that terrible accident. How do we get the memory of the pact alive and will as echo? How do we maintain the roads leading to and from the altar? Then the tall god may still be with us. Her loss was a tragedy of indifference. Yet the memory of her devotion gives me courage. That in the presence of Minefest, who so bravely stood before Valiamanda. Minefest. That Minefest. Because, oh, how many other Minefests do you know? You traveled across the salt and risked life and limb for Taral. If you can do that for us, we should not balk at doing the same. But I am no fighter. If the spirits were to attack again, what would I do? Admit, forehead. Flee to warmth, you'll be safe there. Indeed, may be the wisest course of action. Spirits would be loath to enter a warm room, and the will may fault upon seeing so many Yokoi gathered together. I think I can manage with that. Very well, Farafa. I shall return to the hands. Yet before I do, I must confess something. I was so flustered during my flight from the spirits, I dropped my most important tools. They are lost in the snows now, and I fear I cannot work without them. Well, you can see to that, right? Sure as that stonemason's tools, chisels and the like, crafted by your hands, will serve as a fine replacement for what Gazohor lost. I shall provide you with all materials you need. I can bake those. I would be in your debt, Manifest. Once you finish, please bring the tools to me and I'll get back to work as soon as I can. That fucking, I baked that image, fucking, it kills me so much. Where do my materials go? Oh, there we go. Because I got the night gold from the earlier thing earlier. I'm just like, why is it the same? I lost them. Goldsmith. How is this still a level 90 thing that I can do that on? How is this still a level 90 recipe that I can actually train Eye on content? What the fuck? How? The beginning ones I understand. The level 1, like the ones for the first step, I understand that because this is used to level the crafters. So the idea that, okay, yeah, the first one is level 90. Is it because they're all level synced? Is it because every quest is technically level synced, so all of the recipes have to be level 90? Is that how they've made it work? Every single recipe for all of like these quests is going to be level 90 because it's all level synced content. So I technically can trained eye every single one of them. It's a little silly. It's a little silly. Doesn't work like C where it syncs up to 100, no. Also that with Occult Crescent. Why the... Why... Sorry, just thinking about Occult Crescent again makes me mad. Why does Occult Crescent not let you... Why is Occult Crescent not a leveling method for 90 to 100? Why do they turn around and say, you know, you have to be level 100 to enter here? Why? Why can't you not even use it to level like boss here? Goddamn. Aha, this is masterful work indeed. Even better than what I had before, in fact. Maratha was right to put a trust in you, and I will follow suit. Now I should make good on my promise and get back to it. Workshop my pillage shall be worthy of these splendid tools. Or for 100 to 110. Yeah, because it gives no experience now, it won't be useful even to level jobs for Evercold, will it? It won't work for Evercold because it just outright doesn't give experience, so it's not going to magically start giving experience for past level 100 when Evercold drops. Nothing's more encouraging than seeing an artisan so eager to test his new equipment. Thank you, Manifest. We'll return the shelter and attend to my own work, but please stop by for a chat when you have a free moment. In theory, when Evercold drops, Crafters and Gatherers won't. But in theory, Combat, so the Turali Travel Agency, Turali Society quests, the Pelu Pelu ones, they should still be at least a little useful for leveling once Evercold drops, right? They won't be as much, but it's not like... Because I think for Crafters and Gatherers, if you're past level, it's like 1,000 experience. It's completely worthless. But I believe for the combat ones, it will still offer the same amount as it did at like getting to max level. Just... I use elephants for 90 to 100? Okay, yeah. Yeah. It's not, yeah, because it won't lose the amount of experience it gets. It's just you require a lot more, so it won't be as useful. But you can still get some of it. Because that's like, once Evercold drops, I want to focus real fucking hard on leveling. Like when it first drops and just like power through that shit. I'm looking forward to like going ham as a motherfucker on leveling when Evercold drops. Of just going super hard, let's just level up as fast as we can and see how quick we can do it. I'm looking forward to that. I'm overjoyed because Orr has returned. His absence would have been sorely felt. But I'm beginning to think his ordeal was a blessing in disguise, for orcs with even more zeal than before. So now I'll tell a story of mine to Binta Togo, and in doing so give her the chance to lend her strength to the present. Nothing can make me happier. Yeah, because you can see here, for the crowd, like, I'm at level 100, so this is giving, quote-unquote, 1,000 experience. Yeah, I need stuff to level up so I can do role quests, yeah. I need stuff to level up so I can do role quests. I mean, again, will we do the role quests as we advance through the story? Will we do role quests as a big, massive post-story thing? People will be faster at MSQ than I am. People will probably have a better idea of that by the time I get to it. But, just make sure we can do role quests as early as possible. I need to get one of them rolled up to 100 relatively quickly. And then past that, I can just go... It'll be the first time that I'll be on content for leveling. So it'll be a case of just, like, you know, actually running on content dungeons will actually give useful XP that isn't tied to, like, a daily bonus. Because even, like, leveling up jobs to level 100... I was still in, like, I had finished base Shadowbringers. So I had one level 80 dungeon, and every dungeon before that was, like, lower than level 80. So the leveling, like, the experience I would get was only useful for the daily bonuses, not the actual act of running the dungeon. Where whenever gold drops, that'll actually be useful. It's the same with, like, you know, I'll be able to do leave quests when we get to Evercold, and those will actually, again, also be useful for leveling. You know, a whole bunch of shit. Now that we can make traditional stonework here, we can use it in the buildings we repair as well. And with each brick laid, we draw one step closer to completion. Yay! The patterns you see are among the oldest used by our people. Many depict scenes of us living side by side with the snow spirits, and making them has been quite the education experience. And hope that Torgor is proud to see the progress we have made. I shall continue to work and learn for the Torgor's sake. I encourage you to do the same, Manifest. Yeah. Yeah. Construction of Mason's work has been completed, allowing for the creation of traditional Yokoi stonework. Yay! The hands of Sigurd tag. We're trusted! We're gonna do more today. And a wider selection of wares. Winter's warmth too. There we go. Ward exchange. What do we get? What's our first rewards? Song! Snowline Relic. There we go. There we go. Also go check out our new building. I assume the song that I bought is this song. Wild guess. Did that? Question. Have I... Yo! We did! Look! I was actually... Yeah, what was, oh, misclick. Look! With the achievements that we got today. I passed 17k! Let's go! Past 17k points with today's points from the MSQ and also... Well, that one didn't get us there, but doing Into the Mist did! Let's go! We passed 17k in-game. That translates to roughly like 14.5k on the Lala achievements rankings, because so many of my achievements are fucking Yokai Watch ones. Manifest. I apologize for letting my fear overwhelm me. So spirits do still appear on occasion, but I always lead a warmth before they get too close. Oh, there's like... I was gonna assume we can work on their presence. I promise not to abandon my work here until it does. Yo! They're building shit. Jesus Christ, the tools are huge. Look at the pliers! Look at the pliers they're using. They're fucking taller than I am. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at the bottles of drink they have. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Build shit everywhere. Like, I can see so many of these things that just purely exist to generate hate. Alright, everywhere. Anyways, I think that's it for today. Oh my god, a Final Fantasy XIV stream that I finished before 6 p.m. In fact, at this point, I'm going to finish it before 5 p.m. It's unheard of. Considering MMORPG object scaling, it's not hard to tell which objects are meant to be bigger than normal. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV. Have you considered playing Final Fantasy XIV online? Because you should consider playing Final Fantasy XIV online. What if it's hung out for like 2 to 3 hours? I'd like to eat dinner before I start becoming so hungry that I start dying. Well, I can do one thing. I can do one thing today. Chat, do you think we'll get a lightning card? Every time we come back to stream and I have platinum triad cards, we're gonna try our pulls. We're looking for a lightning card, let's go. That's Titus. That's one of the rare ones. That's one of the really rare ones, but it's the one that I already have. God damn it. Lightning. Alpha no and LSA again. God damn it. Alright, fine. Normally I'd save them all for when we get to like a big triple triads stream. But we're not gonna have any other big triple triad streams until frickin' Evercold at this point. Oh, actually, do we have any... No. I was about to say, do we have any NPCs to fight? No, looking at this. it's all society people to go up against. Or stuff introduced in later patches, so there's no way that I actually like, have the ability to do that just yet. So never mind. Never mind. With that, we shall end it here. Stay tuned next episode. It's gonna be the best episode of the game. Because next time we finish Arcadion. Next time we finish the motherfucking Arcadion. So best stream ever next week. Also, by the next stream, Berlin Savage will have happened / be happening. So stay tuned next stream. I'm obviously not gonna like watch a bunch of it. The plan at this stage is before we start Arcadion, I will watch the job trailer that reveals one of the new jobs. We'll do Arcadion, and then we can discuss some of the extra things to do with the FanFest. That's the plan of attack. React to the job before someone just blurts, by the way, it's this job. Do Arcadion, and then we can get into some nitty-gritty stuff about Berlin Savage before we do like our normal tasks for the week. Get excited for it. It will be Pog. And it will absolutely win. Thank you all so much for watching, and until next time, this is version 2, signing out.